Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you notice, we are on a different channel today, and the J Sports one most likely is not working. That is because YouTube has placed another strike on my channel. They just won't leave me alone because they are they are against anti-war voices. They are against people who speak out about the establishment. So, essentially, we have to post here the Johnny Depp trial. But why not? Let's let the sports people in on what's going on in the world of entertainment. It's worldwide news anyway. So I'm gonna go get that other tab ready, and we're gonna do this. You know what? I'm upset, but we're gonna do this, whether YouTube likes it or not. And so, I know that on the Get the Memo channel, it's been getting me a lot of subscriptions, and thank you very much. I truly appreciate it. And we would cover things like this on that channel. This is a sports channel. I just want you to be aware of that. If you're into the Dallas Cowboys, Los Angeles Dodgers, or Golden Knights, and possibly future even the Lakers, we will cover it. All right, so we will cover that. So just be aware of that. And if you are wanting to do that and you want to join the channel, please like, comment, share, and subscribe to the channel. And you know what? My other channel is Get the Memo. Go ahead and like, comment, share, and subscribe to that channel so we can show YouTube, those motherfuckers, that we have a voice and that they can't take us down. They can try and strike my channel and do whatever they want to do. That's fine. But when a bunch of people are watching the videos, then we're all going to be united. So, Dr. Curry, this is why I wanted to try to do this earlier. I'm so sorry, but Dr. Curry's testifying. And Elaine is annoying her. So, let's go ahead and do this. Let's go.
Sexual assaults by Mr. Depp more than satisfied this requirement. Did you not write that in your notes?
That is not what I wrote in my notes. Do you have my notes? So we
And
can
you
look at that?
administered a structured
Nope.
clinical interview based on that trauma, correct?
Not exactly. Not quite right.
Okay. Now, Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment, correct?
That's not a psychological assessment. We can't assess for intimate partner violence. That's an event.
Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment,
She
correct?
stated that, and that's actually something I'm rebutting today.
Okay. And you reviewed her psychological testing?
I
correct?
sure did, yes.
Okay. And are you aware that in
Wow.
September 2019, Ms. Heard had a trauma-based symptom on many of those valid tests?
Well, you're characterizing them as
Can you be a
valid.
little bit more specific? Many of those
Do you-
valid tests, which tests are you talking
Do
about?
you have a recollection of that, September 2019?
That's what
She
just asked
administered all of
earlier.
her testing in September 2019, so I'm not sure which one. Oh, except for the CAPS 5, which was 10 days after mine in 2021.
Now, Dr. Hughes clinically evaluated
Lane just gave up and
those
moved on.
symptoms and established that Ms. Heard does have PTSD from the totality of the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what she stated, yes.
Okay. Now, Dr. Anderson's clinical
Dr.
notes
Hughes, by the
that said
way,
Amber
is
had come
a
to
Objection,
discredited
hearsay.
fool.
Yes, you can't read them
I
into
haven't
the.
even asked the question.
You're reading notes into the record,
read her
Elaine.
notes?
You can't read
Well, let me,
notes.
no,
the
actually,
record.
I wasn't going to read her notes. I was
Okay.
going to ask a particular question.
You said.
You talked about danger. Do you recall that in your testimony?
Yes.
All right. Now, if
Girl, you're in.
if a patient comes to you as a couples therapist,
I think they're going to
with
try and
two
waste their
black eyes,
use their time with
would
Dr.
you
Curry
assess
because they're going to
that
try and
there may be a
discredit her, even though she
potential
tore
danger
them to
Is
shreds
there
the
a
last
couples
time.
therapist?
Did you read Dr. Anderson's notes?
I believe I did.
Now, you administered the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2, the MMPI-2. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you used that to determine whether Amber had PTSD, right?
It, not by itself, but it was a part of the data.
Okay. And in the 60 to 70 T-score range for that test, which, quote, deliberate attempts to mislead are uncommon, end quote. Isn't that correct?
Thanks,
Sorry, could you
Aurelia.
repeat that?
In the T-score
Sorry, Dr. Curry, I didn't-
section
My
of
bad.
that,
I was talking over the
for-
question.
which assesses
Sorry.
deliberate
You're fabulous.
attempts to
Go on.
mislead. Do you recall? She scored a 60 on that test, correct?
So there are multiple T-scores for each scale, so I'm not sure which scale you're talking about.
Which T-score, Elaine?
Well, we can deal with that later. So you would agree.
We don't
that
have
you
time for this
follow
shit.
We don't fucking have time.
forensic psychology, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
You can
And the
feel
two
the stress.
primary
This is
sources
stressing
are
me
the
out.
American Psychological Association,
Elaine only has
Ethical
so much to
Principles, and
work
Professional
with, and
Code
I
of
love
They
this.
cinnamon jelly
Mhm.
beans?
and the
Are they Red
American
Hots?
Psychological Association's specialty guidelines for forensic psychology, correct?
Yes.
And specialty guidelines 1.02 states that forensic practitioners, quote, strive for accuracy, impartiality, fairness, and independence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And specialty guidelines 1.03 states that you have to avoid a conflict of interest,
Yes.
correct?
Oh, she's gonna try and say she has a conflict
Now-
of interest. Watch.
In addition to not listing the 4 hours you spent with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez, you also did not list.
That was a
you spent
dinner.
an
She
hour
went
with
over
Dr.
that.
Shah, correct?
That's incorrect.
Again, that's incorrect, Elaine.
You say that the designation said that you spent.
During
an
my
hour-
deposition, I also clarified this. I didn't spend an hour with Dr.
You said the
Shaw. There was an
designation said-
introduction with the attorneys present on Zoom. My time on that call was less than 30 minutes.
But you still didn't disclose it, did you, in your reports?
It's
No.
not a part of the
Okay.
report.
Now,
She already said that.
you are not, you
The
have not been
report is
asked
to
testify
medically
about Ms.
diagnose,
Heard's behavior in the
not
context
put
of her
who she
relationship
met with.
Mr. Depp. Is that
Dr.
correct?
Hughes also didn't say that shit.
I wasn't.
I was asked to testify about somebody's behavioral mental status in general, so that can include behavior involved in a relationship with Mr. Depp,
I think
but
Elaine
not
sees
specifically.
it lining up too close.
Can you pull up date 10?
Yeah, this being rushed is
The trial
not going to be
testimony at
impactful. It
page
just feels like
2710.
fucking chaos. It just feels like chaos is happening. That's exactly what it feels like.
You know what this feels like?
I shouldn't be putting on lip gloss when Elaine pauses. This is when I should be talking.
Elaine is.
Elaine's annoyed that she can't pull it up. Her
Yep.
saying we're on very strict time makes me think that the judge has
All right.
makes me think that the judge has admonished them that they are on strict time. Curious if Chanley Painter's going out to tweet. Chanley, we want to know what you're tweeting.
What?
Okay. She's a bit frazzled. And again, why is she having to grab stuff? I want to see like Needlehoff handing her what she needs. We've seen
Yeah.
that from Depp's team so much. His team has worked fantastically well together, and it's been
Yep.
really
Exactly.
interesting to watch. So they're handing Dr. Curry up another bottle of water. I'm sorry, could you repeat the question followed by Elaine stressing out? Yep. Curry's face says it all. Yep. This has got to be stressful. Because they just don't have that much time left. We don't know. We know that they were under 3 hours when they started today, and there's still another day of trial left tomorrow before closing. So,
Let me
yikes.
put this
If
down
the
real
defendant's
quick.
time runs out and the plaintiff's team
I-
still
I
has more
feel like-
witnesses to come, will those witnesses be heard? Yes. Will there be crossing?
Hold on. I feel like I was trying to say it's like Elaine was told you have to make a presentation in 2 weeks. Okay, I objection. No, I fucking said you had to make a presentation. By the way, on the sports channel, I usually curse on live streams, yes, but I don't curse at all usually on video. So I'm so sorry that I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm so sorry. Today, tomorrow, and Friday should be the only days because obviously I have to post like this. But so it's like Elaine knew that there was a presentation and she just came in last minute. Like, can you grab me this? Can I? Let me go grab this. Let me go grab. And she's right. Johnny Depp's team is like, if Denison's up there, Camille will hand him something, or Rebecca will hand him something, or Denison will hand Camille something. Like, it's like a full coordinated team effort. Man, if they're this discoordinated, holy crap, or uncoordinated, and the judge must have admonished them, because the fact that she possibly, again, I wasn't here, said, oh, we have to, you're low on time, you're stressed on time, holy crap.
result of any of the defamatory comments that she has alleged Mr. Waldman made through Mr. Depp, or Mr. Depp made through Mr. Waldman, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you want me to read my response?
What's the
Sure.
objection? I'm
What
sorry.
I-
Hold on, Dr.
Sorry,
Curry.
Your Honor.
That's okay. Oh, what's the objection? You're on first? Okay.
Chanley Painter from TMZ. Damn it. Sorry, Chanley. Chanley
wanna
Painter from Court
know
TV is reporting
what
that the
he's
TMZ matter is
approaching.
expected to be taken up with the judge around noon today. I wonder if they will give the jury an extended lunch. So before we go to lunch here, the TMZ matter will be addressed. I love Dr. Curry's glasses. I feel seen as a girl that wears glasses. Can Dr. Curry analyze me? I'm brain damaged from this trial. She can analyze all of us. I love her work in PTSD. I think it's really inspirational. Allison said, you've inspired me to revisit pursuing law. I have ADHD and lost confidence in myself. Don't lose confidence. Now that I have been discussing law school with my friends and family and firmly believe I can do
Now,
it. We need
you have
neurodivergent
not
people in
rendered
law.
Any opinion as to whether Amber Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that would suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false. Would you agree?
No. I mean, yes, I
No.
would agree with that.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you.
Whew.
And you have not, yeah, that's right. That's all I've got. No further
Yep, sit back
questions.
down. Take your time, Dennison.
Take your sweet time. I don't want Dennison to do this.
Slow
I'd
the
rather
pace down.
Camille.
We're all like,
You
we're
were
all a
asked
little out of
about
breath and twitchy.
the skit.
Yes.
What's that?
It's a structured clinical interview. It's for rendering a diagnosis. It's best for treatment because you're asking direct questions of the examinee and about symptoms. So if you have an examinee
And for
who
anyone on the
has
sports
a
channel,
tendency
this
to
is
minimize,
Dr.
you're
Shannon
not going to get
Curry.
much
She's a
information.
psychologist. She handles
Why didn't
especially
you use it?
things in
Because, well,
uh,
first of all, I had a limited
PTSD
amount
and
of
things
time
like
for my
that,
evaluation.
depression.
And
'Cause it
I
was court
already
ordered.
had to
and she wiped the
use
floor with Amber Heard.
just to complete the interview was extremely time consuming.
A few weeks ago,
And I had
showed
to
it on
even
my channel. So
restructure
go
it
ahead.
into
I'll get the
handouts
memo.
so
Go
that
ahead
I
and check
could
that out.
keep Ms. Heard on track. I determined based on that. So
In
this
fact,
is
let
where
me
you
go
would
find
make
that
an
live stream.
inference. So because I was having difficulty getting direct answers to my questions from Ms. Heard, I had determined that creating forms of those questions would be a better use of the time, which it was. And then I further deduced that adding on the structured clinical interview would probably be unproductive, given that I had limited time and needed to use the best, most reliable methods for getting information in that time.
You were asked about the
Sounds reasonable.
APA specialty guidelines,
Yes.
specifically 1.02 and
Yes.
1.03.
Mhm.
Have you complied with them?
I have.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
you
Dr. Curry, you can have a seat in the courtroom.
you,
You're
Your
free to
Honor.
go. Thank you.
Have you complied with the ethics? Yes. I'm bummed they didn't ask Dr. Curry about Amber's court behavior. I think that would be outside the scope of rebuttal, but I'm still bummed it didn't happen.
Yeah, me too.
Have you
I
been
would
watching-
love for her to
Have you
Have been
analyze
watching
her
this
behavior.
trial with
behavior.
you.
Minutes to
Thank
not
you for
discuss
the
the case
hard
and
work.
doing outside
You
research.
and Dr. Curry are queens of professionals. Well, thank you. I don't know about that, but I try to be.
That would be awesome if like
we
we could
are
hear
taking the morning
a
break.
psychologist.
Thank you for making me feel
Take
somewhere
care
as
of her
I
like
kept
that.
that jump. Thank you
Mm.
for making me feel home somewhere as a trans woman. It's hard finding a place. You changed that. Oh my God, you're going to make me cry, Waffles. Thank you so much. This is a welcoming community if you're welcoming. People who aren't going to be welcoming can find other communities. There's plenty of room for that on the internet. We live by a simple rule. It's basically
Just
don't
for
be dicks.
planning purposes.
Yes, time. Give us
Sammy
time.
asked Mr. Tobin to be here as early as noon, just in case with the fluid of the trial. I'm not sure.
Mr.
what time
Tobin's
we get to
probably
that
the lawyer from
motion,
TMZ.
so- Okay, just to let you know. They need to work on that. They're going to find out who the next witness is. So let's go ahead and take a recess until 10:55, okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so again, backing up the reporting that we're seeing from Chanley Painter of Court TV, that we will likely get that motion around noon, which is very, very interesting. I'm going to make sure that this volume's on just a little bit in case court comes back. They've not been cutting to that awful noise. So we're going to get to some questions while we're taking the morning break. And then when the next witness comes in, I might scoot to the bathroom. Let's see. Oh my God, you guys, we're at 5:23. This is wild. Is Cross on MBE? If so, I will do the WWES.
All right.
What would Elaine say
me put
strategy
this down
if I
real
got
quick,
stuck? Thank you.
because I do want to talk to everyone here on the sports channel. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to the chat. Let's go to the chat. Here we go. All right. Will that work? All right. So this should work. So let me go ahead and I'm going to post here the live stream, the one that I did when the channel really was starting again, and it's a week after my first live stream on the channel, the Get the Memo channel. Like and all right, that should work. I freaking hope. And let me go to the chat and make sure that actually posted. And let me. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna have to. Oh. Hold on. Wrong channel. Here we go. Turn off Bluetooth. I have to turn off Bluetooth on the iPhone because then the Mac disconnects. So let's go ahead and reconnect this. All right, hold on a second. I love that AirPods can connect between Apple devices, but I just don't know why Apple would, like, the AirPods would disconnect when I'm trying to use them. Like, it makes no sense to me. There we go. Officially. And let me go ahead and all right. There is a court recess. They said 10:55 their time. Is it really gonna be that long? Let's go check. So by the way, I'm doing a bad job of introducing everything. So on the channel of Get the Memo, we have been. I'm just kind of frustrated by YouTube, but we have been using a channel called Lawyer Reacts. You guys can go check her out. It's Emily D. Baker, and she reacts to the trial like I am. However, with me, you're getting the idiot, kind of like dumb, loose, angry type analysis. And with her, you're getting the awesome, how should I put this to you? Smart, intelligent, coherent, eloquent, lawyerly reactions. With a bit of curse words too, but less reactive than mine. So, forgive me, it's 7 in the morning. The reason I'm doing it this way is twofold. A couple reasons, maybe even 3. But the first reason is I want to have someone kind of explain things to me, and therefore I can kind of react better. I feel like if I'm alone, I'm like, I'm just going to react like a normal person, which that is true. I could do that, but I'd rather have facts on my side. And number 2, there's 2. Well, I guess I'll leave this at number 1. Number 1, that, and also I have a lot of law questions, so she answers a lot of them without me having to ask. And number 2, there are times I gotta go to the bathroom and court is on recess like now, or there are times where I have to mute for some reason, turn off the camera for some reason, or do something for some kind of reason, and I have to go. And if court is on recess or whatever it is, or even if the trial is going on, she is there still reacting. You still have someone there kind of doing that for you. So, oh, my wires are getting everywhere. So let's go ahead and replay the channel. Here we go. Oh, really? Here we go.
Just wanted to personally thank you for devoting your time and
All right.
expertise to all of us. I love being here, so thank you guys for being here, all of you. Ashley, do you think that JD
So she's
truly
just gonna
cares
answer
for Whitney
questions.
and consider the backlash of Amber Heard, and that's why they didn't go hard on her to cross to protect Whitney? Seems consistent in his MO, especially since he doesn't care about winning in court. I think he cares about winning in court.
Yes,
I don't think he cares about the winning the money.
absolutely. Johnny Depp
think he
cares about winning in court. So
Purely my,
let me put
you know,
this.
purely
Can I
what
put
I've
this
seen.
down again. All right, so I have to explain this. So in the Johnny Depp trial, man, I wish I was just on my politics channel, all right, that I posted before on this channel. So Johnny Depp is suing Amber Heard for $50 million for her allegations of abuse that are absolutely false. You can go ahead and check out my other live streams on the other channel. Get the memo. This one is also on there, but it's not gonna play, and I guarantee you it won't even play after, so I might just delete it off of that channel. I got enough sleep the other last night, so I don't know why, but I'm just not a morning person, as you can tell. So he's suing her for that. She's suing him for $100 million, claiming that he defamed her. Well, that's easily being proven wrong. Yesterday, there were a bunch of experts who helped everybody in the world prove that wrong. And Dr. Curry was here to do that too. Unfortunately, I'm sorry I didn't get to play her whole testimony. The other thing is that Johnny Depp is suing for $50 million, yes, but his name has been defamed. His career has been shut down because of Amber Heard, so he doesn't really care about the money. I don't think so. I think what he does care for is winning in court to show everybody, hey, I'm not an abuser, I'm not a liar, I'm not this monster that everyone says I am, and yeah. So, you know, if she doesn't give me the money, I'm okay. At least my name is cleared, and I think he'll be okay with it. The money would be a plus, and I would do a twofold. Fine, give me the money, and I'll donate to the charities you said you were going to donate to, and I'll donate 2-3 times the amount. That's what I would do if I was him, but again, right, that's his money to do whatever he wants if he were to get it from Amber Heard. Another thing, I guess that's kind of it. If you guys do have questions, please write it in the comments, and I'll do my best after the live stream to respond. But for now, comment on the chat. We'll be here until at least 2 p.m. today, so another 7-hour live stream, yay! But yeah, so we'll be here until at least 2 p.m. So you can write in the chat, and I will answer those questions as much as I can.
What does she say? If you let some prick determine the rest of your life, I'm sorry that happened to you, Shannon. Lawyers can be dicks. Question: why no objections from JD's team when Umbridge bullied Dr. Muffin, especially when she cut off she was on the clock? They chose not to. I think they let Dr. Curry hold her own, because didn't we all sit here going, oh my God, they're grasping at straws? It's reasonable that the jury might have thought that too. How adorable was it when the entire table, including JD, congratulated the blonde baby lawyer after her direct redirect? It was really touching. I don't know how the jury will read it, but it was, I think their team, user error. Marcus, thank you. You're welcome. I love this. I think watching Depp's team work has been one of the things I've enjoyed quite a lot about this trial. Watching a group of attorneys not just trust each other, but have each other's back. It's been really great to see the inner workings of their team. And I really, really like it. No doxing in the chat. No. We're just going to all be here in support, but we're not going to call people out. We don't remember. No. It's been really sweet and it's been really good to see. So, it's been really good to see. So I've been encouraged by a lot that I've seen in this trial. I've been disheartened by things that I've seen in this trial. I hope Amber Heard gets help after this. Same. She has been through horrible things in her past. Same. Agreed. Sadly, if she isn't willing to accept the diagnoses, it would be impossible for her to go through. I don't know, but I hope everyone has some room to heal after this trial. All of them need healing. And I hope that they have time to do that and space to do that. Is there a limit of time for deliberation? I mean, until the judge starts being like speed it up. But no, with a 6-week trial, the judge is going to give them a bit of time. This trial and channel has become an obsession. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, we will be streaming slightly less after this, but I'll still be here. Don't worry. So how can the jury process all this testimony? This is the thing about having a group of people. The things that stick out to some might not stick out to others. Just like when you talk to different commentators, the things that stick out to one might not stick out to others. It's part of the benefit of the jury discussing everything. They're able to talk about it together and they're able to say, hey, this, that. They took notes. They're able to ask for the things that were important. They're able to discuss the things that are important, and they're able to re-review it or review testimony if they need to and can't remember. So it's hard to process it all. It's hard to see what it means. I try to connect the dots of what I'm seeing, but the jury might connect those dots differently. Like this afternoon, hearing this motion on TMZ, I want to know if this TMZ witness is testifying. I want to know what they say, and I want to know, because we had testimony that Amber Heard sent the video that ended up on TMZ to IO. Are they going to say that Amber leaked the video? Did IO leak the video? Are they not going to even touch on the fucking video, and they're going to talk about who called TMZ to give them a heads up on the divorce? Donna MC, the lawyer's coach. Question: how much can lawyers discuss with their expert the expert evidence to avoid the lawyer asking a question which would inadvertently harm their case? I mean, they prep with their experts so a lot. They discuss it a lot. They're experts. There's no bar on them discussing testimony with their experts, unless the court has ordered them to for some reason. Please say, oh, we banged. Look at that. Thanks, y'all. Please say hi to my husband, Nick, who has coping without a TV for 6 weeks. Hello, husband Nick. Thank you for giving over the TV to the trial. It's almost done. It's almost done.
Back.
You, Lucy, that's so kind. You are absolutely welcome. We're doing it. And y'all are doing this. What would be right? What would Amber be writing while Dr. Curry is talking? This is where I had the Mean Girls burn book meme in my brain, but it might just be a way that she's processing stress or annoyance or agitation or calming. It could be a lot of things. I mean, I take notes of the things that I think are highlights so that when I go back, I remember the things that were important to me in this moment when I do my roundups on the podcast, which, by the way, is out today. There's a new audio episode out. The video will be up later, but the podcast is trending worldwide, like top 200. It's been crazy. So if you want to hear, when court gets done today, if you haven't had enough of my voice, the podcast episode of the Emily Show is live on all your favorite podcasting platforms. And I will just remind you, because we do take a break in the day quickly at lunchtime, that if you want to be in the text crew and want the updated stuff, textemily.com works in North America, though I have heard from some of you in Mexico that it doesn't always work. So I'm going to have to clarify that after this trial's over to see what's going on with that, because it should work. I don't know if that's carrier specific, but I will figure it out. So textemily.com, or if for all of our wonderful and beautiful international audience, we are, on the social, am on the socials at the Emily D. Baker, all over the socials. I had a family friend tell me that he didn't think I had the mental capability to be a stenographer. And he didn't think I could even do it 3 years later. I responded with my state license, 7.5 years now. You can still do it, Shannon. I love you guys so fucking much. Get it, misfit brat. Yeah, there were kids in junior high who made fun of my voice. It prevented me from starting my podcast for 2 years. I'm with you. I'm with all of you. Several days ago, Sky proposed to girlfriend. Do we know if the girlfriend said yes? Thank you for your coverage. I don't know what happened with the proposal. We need answers. Sky, if you're here, share with us. When will the jury give their decision? Will it be the same day after closing? Probably not. I can't imagine the jury coming back this fast. They might, but I can't imagine that they will, but they might. Let's go see if there's any updates. No. I will go look real quick. I saw the power move with the candy when Dr. Spiegel was talking about, it's narcissistic, or it's a narcissistic trait to sit there and eat candy. I'm going to have to go clip that at some point, to sit there and eat candy. And then all of Depp's legal team took candy and popped it in their mouth with glee. I would have done that. Absolutely. So let's see. In all seriousness, do you know the Muffin Man? Yes, I do know the Muffin Man. Apparently I'm going to leave it at that. It's Dr. Jade. Question: when was Amber ordered to be examined? I don't remember the date of the ruling, but it was later on in the case when she legally put PTSD at issue. That is after that there was a series of motions.
All right.
Once she countersued. No, Hugh's initial exam was in 2019, long before the countersuit, which put mental health at issue.
I don't know why. I think it's because it's the morning.
I don't know when it was ordered. It was after 2019 because Curry's evaluations were in 2021. I don't know if it was the end of 2020 or early 2021 when it was ordered, but it wasn't 2019. But they have been prepping for this litigation, but they might have also been prepping for stuff in the UK. So we will see. Did they ask Dr.
So, next week on the Get the Memo channel, I will release, I guess I have to talk about it now. During the break, I will go over Doggygate. Basically, Amber Heard took dogs to Australia and she wasn't supposed to. They told her she wasn't supposed to. Amber Heard said, "Fuck you, I'm Amber Heard, I can do whatever I want." And Barnaby Joyce basically said, "No, you can't do that." She still did it anyway. So we're gonna go over that story in the break. Just because, how long is this recess gonna last? Let's see. So it should be on now. So we're going to do that at the break. We're also going to do trial reflections. We're going to do what we do on Get the Memo, ladies and gentlemen. This is incredibly weird. I know Oscar Montiel said it. This channel was never meant for this. I never prepped the channel with things like this. But I guess now that YouTube wants to play its games, once in a blue moon, I'll have to do a not too political video, but I'll have to find a way to tie it to sports so that when it does come, it's not a complete shock to me, to Oscar, to you guys who have watched J Sports, all 21 subscribers, and whoever views this. Hey, this might get my channel more views than it needs. So I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. Someone please help me out. I don't know. Leave something in the comments to cheer me up. Even if you don't want to, that's fine. I'm just feeling a little low, but maybe Amber Heard's team can get a little ass whooping and I'll be happy.
Have had the past trauma, teachers who told us we weren't smart enough, teachers who told us we could try harder, maybe if we just applied ourselves, kids who were mean. We all just get to be here and be like, and now we have found our group.
And I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go get some water.
I listened to Shonda Rhimes' Year of Yes, every January. I find it very inspiring. I love her. She's hilarious. I love her voice. I love her audiobook. And she talks about finding your people and finding your tribe at a speech that she's giving. And she's like, it gets better. You're not alone. You will find your tribe. You will find your people. And at the end, she says, and mine are sitting right over there. And that's how I feel about this community. You will find your tribe. You will find your people. And mine are sitting right here, all of us. And that is that is what I love about this community is we get to be here and be like, we're just living our best life. And we get to create our own little space. So we got to carve out our own little corner of the internet and just be all here together. And it's just my favorite. From one purple hair tattoo having cursey word loving nerd to another. I see and acknowledge the purple tattooed cursey loving you, acknowledged by the tattooed purple haired cursey loving me. Thank you for having a space that has helped me feel at 42, my disability might not hold me back as much as. If it's all your goal to make me cry today about how much I love this community, we might be successful. It's going to happen. Don't hold back. Be you. Be you, be you, be you. Shed your light. Share your space. Be too much, as my friend Peter Mon says. Elise Myers, who I love on TikTok and Instagram, says, when she gets the negative comments and people are like, oh my God, you're too much. She's like, then go find less. And I just love that. I love that Peter's like, be too much. I love that she's just like, if I'm too much for you, go find less. And that's what this community is. Occasionally I'll see comments being like, I can't listen to you. You have purple hair. Perfect. You can find plenty of lawyers that don't. I don't go to court. I get to live my best life. Y'all all are making me emo. We're just gonna be emo together. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Dyspraxic and self-diagnosed autistic and ADHD, and this has become such a safe space. I'm so sad I've only discovered you this week. Thank you, Rebecca. We have the time. So we have the time and we are here. Let's answer a few more questions while they're up at the bench addressing something. Look at the judge. The judge is like, girl, tell me more. Sure, we're here. Sure. This might go to not Dr. Curry, Chanley Painter from Court TV saying that there is another witness. Rebuttal is so spicy. Dr. Sean Curry, a dream team for Depp. And I think it says a lot that Depp not only has hired very competent female attorneys, but also has very competent female experts on his side. It's part of the optics of picking a case. And that is something lawyers will absolutely look at, is optics to a jury. But also it's just nice to highlight these professionals that I never would have heard of. Even from Heard's side, I really enjoyed their social media dude. I think they took a brilliant
He was absolutely
professional
inaccurate.
and gave him not a great task, like inputting.
So I thought I would introduce something. So in the trial, we had Depp testify, then his witnesses. Then we had Amber Heard testify, then her witnesses. And then each lawyer got to do a direct examination of their own person. So like Johnny Depp's lawyers got to do a direct, not a direct analysis, direct examination. Oscar, you've known this. I'm sorry. Those of you that have watched don't get the memo, you know this. But what that means is, like, if Oscar Montiel, because he likes Washington and someone wants to sue him for liking Washington, I don't blame them. Anyway, gotta get my sports in. But let's just say he was in court and he was being defamed, and so he's suing someone, and I'm his lawyer. I would examine him first. I would ask him questions first, and then the opposing team's lawyers would cross-examine him. And then there's a redirect, which means it comes back to me. So if you think of like Oscar, I don't know if you could help me come up with a football reference, but a baseball reference would be you have the infield, like the Dodgers and who are they playing? The Nationals, Washington Nationals. They're okay. I don't have a problem. Although they gave us Max Scherzer, who's a bit of a brat, and they gave us Trey Turner, who's awesome. Turner's awesome. So your infield is like your kind of like your direct, and then because you're having to try and score on the other team, and then the cross examination is you're going to the outfield and the other team is gonna go and score. And then so yeah, and then there comes the rebuttals. Rebuttals are where Johnny Depp's team will rebut the experts, because you also have experts come in and testify to all kinds of things depending on the case. So every expert that Amber Heard had, Johnny Depp will have experts rebutting them, saying how wrong they were and calling out their inaccuracies, which every expert of Amber Heard has had an inaccuracy, every single one, which is insanely crazy. And then this will go to closing arguments, and then we will go to jury deliberations, and we'll get a verdict. Is court on?
Everything that shifted in 2020, some jurors might be trying to work in the evening, or at least keep up on tasks in the evening. If they can do that from home, I can't imagine how exhausting that would be. I'm tired at the end of these days. Are y'all tired at the end of these days? Because I'm tired. I imagine the jury is exhausted. Sitting under fluorescent lights all day is also not my best life, but I'm sure they're exhausted at the end of
If
the day.
I am,
Bree
if
said currently
I'm
watching
more
this at
than
12
exhausted,
a.m.
I
while
can't even
stationed in
move
South
at
Korea,
the end of
active
these.
duty, USAF. Thank you for your service. I have ADHD as
Then,
well, and your channel inspires me to finally pursue a degree.
Hey,
Get it and get it paid
that
for.
jury must be exhausted
Do
as
it.
hell.
Do all of it.
Exhausted. I'm telling
Just
you, man.
learn yourself. Find the people that
This
help
whole
you learn
live
yourself.
streaming is awesome, but
RC Cola said
on
I
the
was a
other
P-
channel,
I
I've been doing
PA'd
it,
by my second grade teacher because
and
of my dyslexia.
I am more than
Sorry,
tired.
she told me
more
I was
than
never going to amount
exhausted.
to anything.
Because I've been
We
doing
had
it for
we had a
hours and
teacher do
hours
that
and
to my
hours each
oldest.
day.
The way I could not go back to a teacher conference because of you and others. I'm getting my master's in business law. Make me cry, and we'll be applying to law school. Thank you for being inspirational. Thank you for having the courage to put all of the bullshit that was placed on you by others aside and say, I'm going to be me. I love it. I love it. I love your channel. You've inspired me to chase my dream. Get it. I took the leap and just got into pre-med. We're just celebrating law nerds up in here. Well, this is the longest fucking bench conference ever. You're welcome. You've made it enjoyable and interesting. My goal always. Thank you so much. As someone with similar personality issues to Amber Heard, this case really helped me to confront the mental harm I can do to those I love. Michaela, wow, thank you. Seeing the worst case scenario of my traits is oddly eye-opening to help me do better. Michaela, what an incredible insight. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. So, question. This is a very good question. Miss Rebecca, shouldn't Johnny get examined in all fairness? I like your stream. I'm able to focus easier while still getting insight from a lawyer. In all fairness, well, they brought motions to the court. The court denied the motions. God, this is a long sidebar. They brought motions to the court. The court denied those motions. And because the court denied those motions, it's not coming up. They did get into his treating psychiatrist. And I believe that that is the balance there. They have it seems a blanket stipulation to allow the medical of both sides to come in, but he didn't place mental health at issue. And yesterday I said it, I wonder if that's why the ADHD hasn't come up, because they weren't getting into any diagnoses by him. And that's why people didn't ask. We saw it in the medical notes, but I'm wondering if that's why it never came up, because he didn't want to put his diagnosis in it. You guys, I feel like we're now going to start calling sidebars. I've seen all of the chats that we're now going to start calling the sidebars a lawyer cuddle puddle, whereas I feel like that's where we're at. Lawyer cuddle puddle. FC said my buddy Pete has dyslexia, and as a kid was told he would have poor coordination and would never be successful with his writing skills. He writes training manuals for a living and juggles. Yeah, I don't like putting people in boxes either. It doesn't work. I put myself into those boxes myself for a very long time though. And that's one of the things that is powerful about overcoming, because when you put yourself in a box, it's very hard. That's why I did my TED Talk, which I was very nervous to do. All right, I am hearing that there are some tweets. I'm going to go look at some tweets. Let's see. And these are coming. Oh, sorry, I just got distracted by the lawnmower. Let's see. The DUI guy said PTSD causing extreme stress, and Roblox number 6. I don't know what Roblox number 6 means. The only one writing stuff down, and I'm wondering if he is a war veteran. That's, I mean, speculative. Is stoicism certainly points to that possibility. Oh, his stoicism points to that. All right, I'm debating. Well, it is Virginia, so that is actually population-wise probably a higher probability. When the word alleged IPV is thrown out, number 5 raised her eyebrows very quickly and was fix her mask. She rarely shows emotion, and that was a big moment. Let's see. How about an hour in all the jurors' eyes are about an hour in, I think, and all the jurors' eyes are glazed over and nobody's writing anything down. However, the word feigning and exaggeration got thrown out and a lot of them started writing stuff down. Number 9 is stroking his right cheek with his finger and rests on his chin. All right, so we're seeing some stuff from DUI guy on Twitter. So some of those, I have a hard, once again, without reading an entire thread, it's hard to parse, and I want to see what's going on at the bench. Patrick, thank you so much. You guys just, are they ruling on the TMZ order? No, here's why I know no. I normally would say anything's possible. It's not possible. Why? These are all the lawyers that we know. We know all of these lawyers. The lawyer from TMZ will be in for that, and it should be an open court. So that is what's going on. I'm going to go look for a split screen real quick and see if they're at this extended sidebar and just kind of hope for the best. From the channel that gets cranky. So let's see. Should be studying for the bar, but can't stop watching. This is the evidence part. Just start studying what the different objections are and stuff. Interestingly enough, no split screen, and we can't see the bar. So this is where we're going. This is where we're going for now. Let's see. Did you notice how Amber Heard was swinging bottle at her lawyer yesterday after court finished? I didn't see that. So let us, what is your opinion of who wins this case and why? Well, we're not done with the case yet. My opinion is going to shift day by day based on the evidence that comes in. But I will repeat what I said at the beginning of this case. Legally, this case comes in as Amber Heard's case to lose. Amber Heard's team has the legally stronger position. Depp's team has a very large uphill battle with this case. That said, I think Depp's team has tried an excellent case. They've had good witnesses and experts, and I think they've come a long way towards where I'm now like, it's possible Depp wins. At the beginning of the case, I'm like, oof, this is hard. So we've gotten to it's possible Depp wins on at least a few counts. I still think the print article will get yeeted as a count. Oh, where are you going, Needlehoft? What are you looking for? Are you going to go do research? Will you tweet? Will you tell us where you're going, man? Nope. And why I say that is because of the amount they've been able to show that there's contradictory evidence. And so it's really going to depend on what the jury wants to do. Is it possible that both teams lose and no one is found liable of defamation? Yes. Is it possible that the jury can't reach a decision? Let's all cross our fingers and hope that doesn't happen. Yeah. But yes, it's possible that one juror is like, no. And here's the thing with a case like this. This is a defamation case, but the underlying defamation is horrific allegations of abuse. And so if one juror is like, I believe, one side or the other, it's going to be very hard to move someone off of that belief, because if you believe that the things that Amber Heard or Johnny Depp say happened to them, how do you move off of that position as a juror? How do you say, I believe what happened, but I still think it's defamatory? I don't think you can get there. And that's why I think the possibility of a hung jury is a possibility, really is a possibility. So that's an interesting place to be in. So does the jury get paid leave? It depends on their employer. There also is a minimal amount of court finances that they get. Does the jury have the opportunity to rewatch video of the in-person testimony? Normally not. But in a case where this has been televised, I don't know what the court will do. I imagine the court will stick to procedure and just read back the transcript. So I think just the transcripts. But it's normally not an option. Mr. Yazminik, I love your coverage. Thank you. I love the voice in my head already saying Elaine.
All right, your next witness.
However, Elaine, next witness.
Oscar,
I'm sorry.
this time.
Let's get the jury first, right?
Yeah, let's
All
do
right,
that.
Ready for the jury?
Thanks, Judge A. We're ready for the jury. I'm ready for next witness. I'm ready for it not to be dramatic so that I can take a bathroom break.
You don't really talk, so it makes no sense to be
Lydia,
called real talk.
Thank you.
Oscar
My
Maciel.
son with ADHD
And
had
also,
rough times this morning, but watching you really gives me hope. Y'all, I love you. We have rough days too. My kids both have ADHD. We have rough days too. But don't we all
Yeah,
as human have
so,
rough days? I mean, I
um,
had bad days at work, and I tell that to my kids.
Oscar
I'm
said
like, we all have
YouTube
rough days, and
stopped
there's
violating my
occasion,
bro.
'cause
Look,
I have a kid
listen,
in junior
it
high,
wasn't me.
that
I
he's
didn't
just
even know
like,
that
"Oh,
video was gonna.
there's
It
this
was
kid."
just
I'm like,
healthcare.
There's always
It
that
was
kid.
at the beginning of the channel.
There's always that kid, buddy. That kid in junior high, that kid in high school, that kid at your job. That there's always one of like that. There's always one that acts like that. So just identify them now and just be like, oh, you're them. You're that person. That's how this goes. I see it now. And I'm like, and just chalk it up to be like, okay, understood. But we all have those days, and I get it. I get it.
Thank you.
Yesterday at my son's graduation,
Are
my
we
younger son turned
Ready
around and
for
was
the
like,
next witness?
I'm
Yes,
done. This
please
is
call,
boring.
Mr. Depp.
Okay.
They're calling Mr. Depp to the stand. I have to go to the restroom. Why are you doing this to me?
Wait, wait.
I'm not making it about me. I am.
They're
I am.
calling
Oh,
Johnny
That's
freaking
happening.
Depp? Really?
You're still under oath, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir.
What? Now? Why not tomorrow? This dude talks slow.
Did he just take a morning to the jury? I think he did.
Wow.
And so
Good morning, Mr. Depp.
Good morning.
We heard a lot about some statements that Mr. Waldman made. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Mr. Waldman is your attorney or was your attorney?
Yes.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1245?
Wow,
And they
this is
shouldn't
insane.
They shouldn't get into anything else he said. This should be kind of
And
limited here.
This is already in evidence, so permission to please.
Yes.
Rottenborn's cross will be
If we
interesting.
could scroll down to the
Yes.
second page.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
I can't
Mr.
believe
Depp,
they're
do you see
calling
the
Depp
statement
now.
here attributed to Mr. Waldman?
I just can't believe that it's happening
Yes, I
like
do.
today. I thought it would happen tomorrow.
When's the first time that you saw this statement?
Going to the counterclaim.
All right.
You just approached for fucking ever.
I don't know why they would approach here. It makes no sense. They asked him when he first started, when he first saw the statement.
Wow. Wow. Tina, I take a lot of magnesium. Yes. I'm a little
confused.
I'm a little surprised. I'm a little surprised.
It's not hearsay.
Why are we approaching?
It's not speculation. Well, I guess it could be
confused why we're approaching.
speculation.
But I'm surprised. I can't. I will when he comes back on the stand. The fish has a bicycle. You guys are making me laugh. I appreciate you. Could it be that Howell's short testimony was to show Whitney that they are filing the docs that give Whitney the opportunity to change her statement? I don't think so. I think that was it. I think that's all they're getting into. I don't know if the documents will be admitted into evidence. There were documents, but they weren't published to the jury. I just don't know. The truth shared, I was diagnosed with extreme bipolar in my 20s. I'm sorry. I can't read that out loud on the YouTubes, and I'm sorry. I think a lot in this community have had that experience. I got help and medication, learned about it, and then changed my life. And now I'm 42, have a great city plumber's job, a beautiful 9-year-old daughter, fiance, and house. Thank you. The truth. That is the
Can you
truth.
get back up? Thank you.
And I think a
Okay.
lot in our community have had
Mr.
similar
Depp, when is the
experiences.
first time that you saw this statement by Mr. Waldman?
Oh, we'll get there.
The first time that I ever saw this statement was in August. It was when the piece was when August 2020, when I was countersued by Ms. Heard. This is the first time that I saw any of these statements.
So when
Can
he
we
was
please
sued.
pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1246?
I wonder what they're trying to prove
This is
here.
a
So
reminder
maybe
of
Emily
what
will
these
catch
statements
it.
are, I'm
And this
guessing.
is also already in evidence. Thank you. We could scroll down to the second page or the third, perhaps. Thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see this statement that's attributed to Mr. Waldman here?
I do.
And when is the first time that you saw these statements?
Same, when the countersuit was filed.
And could we please go to Defense Exhibit 1247? And again, this is already in evidence. If we could scroll down, please. Thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see the
I love how she takes her
statement
time
attributed to
with
Mr.
that.
Waldman?
I should have
I
guessed
do
when
need
this
this.
attorney was the one talking
And
at
when's
sidebar
the
that
first
this is
time
what was
that you
coming.
saw this statement?
This is the same. It's the counterclaim to August 2020.
Oh, I think, and I'm
After you
and I'm
saw these statements for the
speculating.
first time, did you form an understanding as to where they appeared?
I think they're trying to show that Depp did not have
I
anything
didn't, as to
had a
where they
motive,
had
that they weren't
appeared,
working
these
together
statements.
In what
to
publication?
come after Heard.
No, off the bat, I didn't know exactly. It just seemed like a lot of word salad to me.
He
I
said
didn't
word
know where
salad.
they'd come from, or I mean,
I didn't have word
where they
salad on my
ended
bingo
up.
card.
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that you did not assist her in getting her role in Aqua Man?
Yes, I do. Yes.
What is your response to that?
Oh shit.
Oh boy.
It's not. It's not exactly true.
Oh,
Do you know when Ms. Heard first auditioned for Aquaman?
Strangely, I know the date. Well, no, yes, I do know the date, because I was scheduled with my band, the Hollywood Vampires. We had done two
So,
shows at the
I will answer your question,
Roxy,
Oscar.
which is a place in Los
We have,
Angeles,
an approach.
to rehearse for we were invited to play at the Rock in Rio concert, which is a huge rock and roll festival. So we did the two shows to go to Rio and play there. Miss Heard, I wanted to come with me, and Whitney, her sister, had come as well. While we were there in Rio, we were rehearsing, getting ready for the show. Miss Heard informed me that she would have to get back to Los
Oh, because
Angeles
she
for an
left
audition.
Rio. He testified about that.
Yes,
Meaning,
he did.
It's basically after our 2-hour show or whatever, we would have to get on the plane immediately to make it back to Los Angeles for this audition. And that audition was at Warner Brothers. It was whatever film it was.
And when were you performing at the
Whatever
Rock
film
in
it
Rio?
was.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was I believe it was the 24th of September.
In what year?
That was 15.
What do you understand happened after Ms. Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
After Ms. Heard's audition, or possibly auditions for Warner Brothers and I suppose the creative team, Ms. Heard expressed to me that the film was going to be, Warner Brothers had said that the film was going to be shooting in Australia.
Y'all, I will be right back.
And Australia was for Ms. Heard, that was a potential problem, which.
Objection, Your Honor. Your approach.
Okay.
Okay, I really don't know why they're
Rottenborn, I feel
approaching.
personally attacked at this point. I'm teasing
I just
sarcasm,
don't
all the
understand it.
sarcasm. They are
Um,
approaching, they are getting into Amber Heard and Aquaman. I wonder if that is really highly relevant. Here's why I think it is. Here's why I think it's relevant, because they are trying to characterize Johnny Depp as, I mean, essentially a narcissistic abuser, but they are trying to characterize him as jealous, as overbearing, as kind of taking credit for all of these things. And I just wonder if saying, did you help her get Aquaman, they are going to try to characterize it as potentially him being controlling or him being jealous or what have you, or him making things up. And so I think maybe that's why
That could
This
be
is my
it.
speculation. They are bringing this back up so they can argue
That
it.
could be it.
I'm not going to go to the bathroom while they're in sidebar. That's when I get to talk. That's when we get to chat about the things.
Hold on a second.
So I'm going to answer a few more questions.
All right. So let me talk about Oscar's question. Oscar says in a trial, in a murder trial, if there's a hung jury, there's a retrial. What about this? So if there is a hung jury, I think it would be up to the two parties to say, all right, I want to sue you. I want to sue you too. All right, let's go. And Amber Heard would say, let me punch you. I'm sorry, hit you one more time. Anyway, no. I think that's what would happen is that they would have to decide either one to either sue or not sue. It's not going to, because the thing is with a murder trial, it is a murder. Someone did get killed. So they would have to go and the prosecutors are going to go and see if, hey, can we get more charges? They are going to appeal the decision. I think it would have to depend on which team appeals the decision. Later on, I will go into the super chat of Emily D. Baker, and I will ask that question. Hopefully, she answers it.
Sharon, thank you for pouring into this community and thank you for sharing your experience. And you guys living your lives are light for others, all of you. While we are here, BSC News on Twitter is giving away, I'm not going to say the words, from Johnny Depp's collection, aptly titled Never Fear Truth. His artwork is touching and incredible. Thanks for the coverage. You're welcome. I would
I apologize, Mr. Depp. Could you please continue? What happened after Ms. Heard?
All right,
YouTube
here we go.
gets weird about the no words. Thank you.
I was informed by Ms. Heard that the film was going to be
Oh, I'm going to answer this at the next break.
shooting in Australia. And that was of concern to her, and because it was of concern to Warner Brothers. So she asked if I would, because I'd had a multi for a few years I'd had a multi-film deal with Warner Brothers, and so we'd been in business together. So I knew these people. I'd been on films with them. So she asked me if I would speak to them. I made a phone call and I spoke to.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
It's not hearsay here.
I don't believe he said anything. I think he was going to say who
Okay.
he spoke to.
All right, we'll see. Overruled at this point.
There you go.
I spoke to the three upper echelon Warner executives, Kevin Tsujihara, Sue Kroll, and Greg Silverstein. And I told them that.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What was the result of you speaking with those individuals?
Well, I can only say that ultimately she did get the job in the film. So hopefully I suppose I had curbed their worries to some degree.
So
Mr.
she
Depp,
had
do
a
you
problem
recall
in
Ms. Heard
Australia because she's a
testifying
criminal.
That she saw you consume
And
8 to 10
Johnny Depp
MDMA pills while you were at
Went
once while you
over
were in
and
Australia
used his
in
power as a
March of
Hollywood,
2015.
Yes,
goat,
I do
a
remember
great
that.
for so
How
long
many-
I also
to try and get her
remember saying
in.
that I took a handful.
She
Objection
said that it
beyond
wasn't because
scope.
of Depp.
Question.
Sorry, that was extra
All
residue.
right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
How many times have you done MDMA in your life, Mr. Depp?
Actually, not that many times. I would say in my lifetime, maybe in my lifetime, MDMA 6, 7, maybe.
And how much MDMA have you done on those occasions?
Not enough to properly. Well, not enough to properly experience what the chemicals are supposed to do to you.
Have you ever consumed 8 to 10 MDMA pills at once?
No, ma'am. No, I have not.
And why is that?
Because I don't want to die.
Because I'd be dead.
Overdose.
I'm sure I'd be dead. I think one would die. Yes, and probably rather quickly.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you some pictures from the home in Australia that Ms. Heard testified about.
Sure.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1817, which is
So
already in
Amber Heard
evidence?
accused him of taking 8 to 10 MDMA pills. I'm surprised that they didn't have a doctor say, yeah, if he did that, he'd be fucking dead. So,
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do. That's the downstairs bar.
so now we're
of
looking at
the
Australia.
house
She said
we
a couple
rented
of
in
things happened there.
Australia.
If the
And can
behavior
you
y'all
please
are
show the
seeing in
jury
court
where you were
bothers
sitting
you,
when Ms. Heard threw
it's
the
gonna
2 vodka
it
bottles at
could
you?
bother the jury too.
If I touch this thing, it'll make a
Yes, it
mark.
will.
Yes. Okay. So
It's reminding the jury
This
also
chair-
how much he testified different than Amber Heard testified.
here was over here. And it was in pretty much when I was turned around toward, they were on a swivel. So when I was turned around towards the bar, I'm facing the bar. When I turned around this way, this chair here was in pretty much exactly this same position as this chair. It was when I was facing Miss Heard, who was, let's say she was, if you're looking at the photograph, she would be about here.
Could you draw a line in the direction where Ms. Heard was relative to where you were sitting?
Yes, absolutely.
So he's talking about this
if
chair.
I'm sitting here.
A chair that's not there. Oh, presumably this one that's pulled out.
She was over here,
So she's over here,
back here.
this chair.
Approximately how far away from Ms. Heard, from you was Ms. Heard, if you can recall?
I would say it was probably 10, 12, 15 feet, maybe.
So between 10
10
to
feet,
15
12
feet. 10 to
And-
12, 10 to 15.
Approximately where
Right
was
around
your
there.
hand when the vodka bottle hit it?
It was leaning. My arm was, sorry, my arm was leaning on the
He learned from last time to
the
take the mic
marble
with him.
bar. Right there where the imaginary seat is, and leaning, kind of just leaning back and
The thing is, I can
looking at Miss
picture
Heard.
that.
She just walked away with the
Yeah.
second bottle. I mean, she walked this way when she threw the first bottle, which is actually visible
Can
in the
you please circle
background on
where
the
the
floor.
first? Yeah. Could you please circle where the first bottle
Oh,
is?
sorry, excuse me. Yeah.
So for those on the Get the Memo channel, you could see how
Oh,
she
that was the,
testified versus how
Exploded
he's
first
testifying
bottle.
here,
I-
ladies and gentlemen, on the J
I-
Sports channel.
That-
If
we
you've
see the
watched
strategy of
before,
saving
great.
this
That's my
for
head.
On my
rebuttal.
channel, if not, he has a calm demeanor. He's
second
looking
bottle.
at his lawyer when
good
he's
strategy.
answering questions. She was
Good
just looking at
strategy.
the jury the whole time,
Right up here where
trying
my
to get
hand was resting on the
victim points.
marble bar.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820?
And they've got all the time in the world to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
This is behind that very bar.
Oh, I don't think I ever put that together, that this is
And
the
what do you
backside of the
see on
bar where
floor in
he's
this
sitting.
picture?
I missed
I
it.
see what looks to me like some kind of napkin. It looks sullied, soiled, blood. I don't know.
Sir, is
And
that
I
what your
see
finger was?
glass in the corner, blood obviously on the floor, and a towel.
I had never put that
leaning
together.
upon-
I don't know why my Max fan is going absolutely.
Do you know how that bloody
Crazy.
tissue got on the floor?
My best guess,
Objection calls for speculation.
But he
Sustained.
knows. Okay.
Because he said my best guess.
I'm
Do you know how the blood got on the floor, Mr. Depp?
I know how the blood got on the floor. It came
From my finger.
from my dripping finger. So that's why the tissue I'm 99.9% sure, since it is, looks like it's got blood on it as well, is what I held my finger.
And again, it's fair
my
for
finger,
Ronborn to
with.
object with that when he says my best guess, because that's speculative. You can only
Do
say
you see
what
the
you know.
wall on the left side of the photograph?
I do.
Was there a wall-mounted phone on that wall?
On the left side of the photo, no, I didn't. No, not that I recall. No.
Because why wouldn't there be pictures of a phone
Could we
ripped out
please
of the
pull
wall?
up Defendant's Exhibit
That's what I'm
394?
asking.
which
She
is
said
all-
that
didn't
he was
say
smashing a
replaced
mounted
the phone.
phone.
The phone on the wall doesn't
But
make a
there's-
ton of sense.
There's no phone in the photograph.
Mr. Depp, do you
Just like
recognize
there's
this
no
text
photographs
message?
of her injuries.
I do.
And what is this message?
It's a text to Dr. Kipper.
And
I'm sorry, just reading through.
Take
Yeah,
your
this
time.
is,
son. Take your time.
This is my text to
It says malicious, evil,
Dr.
and
Kipper,
vindictive.
who had just happened to be in town, telling him that I've had it, and that I just lost a fingertip.
how long after your finger had been injured did you send this text message, if you can recall?
It's hard to tell, because when I look at the timestamp, it says delivered 3/7/2015, 5 o'clock. But I know that because of Australia time, it was the 8th, and it was probably, the whole thing lasted probably until about 2 p.m. Or so, when that was when Kipper was called. Jerry.
Yeah,
was
because Johnny
brought in.
kept his time
2
as
p.m. or
his
2
very
a.m.?
Excuse
standard.
me.
So do you have an estimate as to how long after your finger had actually been injured that you sent this message?
I don't think it was very long. I think it was probably within the next, I'm sure it was in the next half hour or so. I would have had to sneak into a bathroom, lock myself in to type this out.
And
Interesting.
how were you able to send this text message to Dr. Kipper in the state that you were in?
Well, he wasn't available at the time, so just sort of thumb your way through, don't you?
You sort of thumb your way through, don't you?
How long after sending this text message did you see Dr. Kipper?
I don't recall it. I think it took them probably 30 minutes or more, 30 to 40 minutes to get there.
And what did Dr.
So
Kipper
this all kind
do
of
when
happened
he first
really
arrived
fast.
at the home?
Oh, the first thing he wanted to do was inspect the damage of my finger.
I imagine.
Yes, he's a
and
doctor.
try and
I can
figure out
imagine that
exactly
too.
what had happened, how it happened.
And what did you
My
tell
wife
Dr. Kipper about
broke
how
my
your
finger.
had been
Dr.
injured?
Kipper, can you help me?
Objection, Your Honor.
May we approach?
Hearsay.
All
We've
right,
discussed
that's
this
fine.
several times.
I love that Ron Bourne's just signaling to the jury. We've discussed this several times. It's not Well, we'll see if the judge decides if it's offered for the truth of the matter. There's almost 180,000 of you in here. If you
Not in
like
here.
the coverage, go
Not in
ahead
here.
and
I wish.
you know,
But
do
she
the
has
YouTube
a better
things, the
channel
likey,
and a bigger
subscribey
channel.
things.
So
I know that a lot of you are
like,
watching
comment, share, and
this on
subscribe, ladies
split
and gentlemen.
screen,
We normally cover
and
sports.
that
I will be covering
is
sports
showing
at the
Amber
break.
Heard's face. Based on all the testimony that we have had in regarding IPV with the experts, the jury is also going to be very much evaluating the demeanor of these two parties while they are on the stand. And that is going to be something that the jury is looking for, and just the way you all are looking at it too. So with that, it'll be interesting to see what the jury decides and how they feel about the behavior, because the last time Depp testified, they did not have all of the doctor testimony. They did not have the expert testimony. We now have that expert testimony in from both sides and rebuttal, but we didn't have these parties testifying in this way before all that evidence came in. So now we are actually seeing the reaction with Depp being on the stand. And while I want to see what's happening at the sidebar, I find this very, very much more interesting because the demeanors here are so different. Really, really are. Is Dr. Curry related to Aqua Man, aka Arthur Curry? I have no idea, but I'm happy to go with that wild speculation. Did you know my man crush Matt Murphy when you were in LA? I am terrible with names. I would have to look and know how the relation worked, but anything is possible, especially in the legal field. I love JD more now that I've seen him testify. I'm introverted, slow speaking, process slowly, over explain
Mr.
myself.
Depp, when
I
Dr.
think he's doing
Kipper was
great.
treating your finger, what did you tell him about how your finger became injured?
Because this has already come in.
I told him that there was obviously, I mean, when you saw the
No, what did you tell him?
damage in the house and everything, the blood everywhere, I mean, obviously there was serious damage
What did you tell him?
done. There would be no point in lying to the man. He'd been through it with me and Ms. Heard before. I told him that she had thrown a bottle of vodka and smashed and cut my finger off.
This is coming in
The tip of my
because
finger.
there are prior statements that have already come in.
But a good chunk.
Prior statements that have come
I
in
miss it.
about how the finger
Mr. Depp,
got
you heard
injured.
Ms. Heard testify
It's kind of endearing the
about
way he
an
said, "I
alleged
miss it."
incident of abuse on your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
I remember her testifying to that, yes.
And
Are they
when
going to get
did
into
you
that
and Ms.
photo?
Heard go on your honeymoon together?
I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of August. Because I had just finished the film. Maybe end of July, August. I'm not quite good on the exact date.
Do you recall the year?
It was 2015, I believe.
And where did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon?
We took the Orient Express from Bangkok, Thailand to Singapore.
That sounds amazing. So obviously he's going to
Sounds
What
Singapore.
happened while you and
Awesome.
Ms. Heard were together on the
Also a
Orient
good episode of
Express?
Doctor Who.
There were times when it was very agreeable, very nice. And then there were times when
They're going to get into the photo where it looks like he has a black eye,
Uh-oh.
I think.
something had become dissatisfactory for her, and she would start the rant, the blooming of a fight would be on deck there, and at one point, it didn't. I mean, I don't remember it lasting long at all. I just remember that I took a pretty good shot to the face, to the eye, to somewhere up here. So I had a bit of a shiner. But
They did
it
talk
all
about
went
hand dominance
ended
in
and
his
then
direct
everything
examination.
got fine again, and we'd go to dinner, and it was all
They're
fine.
probably not going to talk about it again because they
Did
already
Miss
did.
Heard ever apologize to you for giving you the shiner?
I don't recall.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence?
I believe that's the photo.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this photograph?
The jury will
I
deliberate as
do.
long as
It
they
was
need.
with the chef and the maitre d' and the staff were asking if they could take a photo with us, and they'd been very kind. They'd given us a
And
private dinner card.
so where was this photograph taken?
That was in the that looks like it's in the, yes, that's towards the back of the Orient Express. That's in the
I think she was just looking for on the
back
train.
bar compartment, and just out back you could smoke on the sort of caboose or whatever.
Caboose.
And what, if any, injuries do
I
you
love
have
the
in
way
this
he
photograph?
talks.
I think the eyes a little bit bugged out, if you will. It's yeah.
How did that happen?
These things could happen very quickly.
He comes off as monotone, and yes,
if-
Oscar, I agree, and he talks really slow, but
If you
he comes off as
disagreed,
super likable and charming.
Objection, Your Honor,
and
non-responsive.
charismatic.
She just asked, how did that happen?
I
Alright.
believe he was about to explain.
Well, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. So,
So
Mr.
on
Depp,
my channel,
specifically, how did
I
the injury
describe
in this
her as a
photograph
woman
occur?
judge with
I'm
a
sure it
double
hit
standard,
me.
not because she's a woman,
that
but
better?
because she's on Amber Heard's
Don't
side.
snap at Rotten
So-
Boy.
Does this
Double
picture
standard.
accurately reflect what you looked like
I mean,
on
or
that
two
date?
at this point. I don't know.
I don't look at myself much, but it certainly looks like me with a black eye. Yeah.
Does this picture appear to have been photoshopped in any way?
No, I think no.
I might have
It would
objected
be
to that if I
difficult
was
to
Rotten Boy.
photograph or to start getting into sort of digital processing with a number of people in the shot, especially in a wide shot.
How do you know that?
Could we
though?
please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301? And this is the new one, Your Honor, so this is not in
Okay,
evidence.
thank you.
Oh, new things. New things. We're still
Ooh.
getting new things.
They
The
got
district
Mr. Depp,
more.
do you
Still on
recognize
They
deck.
what's
got
reflected in
more.
this photograph?
Digital expert is still on deck.
Yes, this is the.
Oh man, if we got a
staff,
digital expert, I'm
it's the
hella
manager
excited. Woohoo.
And his staff at the Raffles Hotel in Singapore. And before we left, they asked if they could take a photograph with us.
I'm not surprised by that.
And when was this photograph taken?
Well, that would have been, we were off the Orient Express. We stayed in Raffles, I believe, a couple of few days. And then from there, we flew to San Francisco.
There's a digital
So
expert
this
on the
photograph was
witness list.
taken after the photograph we just looked at?
This photograph was taken after the photograph in the dining car of the train, yes.
Your Honor, I move Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301 into
All right,
evidence.
any objection?
Oh, happy honeymoon. So it's
Any,
God,
31st of October.
any
so
objection?
many exhibits.
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1301 is in evidence, can be published to the jury.
Publish it to all of us.
Mr. Depp, what, if any, injuries do you see on your face in this photograph?
I see pretty much the same. I see that the area in here has been
Mr.
well
Depp,
is
did you have any amica
swollen
cream?
and yeah, there's a bit of a shiner there.
It looks like he has a black eye.
Thank you. We can
Yes,
take
it
this down.
does.
I mean, it did look like he had a black eye.
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that she punched you in the staircase incident
Oh
because
boy,
she
we're getting
thought
the
of
staircase
Miss
incident.
Kate Moss in the stairs?
I remember.
Do I remember her saying that?
Yes.
Yes,
I
do.
remember her saying
3
that.
times.
Me too.
Yes, I do.
Do you have any understanding as to what Ms. Heard was referring to?
Yes, I do.
And
As Kate Moss, Kate testified
He'll call Kate
it was
Moss
many,
by
many
her
years
first
ago.
name. He called Kate Moss by her
exactly
first
what
name and then added her last name.
happens,
Interesting.
what she said happened. I recall speaking with Ms. Heard about that very incident, because of the downpouring of rain, because it was raining very heavily that day that Kate slipped. And I recalled the story to her.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
He didn't say
maybe
what he
approach
said.
your honor.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't
He
say.
didn't say what he said.
He didn't say.
But
I told her
actually-
that
actually,
Kate had
this would fall
actually
into a
done this,
hearsay
done that.
objection, because where I think they're going with this is that what did Amber Heard know when she testified about the
Exactly.
stairs? And that's going to be important because what she knows in testifying about the stairs is going to come from what he told her. So to see from what he told her to what she testified to is interesting. Heard does not have an opportunity to get back on the stand here. This is Depp's rebuttal case, and this is only cross-examination.
Please
and
continue, Mr.
time
Depp. What did
is
you tell Ms.
ticking.
Heard about?
And whatever
staircase,
they
with
approached
Kate
about,
Moss?
the court
I'll make it
overruled.
easy for Mr.
Rottenborn.
Rottenborn.
He wanted to say rotten bottom. I'm teasing.
Ms. Heard took the story and
Oof.
turned it into a very ugly incident.
Oh
all
my
in her
god.
mind.
So Kate Moss
There was
slipped
never
because the
a
rain
moment
was pouring down, and she said
where I
Johnny pushed her.
Kate down any set of stairs. Yet she's spewed this 3 times before.
Wow.
Objection, Your Honor. Ms.
Oh.
Heard simply testified that she had heard a rumor. And that's-
Rottenborn, you
What's
don't
the
get to
rumor?
testify, man.
Sir, hold on. This
Sorry.
objection. I'll overrule the objection.
misstates the facts and
I'll
evidence.
overrule the objection.
Rottenborn's gonna be mad.
Sorry, I was drawn by Mr. Rottenborn's voice. What was you like? Was it?
Yeah, what's the question?
So what specifically had you actually told Ms. Heard about
Don't do
the
hearsay.
incident with
He's gonna
Miss
object.
Moss and the stairs?
Very simply that we were in Jamaica. I had left our bungalow about 3 minutes prior to her. I was standing outside and suddenly rain starts just coming down like it's, monsoon. And then I remember looking and seeing Kate coming out the door, and there were 3 little
Chat, you're right. She did not say
wooden
rumor.
stairs,
She said,
and
I
she
thought of
slipped
Kate
her
Moss
legs went
and the
up.
stairs.
and she
Yeah,
landed
that's what she
directly on her coccyx and her lower back.
Ouch.
So, and she was obviously
I
physically
thought of Kate Moss.
in pain.
In the stairs.
And she was hurt, she was crying. So I ran over and grabbed her to make sure she was all right. That's it. That's all I ever, that's the whole story. But then
And she took it and
the
said
rumor,
that he pushed
of
her down
it.
the stairs
I'd never
for
heard
her own
a
benefit.
rumor of that before Miss Heard
Ouch.
grabbed
Oh
hold of it.
boy. This is not good for Amber Heard.
Sorry.
Mr. Depp, we heard testimony from Miss Heard's sister, Whitney, during this trial. Do you remember that?
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
And how would you describe your relationship with Whitney when you were in a relationship with Miss Heard?
Did she teach you to snort cocaine through a tampon applicator? Please ask this very
liked
important
Whitney very
question to all
much.
of us.
Initially, I mean, when I first met her, I liked her very much, and grew to love Whitney. Very much.
They can impeach Whitney with prior inconsistent
Because
statements.
I always
told to Deb, buckle up.
Whitney,
Uh-oh.
Amber's sister, Whitney, seemed to always get the sort of dirty end of the stick, and I felt bad for her for that, because it wasn't new; it had been there for life, and that was
Oh boy,
pretty
this goes to the
obvious.
what I've been saying too, that
So I
Whitney's
took,
Heard's little
I
punching
took to
bag.
Whitney very, very
Man,
quickly,
this is
very
good.
easily. She was a very sweet kid. She was wonderful.
What do you mean that Whitney got the dirty end of the stick?
He means the shit end of the stick, but he doesn't want to say shit in court.
Right.
Counsel. Just saying.
It was a kind of a strange combination of loving sister, trusted sister and friend, and then lackey, and then, you know, either the punching bag or the dartboard, or the recipient of some rather demeaning and ugly words, or she would have wine thrown in her face.
Oh
And
man.
Who was the source of those demeaning words and the wine that you just referenced?
Well, that would be Amber Heard, her sister.
And how do you know that?
Well, I witnessed quite a lot of it. The wine in the face was something that happened in New York, which I think that even made it into the papers.
This just means
I believe
that
even made it into the papers. It was in
Amber
LA.
Heard is a shitty person. Oh my god.
How
if
did
they
you
present
first
the
learn about
papers.
that incident?
Miss Heard told me in detail.
What else did you observe of Miss Heard and her sister Whitney's interactions during your relationship
I'm
with
not
Miss Heard?
surprised they waited for all of this for rebuttal.
Oh
They
yeah.
were just constantly up and down, but I could
Wow. This is crazy,
I
y'all.
could sense, I could feel that Whitney
I'm not saying this much
was
here because this is Johnny Depp and
trying
he
to
talks so
please
slow
her
and I just want to
sister,
get it on.
trying to be up to snuff, and it just seemed like she got shot down.
Objection,
every
Your
time.
Honor. This has gone beyond the scope of the question or
No.
his foundation.
I see why
No,
they
I asked
I see why
what
they
he
put him
observed,
after
you know, between them.
Dr.
I think this
Curry.
is
She's
responsive
correct.
to that.
It is
And
responsive
his
to that.
testimony as to what Whitney felt is
I'll sustain the
He didn't
objection
say.
to this
He said
question.
what he observed. This is very powerful, putting him up after Dr. Curry today. And I wonder if that's the strategy here. That
Did you
Dr.
ever
Curry's
see Miss
words are still
Heard
lingering in the
physically
jury's
attack
minds.
Whitney.
No, I've never seen any full-on blowouts, physical blowouts between them. Tons of verbal
objection
blowouts.
beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Attack has multiple
Um,
meanings, Rottenborn.
I've certainly seen Miss Heard grab Whitney, push her around.
Whitney was there earlier.
There were a number. There were half a dozen times when some of us, whoever was in the general vicinity, would have to leave. This is at Orange, when Whitney and Amber were living at Orange. Whitney and her boyfriend at the time, Sean Krajewski, and we had to leave the apartment and
Why
wait
was
in the car while they
Argued?
fought.
Duked it out.
And when you say fought, do you mean
Physical.
physically or?
Physical.
Oh shit.
Huh.
And when you said Miss Heard would push Whitney around, do you mean that physically push her or metaphorically?
Probably both.
Both.
Oh, see?
That's interesting.
You heard Whitney testify that she lived in penthouse 4 at the Eastern Columbia building for a time, correct?
That is correct, yes.
How did Whitney come to live in penthouse 4?
I put
is
her there.
Such a smart save for rebuttal.
My recollection when Whitney first
Such
came
a smart
to
save.
stay at the Eastern Columbia building in penthouse 4 was she and her boyfriend, Sean, had broken up. And she needed a place to go. And so Amber asked if she could stay in penthouse 4, and I said, well, of course, of course, you know.
How long did Whitney live in penthouse 4?
It was well over a year, on and off.
Did you ever ask Whitney to move out of penthouse 4?
No, I did not, no.
Why did Whitney ultimately move out of penthouse 4?
Objection, foundation.
Do you know why Whitney eventually moved out of penthouse
It's
4?
his apartment, Your Honor. He
No,
was.
do you
living
know
there.
why? It's just the question, but
Um,
it would be do you know why and then why, but
Whitney moved out of penthouse 4 long before the marriage. And it was due to an argument that Ms. Heard and Whitney had, which had to do with Whitney working at the Art of Elysium with Jennifer Howell and those people.
huh.
And
Is
Amber asked her to
cross-examination going to be
leave.
after lunch?
Get
I think
out.
cross-examination is going to be after lunch.
Where did Whitney live when she moved out of penthouse 4?
My understanding is she went to live with Jennifer Howell.
Your Honor, I know you anticipated having a motion at noon.
You can keep going. That's
Okay.
fine. We can. How much longer in direct do you have?
I have
bit?
a bit.
Okay, it's okay.
Notice how calm the courtroom feels right
Mr.
now.
Depp, do you recall hearing
It
testimony
was
during
frantic
Ms.
earlier,
Heard's
and it's just
case,
like,
from Mr. Mandel?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
Mr. Mandel is my former business manager of 17 and a half years,
I'm glad they're addressing this.
who at a
This is all
certain
proper for
point,
rebuttal.
This is good that they're
discovered
addressing this. And the Whitney
been,
thing, she said that he asked her to move
embezzling
out
quite
because
a lot of
she's
money.
leaking stories to the media.
So
Well,
I
he
had
just reviewed
to
that.
take action against
So now here we go.
him and he and my lawyer of 17 and a half years, as they were in cahoots, as it were.
This harkens
and,
back to his friend's testimony that everyone around him wanted something.
Yes, Joel Mandel
For
is
me.
Yep.
and
Isaac
they,
Bruce.
which was they settled their case with me. They made their settlement.
Fair.
But yes, it was that was a very, Joel Mandel is a very bitter man who ended up with a lot of money that I worked hard for over the years.
Wow.
Damn.
Do you recall
that's
Mr.
powerful.
Mandel testifying in this case that
Wow.
you do not spend very much money on charity?
That I don't, sorry?
That you do not spend very much money on charity?
I remember that.
Yes, I do remember that.
Objection, Your Honor.
Why?
Just wanna
Do we approach?
Okay.
Why do we need to approach on this? I'm not quite
I'm not sure what
why this
he's-
is relevant to
what's
approach
wrong.
on, because that's what the testimony was. The testimony was that Depp didn't spend a ton of money on charity. I don't know why that's shocking, but we're going to, I hope, get into a little bit of the timeline with that. Also, for all of you that are here, the 185,000 of you here, thank you. Do the YouTube things. We're going to answer some questions while we are here. I think this was a very smart choice to call him back to the stand at this point. We haven't gotten to cross. And I think it was smart to stack him after Dr. Curry. Thank you and the mods for all your hard work. Been a law nerd since 40K subs, and I'm so proud. Thank you. The mods do hard work. They enforce my rules to keep the chat a great place to be. So that's why we're here.
Mr. Depp,
Yeah, the
just to
demeanor is
remind you, my
definitely
question was,
changed.
what is your response to Mr. Mandel's testimony that
It's proper
you
for
not
rebuttal.
spend very much on charity?
It doesn't matter. It's his money. I don't
My
see
response to
what
that is Mr.
the
Mandel
shocking claim is.
is a very bitter man. And one thing about that, me,
Answer the question.
myself personally, with regard to
I hope you touch
charity
work
donations,
at kids' hotels or kids' hospitals. not
sending
hotels.
money to a charity, I prefer, I would rather that my name were not on it. I don't want the name to be the important thing or the thing that people talk about. So when I donate money, I donate without my name being involved because I don't see that that's important, my name.
Now, see,
being
that's
there
important because a
in
lot of
terms of
people do
money
that. I
now.
do that.
If
A lot of
if
celebrities do
I
that.
am able to
I'm not a celebrity, but still.
visit hospitals.
I was
or
hoping
if
he
I'm
was going
able
to talk about that.
Meet with Make-A-Wish children.
Yeah, he went to a
I held
hospital
on
dressed
to
as Jack Sparrow. I
relationships
shared
I've
that on my
held
channel.
on to within the Make-A-Wish Foundation and the Children's Hospital and various other places. Then obviously my name is involved. When we held premieres in Leicester Square for several films, Charlie and the
Objection, Your Honor.
Chocolate Factory.
Again, beyond the scope of his response to Mr. Mandel's testimony.
I believe this is in response to Mr. Mandel.
I'll overrule the
It
objection.
is in response
Yes,
to
it is.
charitable
So
giving,
basically,
charitable work.
when it was a public, let's call it donation or whatever, I would
Go.
talk to the studio. I would talk to Disney. I would talk to Warner Brothers. I would talk to whoever the studio was well before the premiere and make the premiere a benefit that would, once we did what we benefited, we did a benefit premiere for Great Ormond Street Hospital. We did a benefit,
I didn't know
a couple of benefit premieres for the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
We weren't supposed to know that. Johnny
Um,
doesn't do it because he wants his name
I
out
mean,
there. He just does it because he's a
If
good
you
man.
can turn a premiere with that many thousands and thousands and thousands of people there into a benefit, it works and it helps. But it wasn't presented under my name. You know, it was Disney's doing this or Warner Brothers is doing this. I'm not looking for the pat on the back, as it were. If I can make it happen, great. But I don't need the pat on the back. I don't need the adulation. I don't need the attention.
I don't need the attention.
Wow.
Did you hear Ms. Heard testify that one of the
How very
charities she
narcissistic.
donated a portion of your
Sarcasm.
divorce settlement to was the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles?
Yes.
What is your relationship
I didn't
with the
know that he
CHLA?
had done that with the premieres at all.
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant. to the
May
issue
we
we're
approach
discussing.
Your Honor?
It's not irrelevant. I don't think it's irrelevant. I don't think it's irrelevant. I saw your chat that said, I saw your tweet about Depp being on the stand, woke up and ran to the chat. I think a lot of you did. That's why we're at 100 and over 184, 85,000. The numbers keep shifting. Glad you're all here. Do the YouTube things. The reason I'm not keeping the split screen up is because I find this screen very distracting for me. I am an ADHD and dyslexic creator, so too much going on is hard for me. So I want to hear the testimony and focus in on the demeanor of the testimony. Just a reminder, chat, I know some of you are very new. Welcome, new law nerds. We do not name call. We talk about what we're seeing, what we're experiencing, what the testimony is. Oh, Whitney's still in the courtroom, but we do not name call, disparage, besmirch, et cetera, et cetera. We, our basic chat rules are no caps because they're hard for me to read, and don't be a dick. So that's where we're at. Appreciate you all for adhering to that. You guys are great. Thank you to the moderators for keeping this chat the place to be on the internet where people can have a conversation. I'm surprised that they went to sidebar on this. Truly, truly am. So we will see. I imagine Johnny Depp's going to be able to get into his relationship with Children's Hospital LA and why he sent the payments directly there, because when Amber Heard testified, she said that Johnny Depp was sending the payments directly to Children's Hospital LA to reap some kind of a tax benefit. And she didn't want him to get the tax benefit. And that if he was going to get the tax benefit, he needed to pay double the 7 million, like 14 million to donate. So I imagine it's going to go to that. It's allowed to go to that because, this is rebuttal. He's allowed to rebut the things that came up. And one of the things that came up is the only reason he gave that 7 million to children, or not the 7 million, gave the first payment to Children's Hospital LA is because, I'm going to sneeze. Sorry, is because he wanted the tax benefit. Apologies. There might be a sneeze. I'm going to try to mute if there is. So it's very interesting to see what's going on with this rebuttal case. The problem for Team Heard right now is that this clock is ticking. We heard Elaine Bredehoff say it this morning with Dr. Curry. We're on strict time to get this case to the jury. No, Elaine, this case goes to the jury Friday. You have substantially less time left than Team Depp. Team Depp had a 10-hour witness time advantage going into this morning. And, time is only strict for Team Heard right now, not for Team Depp. So that is
Mr.
where
Depp,
we're
what
at.
is your relationship with the CHLA?
And they want another sidebar because now it's coming up. Let them talk about it.
I've had a relationship with the CHLA for probably
Yes.
20 years or so.
We're going to have to do a fundraising stream
What's
soon
just
for
the
this.
nature of that relationship?
Well, essentially, sometimes there are Make-A-Wish kids
And no BFF necklace.
who are
today.
in the hospital there, and that their wish is to.
Meet
Objection, Your Honor.
Jack Sparrow.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah, they're approaching again because Rottenborn, I'm not sure why he's approaching, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. Like she said, they're trying to rebut what Amber Heard said. Oh, he only donated to reap the tax benefits. Yes, that's what a lot of people do. I know my dad does it. I wouldn't do it. Charity is close to my heart. A lot of people don't know this, but I am blind. I think someone on the sports channel do. Oscar knows for sure, but I have been a part of a lot of charities, and charity means the world to me. Those that actually do the right thing. There are some big charities that they don't do. You give charity like $300, they get like $1, $2.50, so $2.50. But if you donate to the charity directly, like the Children's Hospital, like the Children's Hospital of LA, there you go, right? They get it all. So I don't think Johnny did it to reap the tax benefits, and I think he's gonna say that.
Thank you
back
all.
to
Thank you.
exactly 6 years prior to this week, the week of May 21st through May 27th, 2016. What happened at the beginning of that week?
May 21st.
Excuse me, May 20th.
2016?
May 20th. We're talking 2016 here.
Yes.
May 20th, the afternoon of May 20th, afternoon, evening, my mom made her exit. She
This is I'm gonna
she'd
cry.
been fighting
Wow.
cancer numerous times and for many years.
She
and
abused him. She
she fought
all of that, and he's still holding her in high
all the way
regard.
to the end. And so my mother passed away on the 20th of May. Which does bring instant perspective into one's mind. I spoke to Amber that night. I called her on the telephone, explained to her that my mom had passed, that Isu had passed, and that I thought that the best thing we could do was to that I file for
Objection, Your Honor.
divorce.
Hearsay. What Mr. Depp told Ms. Heard.
We can
No,
move on.
he
Okay.
said he thought the best thing they could do.
He said
Mr.
it.
Depp, what happened at the end of that week on May 27th?
It also came up
2016?
in direct. It came up.
May 27th, my daughter's birthday. May 27th.
And the day of closing arguments this year.
I was not in Los Angeles. I was on the way to on tour, and that was when Miss Heard went for the restraining order.
Did-
And oh yeah, also that was the day that Alice Through the Looking Glass, a film I'd done, was opening.
Did Miss Heard know that you were out of town on May 27th?
Calls for speculation.
Yes.
And how would she have known that?
Did you tell?
Well, I told her I was going on tour. I mean, that was well established.
And
How
she
long were you
said
going
she
to be out
didn't
of
know
town
that.
on that tour?
She said she wouldn't have known that.
2 to 3 months.
And did Miss Heard know how long you'd be out
Imagine.
of town?
You would tell your spouse if you're
I
leaving
don't
for
know
2
if
to
she
3
knew
months.
exactly how long I'd be out of town, but it was a pretty extensive tour of Europe.
How did Miss Heard's actions on May 27th, 2016 affect you?
Changed everything.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, it
Relevance
didn't change
of this
everything?
lawsuit.
Sorry.
Oh!
I'm sure you could wait till the objection.
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Relevance.
Did she call him Heard?
Your Honor, this is one of the key
If you want to
dates.
approach.
Did he say I'm sorry, Tourette's? Did he say that? I saw it come up. That a lot just happened very
Whoa.
quickly. But again,
Uh,
snapping back at Rottenborn might not be endearing to the jury. It might be endearing to the jury. They might also be tired of Rottenborn. They might not.
They might. This
so
is a double-edged
that-
sword for Heard.
That on the stand can play both ways.
for Depp,
or they can be
I
like,
mean-
oh, it's cheeky when he does it. It's annoying when the other
Amber
experts
Heard
do it.
does it.
It
So
just depends.
so
I'm going to
it's
get
funny
to a few
because he said, "Oh,
more
did everything not
questions.
change?
Judge-
I mean, why are we here?"
Thank you. Judge
Boom,
said, "Sir, I
sassy.
heard
But
Heard."
again, I think
And I'm just like,
I don't know that I
I'm
would do that if I were
I'm
Depp.
just so, yeah. So we just covered the timeline of when his mother passed away. Let us get to some more of your questions because we're here. Question, sorry if I missed it, but in your opinion, will it matter to the jury that Dr. Curry is not board certified? I don't think so. Side note, this has been a fantastic community. We keep it that way. It is my number one goal with this channel is to have the amazing Law Nerd community. That is always the primary focus. I've been sitting in the back row for weeks now. Welcome, Savannah. I don't know if the jury will give a flying fuck if Dr. Curry is board certified. If they like her, it won't matter. If anyone on the jury has friends, family that are doctors or medically, adjacent, they might be like, yeah, it might not matter for her work. Her resume is so deep and impressive, and she talked about it. She talked about where she has put her focus. So it might not matter to them at all. Is it normal for a case to be held around the same time much of the case evidence occurred, or is it just a coincidence? Pure coincidence. These cases are scheduled. I mean, in LA right now, they're scheduling out until like some cases into 2024. It depends on when the court's calendar is available. Trying to find a court calendar available for a 6-week trial in a post-pandemic world, well, ish post-pandemic, but after court shutdowns with the pandemic, it is very, very difficult. And so court timing is going to be the biggest thing. And when the court actually has 6 weeks that they don't have another trial. Amber Heard sitting there smirking surely isn't helping with the jury. It depends. If there's jurors on her side, then there's jurors that are going to look at that and be like, see. But if there's jurors that already have questions, then it might put them off. It goes both ways, because if jurors are put off by Depp clapping back at Rottenborn, they're going to be more put off. If they're not, then they're not. So for Depp's team, is the
That's
rest of this
true.
about catching
I
Amber in
think,
as many lies as possible? Some, but it's also rebutting the things that they've said.
That's true.
Could they bring up the mirror writing again and compare the handwriting to notes? I don't even know if it is that. I don't know.
I just have to go over this. So, you know, Johnny Depp is very, very, very likable. We have no idea unless Runkle, these law people that I'm mentioning, Runkle and the DUI guy, unless they go on Twitter and say, yeah, I saw the jury do this, I saw the jury do that, the jurors did this, the jurors did that. We don't know. So when he claps back at Rottenborn, are they tired of Rottenborn, or are they going to go, oh, John, no, I don't like that. Amber Heard smirking and looking at the jury and just looking at Depp. If they've heard any testimony or anything about how abuse victims are, you know, they might not like that, or they might be put off, or they might not. You never know.
Can you expand?
It's insane to hear heinous accusations of violence, sexual violence, that she's attributed to me, that she's accused me of.
Oh, we're getting to the sexual assault here.
I don't think anyone enjoys having to split themselves open and tell the truth. But there are times when one just simply has to, because it's gotten out of control. Horrible. Ridiculous, humiliating, ludicrous, painful, savage, unimaginably brutal, cruel, and all false. All false. I wanted
This is a sensitive topic here, so
I
just wanted to warn everybody.
no human being is perfect, certainly not. None of us. But I have never in my life committed sexual battery, physical abuse, all these outlandish, outrageous stories of me committing these things and living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring the truth out. So this is not easy for any of us. I know that. But no matter what happens, I did get here and I did tell the truth, and I have spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back reluctantly for 6 years.
Thank you. No further questions.
No further questions.
What
Do
a
you wanna take
powerful way
lunch
to
at this
end that.
point?
Yep, they sure
Okay.
do want to take
All right,
lunch at
let's
this
do that.
point.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Fuck
let's go
yeah,
ahead
they
and
do.
take
Sure the
Hell
fuck
yeah.
do.
Once this time, do not discuss this case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
Depp's
Thank you.
team has been
Incredible.
brilliant at leaving these moments at the end that are
And
powerful,
don't break anything
Wow.
on your way out.
that are memorable, and that are almost chilling. Like, I can feel the stillness. I can feel like it made me still.
I was
imagine
silent.
that it made the courtroom
All right.
still.
So just a reminder that since you are back on the stand, do not discuss this case with anybody to include your
That
attorneys at
was
this point, okay? If
Powerful.
you could just have a seat back there. We do have some other issues to take care of.
Much more
Um,
emotional
Wow.
Before we take care
than
of
other testimony
the
in this
third
case.
party
This was
motion, can I
highly
have
emotional.
All of you are feeling it.
attorneys come forward on,
Very powerful.
We're
Very,
gonna get
very
into the
powerful
TMZ motion. Do
testimony.
not cut no, don't cut
Don't
it
cut
yet.
the
They haven't
audio.
approached yet. We need to hear
Don't
what
cut
they're
the
saying. I'm gonna
audio.
throw an absolute tantrum. But for
I
all of you that have been
want
watching
to
this
hear
trial
the
the entire
TMZ
time,
thing
did-
happen.
look,
I want
did
to
that
hear it happen.
Did Depp's testimony make you feel? Is that different than
That-
how
the- oh,
Heard's
man.
testimony hit you? Because if it's
I wanted to
different
cry
for
during-
you,
during
it's
that.
not unreasonable to believe it's different for the jury
That
too.
is.
I can't believe there's 187,000
Wow.
of you here in the chat.
I just
Hi.
can't.
Don't leave yet, because we're going to get into this TMZ motion.
That
and
was
see
powerful.
If
I'm
TMZ
sorry.
is able to block one of their former employees from testifying. This is now a cuddle puddle of lawyers at the bench. And I see you guys in the chat. You guys are like, I actually teared up. I never teared up. Power of truth. He sounds sincere. Literally bawling. I see you. I hear you. It was like that testimony made me still. Like, even though we're watching it through the screen, you can feel it. And though I know that Johnny Depp is a good actor, that didn't feel like acting for me. It's going to be up to the jury to decide how it felt for them. I'm very interested in what the judge is talking about. Maybe it's time, maybe it's not. We are going to answer some questions, and then we are going to
Hold on. Before I go to her questions, if you didn't feel, if you didn't feel anything, during that testimony, especially at the end, it was still, you could have heard a pin drop. I had to turn away a little bit because I was crying, not bawling, but that got really, really heavy. And sexual assault is an absolute disgrace to this world. And it is the worst thing to be accused of. One of the worst things ever. And nobody, man or woman, should ever go through it. And those who perpetrate it should be held accountable. And I say that by saying also that we shouldn't be just, oh, he raped me, so let's suspend him. She hit me, so let's just do this to her, like was done to Johnny Depp. And I was just floored by that testimony. I was taken aback. If the jury doesn't feel that, man, I don't know what they can feel. They must not have hearts like me, because that was absolute gold. And it wasn't acting. It wasn't just being brilliant and all kinds of brilliance like that. It was... It was sincere. It was true. It was sincere. It was everything that we needed. And unlike Amber Heard's testimony, you could trust it. And to me, that's very important when you're talking about something like this that is huge. And like I said, Amber Heard should have kept her abuse allegations linear instead of adding and adding and adding and stacking and stacking and stacking and stacking and stacking. Man, just wow.
Is I speculation. I think this is probably the lawyer from TMZ that that Bredehoff was just patting on the back there, because this is a lawyer I don't recall seeing up at the bar before. And so that's possible. I want to see them argue this motion in open court, because I want to hear what happens, because I'm nosy and because we want to hear what happens. So I'm going to answer some questions while this is going. I'm going to try to make this bigger so the chat on the other chat doesn't distract me. Emily, I can feel him. My brother in Canada has the same situation like JD, defamed by my sister-in-law. For DV, tears on my eyes with the end of that testimony. Lots of love from Switzerland. Thank you for sharing your experience. You guys sharing your experiences in the chat is just, it's very real. And it's what people, what us watching this trial are going through. All right, let's see. I got goosebumps. So sad. Either way, this case has been tremendously sad. Ben's giving us the thumbs up. What are we getting the thumbs up for, Ben? Are we getting to argument? Are you getting to your witness? Why are we getting the are we getting more candy? Why are we getting the thumbs up? Ben. Emily, can I say thank you? This case has triggered me today, most so, but it is also giving me the strength to talk about my SA, DA, and my bipolar and mental health, and been helped by you. Thank you, and everyone in this chat. Michelle, thank you. That is what this community is for, to be a community. So thank you. Do judges ever deny attorneys to approach? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. This one's not. This one's not at all. Some judges will be like, no, I've ruled. And you move on. This judge has been very mindful that when they ask to approach, they do. Deli said, been using Photoshop for over 20 years. The lighting is harder to fake in a group photo. And so are the blur in the pixels. It's much easier to do on a single person. I didn't know that. I think we will get an expert. Ashley Vincent, thank you so much. And thank you for all your work. And to all the mods, thank you for all your work. I applaud Johnny Depp for his work with the Children's Hospital. It takes a special person to work with children who are suffering. It does. And an empathetic person. They didn't get into too much him going to the Children's Hospital. I think that did get blocked by the judge. Fair. Lindy is, I think you're talking about Amber Heard's behavior. I'm appalled by her current behavior. Have not had a definite bias. However, her current behavior with the chin out like that is taunting. I mean, the jury could see it that way too. Or they could see it as her being like, oh, I'm over it. We'll see. Joyful Bell says, sending love to my sister. I don't know if she will see this, but we bonded even more over being late nerds. Law nerds, I'm guessing, or late nerds. We had no idea until yesterday. So both of you are watching and you're like, hey, are you watching this? Hey, are you watching this? Yes. Fantastic. I love that. Jennifer said, it seems like Johnny is always very careful not to lie saying things like my best guess or I believe, whereas Amber seems more to the point. She could be lying. I mean, I think we've had some moments like the moment between the donated and the pledged that was word play. Would the jury see that? They see all of what we're seeing. Whether it's meaningful to them is up to them, but it could be impactful. What's the most powerful moment of this entire trial? I don't know yet. We're not done yet. There might be more. There have been some. I think powerful is going to vary by person. There have been some very funny moments. There have been some very heavy moments. There have been some shocking moments. There has been very, very powerful testimony. I still think Ben King was one of the most substantial witnesses in this case, because I don't think they can impeach him on credibility or bias. He saw what he saw. He seemed reluctant to say what he saw, and he goes to the damage around the home in Australia and to Amber Heard's injuries after Australia. So, but I think I've got to look that up because I just don't know. Question, does each objection go into Amber Heard's time? It depends. The judge is parsing them in their own ways as to who is objecting and if you win the objection or not. So the judge is parsing that. I hope we get a time check at the end of the day. I really wish they were doing this in open court on the record. The jury's not there. Crystal Farmer, thank you so much. I think calling Johnny Depp to the stand is due to something DUI guy aired this morning. According to news producer Amber Heard, earning potential was higher as his wife. Her contracts required him to come with her to premieres. That hasn't come into court yet. Will we talk about it? Maybe, but it hasn't come into court yet. I think they were going to call him. I think they were always going to call him in the rebuttal. And we can see why. That was very, very powerful. And the only bummer about lunch is leaving on such a powerful note. If Rottenborn starts ripping into him, well, the jury, I don't think is going to like it anyway, because he gave very heartfelt testimony, or at least from my perspective. So it's going to be interesting to see how the jury receives that. It'll be interesting to see the play on cross, but they are out of time. Rottenborn already cross-examines in a rapid fire kind of jackhammer style. His tone has been aggressive for a lot of his cross. So I imagine he's just going to come out going, that's in my head how that goes. I'm a tax lawyer. Hey, Kathleen, if he was legally required to pay the $7 million to her and she directs it to be paid to the hospital on her behalf, Amber would be entitled to the tax deduction. So this is nonsense. I don't disagree with you. They never addressed it. Unless Ed White, the accountant, addressed it, but that was her thing. No, he's going to get the tax break, but I agree with you. I just don't think it's come up in court, but thank you for clarifying for the law nerds. So the law nerds can be like, no, that's not how any of that works. I think in closing, we're going to see Depp's team arguing the reason it wasn't paid directly to Children's Hospital is because they didn't want it paid directly to Children's Hospital. She wanted to direct the funds and she wanted to be in charge of the funds. So we will see. Let's get to some more questions, not just super chats, but questions in the chat. If you have questions, just put a question mark so we can see it and grab it, just like this. Wouldn't it be amazing if Curry said, I'm so happy that Miss Heard is free of PTSD and poses high coping skills? I mean, she kind of did say that, but that would be giving her own personal opinion, and she was very clear to steer away from that. Thank you for the coverage. You're welcome. Keep reading. I'm like, what did I miss? Question, is the jury instructed not to show emotion? Can they cry, laugh, etc.? They can. They're not really instructed to not show emotion. Or at least I have not seen that. This judge could have done that in this case. I think this jury is highly aware of how much they are being perceived by those in the audience, and by the teams, especially when you have people like eyeing them down when they're testifying. I have found most jurors take on a natural solemnity, but I have seen jurors laugh. I have seen jurors scoff. I have seen jurors be like just over it. I have seen jurors very invested and have very real reactions just in my own trial experience. So instructed, no, they kind of take it on. If something went kind of above and beyond, I think the bailiff or the judge would say, just a reminder, normally they get instructions not to interact with the lawyers or the parties, not to talk to anyone in the courtroom, to be mindful of lunch, stuff like that. Why did the judge say don't break anything? I don't know. I don't know what that was a reference to. It was a reference to something. But I don't know. So I don't know. Sure don't. Do all 12 jurors have to agree that Amber is liable? So for liability, and we're just going to go with liability either way because there's a counterclaim. So thank you for allowing me the reframe. In this case, there will only be 7 deliberating jurors. This is a civil trial in Virginia over a certain dollar amount, just like I am a woman over a certain age. Over a certain dollar amount, 7 deliberating. Yes, they have to be unanimous. It varies by jurisdiction. Not all civil cases have to be unanimous. This civil case does have to be unanimous. So Depp had broken the mic last time he testified. I didn't know that. I remember him being like, ooh, I remember him like doing something with the mic, but I don't remember that. This has to be incredibly awkward for Whitney. Incredibly awkward. So hit the mic. So the judge was joking, don't break stuff. The tone of the judge with kind of the joking, don't break stuff also showed that there's some affinity, not bias, but that she is, she's had such a collegial and kind of familiar kindness with the court. It's really nice to see. The judge said that because Johnny almost took the mic out last time. So, it was, but last time I remember him just being like, ooh, Mike. I thought it was endearing. And, you know, I knock into my mic all the time. Thanks for the amazing suggestion. Just donated to CHLA in honor of JD. Emily, you're awesome. Thank you. And I'm so glad that the chat was chatting it. Legal Bites has been talking about doing a charity stream. We are trying to figure that out, what we can do to raise money for CHLA since they did get hosed. Putting it in Johnny Depp's name, I think, is amazing. I think it's an opportunity to any emotion you have towards this case. And I've seen the internet taking their emotion and channeling it towards negative review bombing of doctors and things like that. But wouldn't it be amazing if the internet took their emotion with the case and their feelings and just voted with their money and just gave it to CHLA in Johnny Depp's name? That would be an amazing way to put that money to somewhere. It's like, I have this emotion, I am putting it there. That is where I'm putting my energy out into the universe. And I think that's a great thing. Kitten said, thank you for the awesome community. When I was younger throughout school, I was harassed. I'm sorry for paraphrasing the words for the YouTube things. The school never did anything to help. The only person who fought for me was my mother. I'm glad that your mother fought for you. I'm sorry that your school didn't. I hope that things continue to change, more awareness is brought. I don't know if I have any female friends who have not been harassed in that way at some point in their life. School, job,
I have
college.
I am going to,
and I cannot think of one off the top of my head.
With everybody.
Question: why isn't this trial addressing Kate James's statements that Amber Heard stole her story of SA, especially since the op-ed was about the violence? They did address it. It came up on cross-examination. It hasn't come up again, and I think it'll come up again in closing. So it has come up. It was just kind of in that dense day of cross, and day over day you forget. I think this is the TMZ lawyer. I think they're arguing this motion at sidebar. I'm so annoyed. I never heard someone so much like my ex-wife who has BPD until I was following this trial. I fought a 6-year court battle with so many similarities to this trial. It's difficult to fight because they truly believe their false realities.
So we're gonna share Oscar's stream here, and we're going to go ahead and go here. We're gonna go here. Here we go. We're just gonna do this for now because I did not prepare anything for sports. I've been doing this trial over these few weeks, so I'll just let you hear Oscar talk Washington nonsense for a little bit while I prepare for the trial.
That's people who know me know that, know that that's how I am. I don't make excuses. I as I see it, and I call it as I call it. So let me talk about Deron Payne first, and then I'll do the Commanders. Me, but just basically, what's the word? I'm blanking on the word. Calling out Ron Rivera. I'm just gonna say calling out Ron Rivera. I can't think of the word right now. If you all want to, help me figure out that word, write it in the chat. So, like I said, Deron Payne decides to walk off, being unprofessional. Again, I get that, you're frustrated with the team, especially if you already basically got into a fight with John Allen, that one game when when Washington got blown out by Dallas in Dallas. I get that. But again, you're professional. You're obligated to the team. If you don't want to show up, there is something called holding out, or, holding out. To be honest, I would have actually, preferred that you decided to hold out and sit out the season rather than you coming in and throwing a hissy fit, in the public when, reporters, your teammates, rookies who are going to be looking at you looking, potentially looking up to you for leadership, and then you just do that. No, that is unacceptable, Deron Payne. Because now there's gonna be whispers, and I guarantee you, I don't know if Ron Rivera addressed it yesterday or not, or if he is going to address it, or if the media will address it. But I guarantee you that there will be questions. There will be questions, and your character will be questioned. So, I honestly would have preferred you holding out and sitting at home rather than doing a public display. With that out of the way, with Deron, me, vouching for Deron Payne and calling it as it is with Deron Payne, let me do Ron Rivera. Ron, you really botched this. And don't give me culture. Don't give me, we're looking for the right culture. We're setting the right culture. Dude, if you weren't going to give this guy a contract extension, excuse me,
I have to
from the
take
beginning,
us back to
why on earth,
this live stream
why on
here.
earth would you keep him before the draft? And this was mentioned before the draft.
We're
I
gonna
remember
have to
actually
close out
it
Oscar
was before the
Montiels
draft.
because they have come back, and the lawyer for TMZ is trying to protect Amber Heard here. So I have to go share this as quick as I possibly can. I know I should have stayed. Here. Boom.
To another juror, like, oh, this. But the other juror, and jurors will totally tell on each other. The other juror went to the judge and was like, this juror asked or talked to me about something. And that juror was yeeted off the jury. None of them want to be yeeted. All of them want to stay here. So
the court,
this is the lawyer.
We've gotten to interpleader.
that were
Jesus.
fighting over it. And the man who had sold his property, who had no interest in the funds themselves, intervened in the case because he was uncertain as to his liability for
It's
excess
like in Twister
funds,
when they're like, we have
which was an
cows.
issue that was not
We have
directly in
interpleader.
litigation between the two
It's like
parties.
gospel.
It was not part of the
He's
cause
an
of
old
action
ass mother
between the
effer.
two trusts,
Trying to keep
fighting
the
over
cursing
the
down
money
to
that had been pleaded into
low
the court.
because
The
it's just a
circuit
sports
court held
channel.
that certainly
But,
the rights of that man was going to be affected by the decision making in the case. He would be prejudiced if he didn't have an opportunity to intervene, and no party was in a position to assert his rights. And so similarly here, Your Honor, TMZ is a news organization. It routinely accepts information, as is common in journalism, under exchanges of
They
promises
are
of
trying to cross the
confidentiality.
first
If it is
hurdle
not able to intervene in
of
this action,
why they are
and neither of
allowed
the parties is going
to be
in a
heard.
position to assert the reporter's privilege. It is
They're arguing for the right to
TMZ's
argue.
journalist privilege that we're talking about. Then their rights are certainly going to be
Well,
prejudiced.
but if the witness, in all the cases, and I reviewed the cases that you had.
They're trying
In
to
those
say
cases,
that they're
the
allowed to
witness was
intervene.
compelled to testify and came and was forced to testify. So there was an issue about the privilege of the witness. It's my understanding in this case, this witness wants to testify and is not under subpoena.
He has been subpoenaed, Your Honor.
Or subpoena.
That's incorrect, Your Honor. Yes. Yes, Ben
Your Honor,
Shu.
I have a copy.
Yes,
of
Get
the
it, Ben.
interview
Get
last
it,
night
Ben.
telling Mr. Tremaine to give testimony in this case.
Bring it up, boo.
And so he is coming under a compulsion under subpoena. And
And if he takes a stand and he asserts some sort of privilege, then that's something I will deal with at that time.
sure,
But a subpoena from
I'm here
Virginia
because of a
isn't-
scenario where he may not assert that privilege.
Right, exactly. And that's,
and it
that's,
is
and that's why I'm saying all your cases that you showed were the opposite, where they did assert the privilege.
Well, it is.
But if he
a
doesn't
unique
assert the
situation
privilege-
Right,
where-
and I understand you might have some issues with a former employee and you have some avenues to go
Sue them.
deal with that.
But
Oh,
once,
dear.
Once
Sue
he
their ass.
testifies in the privilege,
The
is
shit's
waived,
out of the
we've
horse.
lost our opportunity to intervene
understand.
and
I
to
understand.
Yeah,
intercede.
the shit's out of the
And
horse at
Your
that
Honor, the
point.
privilege, I know, Your Honor, you said you read the case law.
I did.
appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
But
These
the
judges
privilege
must be
has been
exhausted.
recognized by the Virginia Supreme Court in the Brown case. and applied by the circuit courts uniformly. It is a very important underpinning of the relationship between reporters and sources and reporters and the public. Without the ability to enforce its promises by current employees or former employees, a news organization will have absolutely no control over being able to enforce its promises. And so we would ask the court to permit us to intervene and to assert the privilege that belongs to TMZ, which is the organization, after all, Your Honor, that would be responsible to the source if the privilege were waived.
All right, I understand, Mr. Tobin, your argument. I appreciate it very much. Okay, did the parties wish to be heard?
Open to.
Good morning, good afternoon, Your Honor. I'd like to begin where Your Honor began. As a threshold matter, the court should deny TMZ's motion to intervene. Intervention is not appropriate for the reasons suggested in Your Honor's questions. As Your Honor is well aware, intervention is only appropriate with leave of court.
This is Ben Chu. He is the lead counsel for Johnny Depp's team. So he's in charge of making these legal arguments.
To assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding, unquote. Virginia Supreme Court Rule 3:14. As Mr. Tobin, to his credit, has conceded, TMZ is not asking to file a pleading. It cannot properly categorize itself either as plaintiff nor defendant, and it seeks to assert no claim or defense germane to the subject matter of this action.
Nodding.
Moreover, even if the privilege were applicable, which is not the case
here, this is a good legal argument. You can tell by the judge nodding.
Is directly relevant,
as Emily says here,
outweigh any qualified privilege. Quote: an intervener must be asserting an interest that is part of the subject matter of the litigation. Unquote. Hudson versus Jarrett, 269 Virginia 24/32. Here, as Mr. Tobin stated, TMZ seeks to protect potential information solicited from a third-party witness, which is in no way a matter before this court, citing Commonwealth versus Gill, 89 Virginia Circuit 323, a 2014 case denying a motion to intervene where the intervener filed it, quote, to protect a property right, not a matter before the court, unquote. The outcome of this trial will not affect TMZ, and it does not have a sufficient interest in the subject matter of this suit to intervene. See Texas Fletcher, Maiden and Reed, PC versus
and they say
Bank
well because then they
Trust
won't have
Co.
sources.
2013 Westlaw 5849140. Granting, and this is distinguishing it, granting the motion to intervene where the intervener's liability would be affected by the outcome of the litigation. Finally, Your Honor, TMZ lacks standing direct testimony by a third party in this action because TMZ, as Your Honor pointed out, is not being compelled to testify.
Right.
TMZ's reliance on the Philip Morris case for the proposition that the privilege cannot be circumvented by seeking confidential source information from an employee is inapposite. 36 VA Circuit at 1. For one thing, as noted in that case, there is no testimonial privilege akin to that enjoyed under the Fifth Amendment, which would allow a reporter to refuse to appear before a grand jury and answer questions. And Philip Morris, as Your Honor is aware, the party issued a third-party subpoena for records to trace confidential sources. Philip Morris is inapposite here, as that case related.
Elaine is trying to think fast.
As this case.
Elaine's like, what if any evidence? What if any? Oh, that doesn't work. Hold on.
As Your Honor suggested, TMZ's quarrel, if any, is with Mr. Tremaine to the extent that he had an NDA that was enforceable, applicable, and that's not what we're hearing from Mr. Tobin. So to the extent that TMZ, which is not exactly Edward R. Murrow, Your Honor, to the extent they have a beef, as it were, a cognizable beef, it is with Mr. Tremaine. It is not with Mr. Depp, and they clearly do not have standing to assert or to intervene because they are not intervening as a party plaintiff or defendant. So we respectfully submit, to the extent the court disagrees,
They
I can
can't
go
even
into
get-
the arguments
That's
why
right,
the
sir.
privilege is
I think
inapplicable.
that's all right.
But I will
All right,
reserve that.
thank you.
I
All right,
agree,
yes.
Mr. Chu, is
Yeah.
basically what the court just said.
Your
To
Honor, I would like to weigh in from just a different perspective,
Okay.
and that is
Of
because
course you
we're
would.
trying to
Of
deal with some
course.
important issues of privilege, et cetera. But from our perspective, representing Ms. Heard, we have issues with this witness separately, and I want to make them very clear for the record.
Oh, yes, let's
This is
see.
somebody who should have been identified in discovery,
No.
was never. Second of
rebuttal.
all, it's not relevant whether, apparently what they're saying, he's going to
It's
testify. We have
rebuttal,
not had the opportunity to discover
Elaine.
that. Is he's going to claim that someone leaked to TMZ that Ms. Heard was going to obtain the TRO on that Friday, and also
Oh, is that what they're
leaked
testifying
the video, the kitchen video with Mr.
This is what they're
Depp
testifying
being rather
to.
violent.
The cabinet.
I don't really think Elaine has a legal
I'm
argument to
almost
stand
certain
here.
he's not going to claim it's Ms. Heard, so I think it's never going to come
Right,
in.
right. Ms.
Um,
Berthoff, I
that's a
understand all that
separate
argument. Do
issue,
you have any
Elaine.
argument as to this particular motion?
No,
FFS,
my-
Elaine.
Okay, well, then we can address
Well,
your.
my point is, though, if you balance
No,
the
Elaine.
prejudice versus the probative value.
She's
I don't
arguing
even
with
see
the
how we can
judge,
come in on
and she's
some
not
issue
even
of
arguing
hearsay
on
or-
this motion
That's
in
just not part of
particular.
this motion at this time.
That
Thank you,
is
ma'am.
a
All right, Mr.
separate
Tobin,
point.
your motion, you get the last word, sir.
She is Elaine splaining.
You know,
She's
I
Elaine splaining.
appreciate that the court kind of shook your head when he made the snarky comment that this is not Edward R. Murrow. Obviously, the First Amendment applies to everybody, citizens, the New York Times, or TMZ. And
Which
this
is
is a
fair.
First Amendment
Which is
based
fair.
privilege. Your Honor, the Philip Morris case is actually a very good case to answer your Honor's
Do not
question
shade TMZ.
about the intervention of somebody else in order to assert the privilege. Their ABC was a defendant in the case, and it moved in order to prevent other
Elaine-
people
Elaine
from
does not-
coming.
But it's
But
a
they were
different
not
case,
understanding the
though.
assignment
today.
I understand. There is no other.
I see that as a
mechanism, though,
different
and
case.
so
It's
I know
opposite.
It would be an interesting procedural issue.
I don't
for
really
appeal,
think
Your Honor, whether
it
a
matters
journalist,
here.
A journalism organization
It's
or
fair that he
anybody
shaded
else
Ben. Ben
who's a
was being
First Amendment
shady.
holder would be denied intervention on a constitutional
Ben likes
based
being
privilege.
shady. Look at him. He's pleased.
I also, just for the record and for the merits of the case, if I understood
And for the
Mr. Chu
interwebs. Don't
correctly,
forget the
he
interwebs.
said this is not an issue in the litigation. This does not relate to an issue in the litigation. Well,
the
if it's not an
interwebs.
issue in the litigation, if it's not part of a prima facie part of the defense, part of the allegations of the complaint,
Prima
if it's
facie, not
impeachment evidence,
fashy,
if
like
it's
fashion.
collateral to the main
This
issues
says
of the
everything.
case, under the Brown
Sir,
v.
no.
Commonwealth decision of the
Sir.
Virginia Supreme Court,
Sir,
under
no.
the application of that privilege
This face.
in the Philip Morris versus ABC News, it is not supposed to be compelled in this case.
Which is, again, it's not being compelled,
Sir.
it appears.
It's not being
Well,
compelled.
he is appearing by subpoena. and it is
Apparently
a
not.
No, he's not.
compulsory
You haven't
process, and
proved it.
people have
So
an
why the
obligation
are you
to
saying
seek
that
such
he's
privilege under oath.
So
he's
patient.
But it is our privilege, Your
uh,
Honor. It's
uh,
not
appearing
an
under
employee, a
a subpoena?
loyal or a
What
rogue
the fuck is
employee's
wrong with
privilege
you?
to waive on behalf of its
You
employer.
haven't proved
This
it,
is
and
an
the judge
unusual
is saying he's not
situation.
compelled.
Tell me about it.
But the answers are there in the law, and it is a First Amendment concern
This is not the first unusual situation in this case. I can
for
tell you further, Mr.
for
Tobin.
anybody here.
Judge-
Yes, sir. I
Jay.
appreciate you coming in today and I appreciate
you.
your arguments. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Negative
All right, in this
ghostwriter. The pattern
matter,
is full.
under Virginia Rules Supreme Court
Denied.
3:14, a new party may intervene as a plaintiff or defendant to assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding. A new party may not intervene unless they assert some right involved in the underlying litigation. A party is not entitled to intervene merely because a byproduct of the litigation adversely impacts them, and the
that's
decision to allow
the winning
intervention
sentence.
is within the broad discretion of the trial court. Here, the rights asserted are not germane to the trial. The central issues in this case are whether defendant defamed plaintiff and whether plaintiff defamed defendant through a theory of vicarious liability. The issue of the confidentiality of sources has not come up as in other cases cited by EHM, which is the corporation that TMZ belongs to, is under their umbrella. In Brown versus the Commonwealth, there was an attempt by the criminal defendant to subpoena institutions in order to obtain the name of the confidential source. When the author of the article was subpoenaed, she refused to identify her confidential source on the stand. And in this case, it appears that the witness is willing to state the name of the confidential source without being compelled voluntarily. Whether that breaches a non-disclosure agreement between Mr. Tremaine and EHM is not germane to this matter and can be litigated in a separate matter if EHM so chooses. And while breaches of contract must be taken seriously, and the court does, any alleged breach is not germane to the underlying litigation here. That contractual action has no bearing on this case, and that's not germane to this litigation.
Not my
Therefore, I'll
business.
deny the non-party EHM Productions motion to intervene.
There you
Thank you,
go.
Your Honor. For the record, I've known Mr. Tobin for several years. I meant no snarkiness toward him.
Well, you're just a snarky guy.
You meant snarkiness towards TMZ.
Yeah.
Ashley, Mr.
Your Honor, I am concerned that we preserve the issue.
She denied it.
And so,
For the record, yes.
Wow.
And so I would ask, may I have the opportunity to object when Mr. Tremaine is questioned by
You've already
question?
objected.
No, sir, you're not a party to this case. However, I will note for your record your objection to his complete testimony on behalf of your client.
Right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
Can I be a
Call me
lawyer
Mrs.
in this case, even though I've never been a lawyer in this
Allegedly
case?
an
Wow.
initial, witness, Your Honor, I would ask that we could voir dire him before the jury to find out when he contacted counsel and when they became aware of it. And I think also, under the circumstances, in fairness, I think we should at least be able to ask him what he's going to claim.
No.
Response.
No.
Your Honor, I don't think that's appropriate. Certainly,
No,
I don't-
it's a
I don't
rebuttal
think
witness.
a proffer is necessary or appropriate in this case.
I'm not going to do a proffer in this matter, okay? All right.
Yep.
There you go.
Oh, Mr. Rottenborn,
Sorry.
it's almost
Did you
at
hear
lunch.
I know, I'm
Oh.
so sorry. But I truly am the messenger here.
This is-
Mr. Murphy just informed me that he has to just clarify one thing about.
One clarification.
Okay, all right,
Jesus.
okay. That's fine. I think we need Ms. Myers.
Sidebar?
Wow, this judge has a sense of humor that we're getting to see, and I'm loving it. You're just a snarky guy is probably my favorite moment so far. I don't know who this dude is. I don't know if is he an undisclosed part of Amber Heard's legal team that we haven't seen before. The judge just denied the motion. Rottenborn stands up, and the judge is like, "We almost got to lunch." Yes, Your Honor.
God
almost
damn it,
got to lunch. It is
Rottenborn.
almost
We almost
1
got to lunch,
p.m.
and here you
on the
are.
East, and this court normally comes back to lunch at 1:30. So either this court is getting a short lunch, us included, or this jury is getting a long lunch.
A long lunch.
I imagine
I would
that
hope
it's
that
the
they get a
former
long lunch.
rather than the latter.
Okay,
But
she wants the
holy
former,
shit,
I want the latter.
today. Rebuttal is so fun because it's like Fast and Furious, and the rules of when you disclose witnesses and when you don't are different. The rules for the microphone, though, Elaine, remain the same. But it's so TMZ just got denied very quickly, and it was like, if you don't like what this person is going to say, that they're voluntarily coming in to say, then you can go deal with them
Exactly.
separately.
Go sue
and
them
we saw Ben
yourself.
Chu saying, essentially TMZ is not whatever, and that moment of snarkiness aside, and Judge A coming and saying, "You're just a snarky
Go
guy."
sue them.
I
Go
just
sue him
am
if you
d-
want.
Allow me to
If
see.
he
So
violated
court
the
will be
NDA of the
recessed. Let's
contract,
Come back at
deal
2,
with
so everybody
that.
gets an hour for lunch, okay?
Thanks, Judge A.
2:30.
You
So
are a queen of
11:30 our
justice, and
time
we appreciate you
on the Pacific
So,
Coast.
It looks like court will be
So-
resuming at 2 p.m. on the East. I will be answering some questions and breaking down a little bit more of
So
what just
we
happened.
have,
I'm sure it felt fast and
we have
furious.
a whole
to you all
hour
as well,
basically.
as it did to me. I will look for updates on the Duggar sentencing. I haven't seen any yet from Anna Darling, who is an anchor over there in Arkansas and has been following that case, and I haven't seen it.
Wow. This is
Wow.
crazy.
Wow. How often are lawyers on opposing sides friendly and friends? A lot. It happens a lot. And snarkiness in court isn't unusual. I think in civil cases, it can get a little bit lost because they don't always oppose each other. It depends on how large the legal community is in a given area, but it's a lot that they know each other and either have a relationship or at least a professional relationship. It is also, the same in the criminal bar. You get, I worked against defense attorneys in court that I went to lunch with, regularly and really enjoyed. So it can be a very small community, especially if it's only a handful of courthouses. And that's really fascinating. So a lot happened in court. We're going to answer some questions. There's over 190,000 of you here. I'm just going to do the YouTube things. If you want to stay in the loop, join the text crew, textemily.com. It's going to be fascinating. Why is TMZ sitting on Amber Heard's side, I don't know if that's just where they were sitting in the courtroom, but they're kind of more aligned to Amber Heard's side because Amber Heard doesn't want that witness in for other reasons. And we're going to see another motion with regard to that witness, though the judge denied the voir dire. What does that mean? The judge denied questioning of the witness before the witness testifies. What happened yesterday with the witness, Mr. Knight from Hixville, is that this was a surprise witness. There have been no depositions. This is like on the fly. This is where this time detriment is going to be so crushing to Team Heard because they have to ask questions in real time of somebody they have not deposed, and they have to figure out how to apportion their time for this witness from TMZ. Because if this witness says Amber Heard gave us a heads up, that goes directly against Heard's sworn testimony in this trial and others. It's wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Why is
And I
Team
shared
Heard-
it yesterday on
these
my
lawyers
other live
sitting there?
stream.
It might have been
Unfortunately,
just
Amber
where they
was
sat
here.
down in the
But,
courtroom. It might have been that they feel somewhat
she
aligned
told
with that
Camille
side.
Vasquez,
You guys, we're
no,
gonna hit like
I
500.
did not
We might
share
hit
to TMZ. I did
550,000
not get paid for it. I don't know
before
how they
this trial
copyright it.
ends.
I
This
don't
is
know what
wild to me.
happened.
So thank you.
I don't know how to do that kind of thing, but I do because I could do it in a much bigger and better way.
That was a lot. So TMZ's
So,
motion to intervene got denied.
if he
Yesterday
says
when I
that,
talked about
hey,
it, I was like,
she
assuming
gave us a heads up,
arguendo,
she did this, she leaked
that
it.
we can overcome this
Oh,
first
boy.
hurdle, which I didn't spend much time with. Then we can get to the second hurdle. Do they have an interest? Can journalistic privilege be pierced? The judge didn't get over the first hurdle. The judge was like, under the law here in Virginia, and that's what Rob from Law and Lumber had said. He's like, I don't know if we get past this first hurdle, but assuming that we do, you guys, my teen. Why is my teen calling? Can you just, bro, can you text me? Can you text me? What's up? I'm streaming. All right. So with that, TMZ got denied. The court didn't get over the first hurdle. How can you intervene? You're not a party here. You're not a plaintiff. You're not a defendant. If you need to deal with protecting your interests outside of this court, you do. The court is not compelling this witness to come in. They are voluntarily coming in. So with that, well, my kid forgot his key. So I'm going to have to take a lunch break in a minute, but let's get to a few questions. Is TMZ afraid of other people not selling videos, or are they afraid Depp can sue them since they purchased the video that was filmed in a two-way consent state? So California's two-party consent. I think TMZ is more afraid of other people not reaching out to them because they don't feel protected through, oh, well, this might come into court one day and this might come out. But I don't know. It might be all of the above. So, or, we're going to find out who leaked it. Look, there's possibilities. Could Amber Heard have leaked it herself? Yes. Could somebody working for Amber Heard have leaked it? Yes. She sent it to Io. Could Io have done it? Possibly. Could she have asked Io to done it? Possibly. Is it going to get into the video? Is it just going to get into the leak at court and who showed up at court? Also possible. And that will be very, very interesting. Somebody just said, not going to lie, pretty sure you're going to hit 600K. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Lauren, but thank you. It was very interesting to see all of the flusteredness going on in court. And we're going to get to a few super chats before we break for lunch. I need to go change the time. Actually, Miguelina, can you change the time of the afternoon stream? The court said they are coming back at 2. So we'll resume here 10 minutes before. So 12:50 Central. Thank you so much. That would be perfect. Appreciate it. And thank you for your help. Let's get to a few of these questions. I wish this trial wouldn't have painted people who deal with BPD in such a bad light. Not all of us are the same. I think that's, true for all things. So depending on treatment, DPD treatment helped me, and I encourage others to seek help or encourage others to seek help if needed. It is a hard part of a public trial because with a public trial, the lawyers are not concerned with really the general societal impact. They're concerned with their case. And so in an adversarial proceeding, the sides are going to be going against each other hard. They should. They are advocates for their side. And I'm sure it can leave, and I've seen it in the chat, leave people feeling in the middle of all of this. But no, I hope that people will remember that not all people are the same. People are not their diagnosis. And that's why we do no name calling in the chat, no diagnosing in the
be
chat.
right back.
We are not,
I
I know
am
a lot
going
of
to
you in the
get my
chat are
order.
medical
Hold on.
professionals,
My breakfast.
but we are not, and that is not our role. We're just here to talk about it. So, wild speculation of the internet. Yes, J. Jonah Jameson in our timeline of the multiverse did come in to defend TMZ. Breaking news and sarcasm. If TMZ was worried about this, they should have had an NDA with its employees. Ruth, it sounds like they do have an NDA with their employees, which I'm sure is going to come up on cross-examination. Oh, voir dire of the witness. Elaine asked for voir dire of the witness, which gives Elaine time to prep because that doesn't go against cross-examination. So yesterday, this is the strategy that I love. Yesterday, when Mr. Knight from the Hixville Trailer Park came in, the reason he was voir dired or questioned by the court is because he may have seen something about this case on social media, and he testified about exactly what he saw. So Elaine got to ask questions first with regard to what he saw. So she got some information out of this witness before wasting precious time on cross-examination. That opportunity is not going to be here, though we are going to see more arguments over this witness about whether it's relevant, whether there's foundation, and whether they can come in. Heard's team is going to be fighting on their feet to keep this witness out today, and it's going to be very interesting to watch. What else? So that's why they're asking for voir dire. It gives them a time to ask questions of the witness before the witness takes the stand, and that's just not going to happen. Bernice said, so Emily, is what you're saying is that she denied TMZ's motion to save Amber Heard in their voluntarily coming in to testify, so the judge is allowing it? I hope I didn't say that. What I'm saying is the judge, TMZ asked to not allow the witness to testify. TMZ asked to intervene in the case. The judge said, you don't even get to intervene in the case. You can't ask me to not make the witness testify. The court's not compelling the witness. There is nothing you can do. Will TMZ be sending that witness emails immediately saying, do not violate your NDA? Probably. Do I hope they ask about that in questioning? Oh, definitely. So the court denied TMZ the right to even be heard further on denying this witness. They don't get to intervene. Ben Chu gets to call his witness, or Team Depp gets to call their witness. Team Heard popped up and said, we think it's irrelevant for all of these other reasons, and we think it should be blocked for these other reasons. And the court is like, slow down. That's not where we're at yet. We're not there yet. That's not time. So the court is allowing this witness to testify by denying TMZ's motion to intervene. Really, truly has nothing to do with Amber Heard, but Amber Heard didn't want this witness in either. It's clear by Elaine's statements on the record. So it's not saving anybody, really. This witness is voluntarily coming in to testify on behalf of Johnny Depp's team, or at the request of Johnny Depp's team. And it is going to be a very interesting afternoon after lunch, because we're going to have Depp on cross-examination first. If Amber Heard didn't provide the video, why would her team oppose having this witness?
Good question.
Because then it might not be relevant. And I think this team doesn't quite know what they're going to ask. Concern.
They have
she's like, they're going to say it wasn't Amber Heard. I think there's,
however, I think what's good, what I love about this
concern there from Amber Heard's legal.
What I love about Johnny Depp's team here is they knew, okay, if we force him, if we compel him, if we serve a subpoena, then in journalism, yes, there are cases like the Phillips case, like they went over Phillips or whatever it was, where they did do that and the witness got denied. Well, we can't really do that here. So we're just going to let it know that, well, they're not a plaintiff. They're not a defendant. They're not in this case. They're not a party in this case. They're a third party. They have nothing to do with this case. So we'll just let him volunteer. Brilliant freaking strategy, man.
So I think that is helpful to them for sure. And yeah, it's been an interesting day. This is rebuttal. It's kind of the fast and furious part of the case. It's really fun. Been in jury duty several times. Latest was Chicago murder case jury. You kind of go into stoic mode to try to avoid all besides your fellow jurors and the court officer. Yep, that's been my experience. Thank you for your firsthand experience. That's what I've seen. Our judge answered jury questions post-verdict privately. Interesting. Sometimes the attorneys can do that. I had jurors were allowed to talk to the attorneys after the case, and I talked to quite a few jurors in my day after the case. Can jurors study case law during the trial? No, nothing. No, nothing. They get to sit and watch. Question. Ian says having JD talk is bad. Is that true? Well, it's true for Ian. That's Ian's perspective. All lawyers have a different perspective. So far I haven't seen a reason it would be a bad idea, but Ian, I don't know why Ian thought it was a bad idea, but I also like the way Ian reasons through things. And that's why I like having conversations with other lawyers, because we all see things from a different perspective. Johnny Depp's team made this strategic choice. They have enough time and they are running out the clock on Team Heard. I haven't seen anything yet. If I see something that's damaging, it's like, ooh, was that worth it? I'll tell you if I think so. Telling one's truth effectively can be a performance, does not make it untrue. Lawyers know this well. Julie, that is absolutely true. I'm going to get to just a few more questions and then we're going to break for lunch. I am not ADHD, but watching you has made me more compassionate to others who might be. Thank you. When my boss scrolls, I just let her then bring her back on topic when needed. It has made me invaluable to her. Yes, I have people on my team that do it. They're like, can we please circle back to what we said? And I need that in my life. That's part of me building in the boundaries and support that work for me. Carly said, JD made me cry, and I think that tells me everything I need to know. I work as a mental health practitioner for children and see the impacts of abuse firsthand, and it breaks my heart to anyone who goes through this. Thank you for your coverage. Thank you for your experience, Carly, and thank you for the work that you do. It must be very hard to take care of yourself. The Kate Moss and Johnny testimony was in total sync, and to see what Amber did with it was telling. What was interesting to me is that he called Kate Moss Kate and then added her last name. He has never once called Amber Heard Amber. It's always been Miss Heard. Once it might have been Amber Heard, but it was never kind of fond the way he said Kate. Can I just say that when you started clapping, I thought it was the judge hammering away. New to the channel and love it. Yeah, I have my own gavel that says Facts Not Fuckery, Emily D. Baker, Law Nerds Unit. Dan, my incredible podcast editor, gave this to me. Was it after the first year of the podcast, after it had 100,000 downloads? It was a milestone. The podcast is almost at 1 million downloads, which blows my mind, and I can't wrap my head around it. But yes, so we have a Law Nerds Unit 1. It reminds me of when I was in, my child is at the window. You're at the window. Is it time to let you in? Okay, go back to the... My teen is at my office window because he forgot his key. You guys, I'm going to go let him in. I'm going to answer a few more questions and then take a break for lunch. So let me pop up. I have a BRB. I'll be right back.
I guess I'll put this down. So normally I am a lot more talkative. When it comes to this, I'm eating my lunch, but this is what I do when I eat my breakfast. This is my breakfast. I have chicken for lunch. This is exactly what I do. So I leave her talking, and when she doesn't talk, if I'm here, then I will come back, or the court.
This side of the house.
You know, hey,
all right,
and there you go.
This back down. Hi. Yikes. It's the last day of school, and my husband didn't put the key out. My teen didn't take it. Life. He was outside my office window like, Mom, which is funny. I do need a keypad. We have been wanting to do that. It's just
turn off my mic, and I'm going to grab a couple sports
we've
videos.
Moved.
We're gonna have a little fun.
We moved, and then this channel kind of took off shortly after we moved, and there's just been things. Got the lawyer 13. I think I'm saying that right. Goth lawyer. I broke those words up wrong. I like that better. Goth lawyer 13. I am a 47-year-old female attorney, first diagnosed with ADHD in 1983. Also have PTSD and phobia-related childhood trauma. Thank you for being open about neurodivergence. You're welcome. Back on the mission to make Emily cry today. You're welcome. It was something I carried a lot of shame about in my career, and then started to chip that away and said, you know what? We're just going to start talking about it. And I have found there are so many of us in the legal profession with ADHD. It works very well with what we do, but it can also be exhausting. But it works well with, I've found, when you can create the work environment that works for you. ADHD lawyers are superhumans. Andrea said, probably that's been asked a lot of times. Is it possible that Amber may face criminal charges for lying under oath? At the end of the trial, I will evaluate it again. At this point in the trial, I have not seen anything directly where I'm going, oh boy. there not just has to be a lie under oath that the jury's going to be like, I don't trust you and I don't believe what you're saying, but enough that a prosecutor's office would get involved and law enforcement would get involved. Getting to the point that law enforcement gets involved is going to be a material issue for the case. I have tried a perjury case in my criminal work. It was a very interesting trial. The defendant flipped out in court when he was convicted. And that was a moment. The defense attorney and I were both like, yikes. It was a moment, but it went to lying in a civil case, trying to get a substantial amount of money for something that didn't happen. The event that was being lied about was on video. There were multiple depositions. The individual was confronted with the lie. You know, it's not okay to lie under oath. And if you look at my breakdown of like the Sherry Papini case, when you're looking at money that's been obtained and you're looking at being confronted with, you know, you're lying under oath, you know that that's a problem. To get to a criminal prosecution, there have to be a lot of things. It's not just that somebody under oath said this and then that. So when we get to the end, I will absolutely talk about it. So when we get to the end of the case, maybe I'll do a video or I'll do a live stream and we'll evaluate the things. And then we'll evaluate the likelihood, like, was there a lie under oath? And then what is the likelihood that that would even be investigated by law enforcement? It can happen. I just don't know if it will happen here. Like, it can happen in a general sense. Just don't misquote. Emily said. No, Emily did not say. Emily does not need people running around the internet being like, Emily said you're going to jail. Emily did not say that. It can be a consequence for perjury. Will it be in this case? Isn't a subpoena technical if a witness is willing to testify? Yes. But the subpoena authority of Virginia lies in the state of Virginia, and sometimes county by county. So how the Virginia court's going to pull in a presuming California witness, they have to be willing to do it, or they have to naturalize subpoenas in California, which I know they have not done in this case because of what Benju said, or at least done with that witness. Dranj said, I'm sorry, but I really dislike the smirking face on AH during this. It gives me bad feelings. I wonder how the jury feels about it, because it might give them bad feelings too. Will Elaine talking to Whitney when told not to have consequences for the Heard team? I don't know if Elaine was talking to Whitney when told. I don't know what that's relating to. So I have not seen that. I don't know. Oh my God, it's my birthday. Dennis, happy birthday. I should be celebrating, but I can't tear myself away from your stream. Grab something to celebrate with on stream. I've been addicted to this trial. Thank you. This day, Moss and Curry was the best birthday present. Love you, girl. Thank you. Snaps for Emily. Emily will take all the snaps. Emily hasn't even celebrated. It's been such a whirlwind. Like we're zooming past all the things. I have not had a chance to celebrate. It has been bananas. I have covered this trial and slept and like done the family things. Even then, it's a lot. She looked proud of treating people poorly. It was an interesting look. I love seeing Leonard celebrate. Are we back to the drinks again? I don't know which drinks, but somebody should be drinking. I just can't be drinking. Yet. We will do a drink stream. I haven't celebrated my birthday while this trial was going on very much. We haven't celebrated 500,000. We're going to have to celebrate 550,000. I need a hair, like so much needs to happen, but we're going to be on jury watch and we'll have time for some of these streams where we parse it. I think, let me take this down so I can just talk to you. And then I'm going to answer this question. I don't want to take it down because I'll forget. I think while we're on jury watch might be the proper time to go through a longer Q&A stream while we're waiting to see what happens, to then look at do a panel, look at some of the outside evidence of what is known by channels like That Umbrella Guy and others, what has come in court, what hasn't come in court, and start having those discussions while the jury's out, because we're going to have a lot of time, I think, to wait. So Zoe, apologies. I don't know which is which, but Zoe. It's not technically a lie if Amber Heard actually believes that what she was saying is true, though, right? Like, couldn't they claim that Amber Heard believed this stuff to be true? They have not gone down that road on the defamation case at all. They haven't gone down that road at all. I'm very surprised, but they haven't gone down that road at all here, at all. Still surprised, just still super surprised. Urgent. I believe Amber Heard and Josh Duggar had a prior, damn it. Emily, are you still thinking that there's a Duggar sentencing going on right now? Yes. AH and J-Day had a prior agreement between them to videotape themselves. To that end, argument could be to make the device owner would own the copyright. Yes, I mean, I don't know if it would extend. This video is interesting because he says, oh, you're recording, are you? So I don't know where that would lie. It can also be a criminal case. I don't know where it would play with no consent with regard to the copyright issue. I haven't thought it through. I haven't looked at the law. Need to, haven't had a chance to. Don't want to answer out of pocket because just don't know how the two things play. And I'm sure there's case law on point. But I think this testimony is going to go more to who was tipped off, not to who paid for the video, if that makes sense. But yes, it is a consideration here that they did talk about recording the other. Johnny Depp seemed to not believe he was being recorded. He testified he didn't know Amber Heard was even there. So with that, we will see what happens if that witness comes in. So, but we can look at what other testimony or what other information there is out in the interweb sphere versus what came in trial. All of the information in the world versus what is legally proper evidence is so different. So,
all right, I'm gonna switch
let me
the
do
tab.
2 more questions. Will you have time for lunch? Yes, I will have time for lunch. I'm gonna run and do that real quick. How long do you think Elaine will take on Cross? They don't have much time. They don't have much time at all.
They
so I
don't.
don't know.
Amber Heard's team
I propose Dr. B take you shopping.
Has very little time. In fact, I don't know that they have time at all, and that's gonna be their problem. That's gonna be where they're gonna come in and try and ask rapid fire questions, and they're gonna have to because there's no way. Well, I'm adding new tabs. There's no way. There's no way for them to be I'm just texting people. This is why I love having a Mac. But there's no way that it would be possible for them to ask questions slowly, whatever. And Elaine has to be careful with her questions if she's the one doing it. What if Annie? What if this? Because what she doesn't want. Excuse me. What she doesn't want is for Johnny Depp's team to go, objection this, objection that, objection speculation, objection leading, objection this. Because if she has that, she's screwed. So I'm going to share about the Dodgers. I'm not sick. Something went down. I'm not sure what. So we're going to do this. Right,
what's up, everybody? Welcome into Dodger Heads, presented by DodgerBlue.com. My name is Jeff Spiegel. Today, we got a new guest, Scott Gearman, a member of our DodgerBlue.com team. Scott, we appreciate you joining us. Your first time here, so why don't we start? Just give us a little bit of a bio about yourself.
All right. Oh, I can't do this. So, Juan Soto for the Dodgers. We're going to get into sports real quick. I'm sorry if you're not a sports fan and you're watching for the Johnny Depp trial. We will definitely absolutely get back to the trial. If you have questions about the trial, please write in the chat. I would love to answer your questions as best I can. So please do write in the chat. It is my pleasure to try and answer those questions for you. Trey Turner is from the Washington Nationals. And well, he's not from them anymore, but the Dodgers acquired him with Max Scherzer for our two top prospects, Keibert Ruiz and Josiah Gray, and we also got Max Scherzer. Max Scherzer then went out of the Dodgers, claimed he had a dead arm, which was very weird and strange for a pitcher to say, and it was just a lot of crap excuses. So the Dodgers are possibly looking at trading for Juan Soto from, I think it's the Nationals. And he was a teammate of Trey Turner. So, let me go to the video player. Let's go here. I'm going to play their whole intro. This is Dodger Blue. It's presented by Dodger Heads, I think it is, or whatever it is. Matt Moreno's, or Ben Spiegel is awesome. They have a new guest. So we're going to learn about possibly trading for Juan Soto. Let's see what they say. Oh, Vince Scully. Classic moment in Dodger history.
2 balls, strike the count on Taylor. Reyes fires, swing and a drive, deep left field. This is
Absolutely, that is a great moment right there.
What's up,
All right,
everybody?
here we go.
Welcome into Dodger Heads, presented by DodgerBlue.com. My name is Jeff Spiegel. Today we got a new guest, Scott Gierman, a member of our DodgerBlue.com team. Scott, we appreciate you joining us. Your first time here, so why don't we start? Just give us a little bit of a bio about yourself.
All righty. It's great to be here. I'm happy to be here. I'm excited. I've been a Dodger fan all my life. It goes as far back as, rooting for Todd Hollandsworth and Mike Piazza and oh my goodness, all the way back. I remember Lima time. That was like glory days for me. And I remember being amongst all my friends and crying when Juan Uribe hit the go-ahead, and we fell in love. Here we are.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate you joining us. Today we've got sort of a crazy topic for our short today, and that is Juan Soto. This is the story that, I almost wish wasn't a story, but here it is. As long as Juan Soto has not signed an extension with the Nationals, there are always going to be rumors, and if there are going to be trade rumors, it is always going to involve the Dodgers. And so I figured if we're going to deal with a crazy story such as could Juan Soto get traded to the Dodgers, then we are going to step up the craziness a little bit and actually talk packages. Juan Soto, you could say right now, one of the best players in baseball, and I think that's completely justified. We're talking about a guy who's 23 and a half years old. He's going to be a free agent in 2025. He put up 7 wins above replacement last year as a 22-year-old. So absolutely insane. So here's how we're going to do this. Scott is going to play the role of Mike Rizzo, the GM of the Nationals. I'm going to play the role of Andrew Friedman on the Los Angeles Dodgers. And Scott's going to offer me a few different proposals, and we'll talk through those from the Dodgers' perspective. And I'm just warning people, if you think Juan Soto is going to be had for the type of package that you are familiar with, whether it's a Trey Turner, Max Scherzer type package, you are sorely mistaken, is going to be my guess. So, Scott, I'll turn it over to you, and you can start wherever you want. I know you've got a prospects package, a major league player package, a mix of both. So you start wherever you want, and let's get the trade talks moving.
All righty. So I'm Mike Rizzo. You give me a call. First thing, I ask for, I start right there, we're right at the top. I ask for Diego Cartaya. That's my starting point. And if you think that we're going to then ask for Bobby Miller, then I'll ask for Michael Busch and Andy Pages. We'll go year 1 through 4. And I know Dustin May will be coming back right around a little bit after the All-Star break from the Tommy John. And I'd like you to throw in another controlled reliever, high power bazooka. I want Bruce Dar Gratterall, and then we'll start from there.
Okay.
All right. Before I let that continue, I would not get rid of any of our bazookas, any of our firepower on the pitching. We're freaking already suffering right now with the fact that in the bullpen and in the starting rotation, with Victor Gonzalez out, with and in the reliever side, Blake Trinan out. On the starter side, Clayton Kershaw out. Luckily, not to do with the arm, with his joints or whatever it is, but still, we cannot be giving up people like that. Urias, he is bouncing back, but still kind of mixed. Walker Buehler, I think he's doing a little bit better. But again, I don't agree with getting rid of. I like Juan Soto. Absolute greatness of a player. However, he's still young. I'd rather keep our young guy, Dustin May. I'd rather keep Bruce Dar Gratterall. We need that pitching power. Dustin May, when he's great. His balls are nasty. They are mean. They're critical to helping the Dodgers win. Bruce Dar Gratterall, when he is Mr. Bazooka, when he's in that mode, those fastballs, those curveballs, his K percentage is high, his walk rate is down. You know, everything is perfect with those guys. So I don't see the Dodgers giving either of those guys up. If they did, they would be sorely mistaken, terribly wrong.
Okay, so to recap, we've got all the Dodgers' top prospects. We've got Bobby Miller, Diego Cartaya. Did you say Pages and Bush?
Yep, Pages and Bush.
Okay, so 4 of the top 5. Miguel Vargas, kind of another guy in there, but 4 of the top 5. You want Brusdar Graterol and Dustin May. That's the first package we're talking here. Is that right?
Yep.
So my initial reaction
That's
is,
an absolute
again,
no.
like, people are going to think this is crazy, but you have to understand, we're talking about a 23-year-old, one of the best players in the game, still under team control through 2024. So as absurd as this might seem to some people, I actually think we're beginning to scratch the surface of what this is could potentially look like. If I'm Andrew Friedman, it's probably a little too rich for my blood at that point.
Yep.
I think to give
Exactly.
4 of my top 5 prospects plus a guy like Dustin May, who, you know, is essentially a prospect with 4 or 5 years of team control. Graterol, I'm fine with, but I think my initial reaction to this first one would be, I think it's maybe if we take Dustin May out of it and you say, okay, give me your top 4 prospects and Brusdar Graterol, then we're talking. I think that would be my counter to you. So, Scott, I'll let you take off the Nationals GM hat now here for a second. But if you were Andrew Friedman and you've got that package presented to you, let's move Dustin May off to the side just for a second. And they say, we want Cartaya, we want Miller, we want Pages, and we want Michael Bush, and we want Brusdar Graterol. And maybe in place of May, we throw in a guy like Alex Vesia or something, another relief pitcher, sort of a not as high value guy, but an elite guy who's got a number of years of team control in front of them. Obviously, we know we all want Juan Soto. Is that, like, are we in the ballpark for you as Andrew Friedman in this case to begin having conversations?
You know, as a fan, you see that haul and you try to understand how good Juan Soto is, and you look at it, and if you really look at it, we haven't seen anyone like this young. It's you just haven't. He's the closest comp I would say to him is, you know, people want to say Ted Williams, but I would say, you know, he's bordering Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
And he still has team and I found a stat. He led MLB in on base percentage from 2019 to last year, and the only other guy to do that was Barry Bonds, and he did it in 4 straight.
Yeah.
And he's 23 and a half. The package that we
Before I let him go on with the package, listen, those stats are amazing where he led the MLB and all that. And I think he could go to the point of Barry Bonds and Babe Ruth and all of that. My problem is, look, he is a great player. He does have those high stats. He's only 23 and a half. Give him a couple more years. I give him 3 more years. He's going to be hitting probably 38 to 40 bombs because, and I mean home runs, that's what we say in baseball, okay? I don't want people to YouTube to be, 38 to 40 home runs. I give it 1 more year, he's probably doing that. He might be another Freddie Freeman, where Freddie Freeman is... Like, for example, the difference between him and Corey Seager. Look, I love Corey Seager. I'm still a fan of Corey Seager. I love Corey Seager. He's amazing. His swing is going to age, and it's going to age. Like, you're going to be able to tell. Justin Turner, you can tell he's kind of aging, but he's still doing incredibly well, and he's still hitting home runs. But for a while, when he was talking about getting a 4-year contract, I remember covering that video going, nah. 2-3 years max is what he's going to get because the Dodgers are going to go, you're not moving the same, right? Freddie Freeman, however, his swing is aging like fine wine. Like a fine wine, boy. That's why we got him. Because, yeah, okay, Freddie Freeman's 32. But guess what? By the time that he's 38, his swing is still going to be amazing. His athleticism is perfect. So when you have Juan Soto, yeah, absolutely, he's absolutely incredible, and I think that his swing is gonna age like fine wine too. I just don't know about giving up Bobby Miller. I think it's Michael Bush. I just don't. It just makes no sense to me.
we talk about, stuff's too rich. The Friedman will get it done at the deadline for less. And, he did. He's done it. But Josiah Gray and Keibert Ruiz went to the Nationals for Scherzer and Trey Turner. But they, Trey Turner had one more year of control and Scherzer was on an expiring deal, not guaranteed to come back. But we're talking about Soto. We're talking about the creme de la creme, the one of the most feared hitters. He steps into the box, he could be in a slump and you're tied. So for me, I would hand that over.
Okay.
That's just me. The Dodgers farm is so deep, it's justifiable for me.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah, and I think the other thing I'd say, and this is something our prospect guy Justin Lorber and I have talked about, like the Dodgers are about to hit a 40-man roster crunch. Like they've got like 6 or 7 guys they've got to protect from the Rule 5 next year. They already added 5 guys this year, and so again, I'm not saying it's going to be Juan Soto. Like, please do not hop halfway into this video and hear me saying like the Dodgers are trading for Juan Soto. I don't think any of these things are going to happen, but I do think if you could package 4 or 5 guys, even if they're your top 4 or 5 guys, to go get a guy like Juan Soto, you have to at least seriously consider that. So, okay, package number 1, we sort of landed somewhere. Give me package number 2.
I think you have to land somewhere with trading for Juan Soto. I don't know about getting rid of our top 4 or 5 guys. I'm not sold on the idea. I'd be sold on the idea. We traded 2 guys, 2 prospects, for Max Scherzer and Trey Turner, and they turned out great results. Max Scherzer was awesome, but then he became a brat. Okay, and when it comes to let's just say Trey Turner, he's been absolutely incredible. He's gotten lots of base hits. He's great defensively. His slide it's a natural, buttery, great slide. It's like butter, baby. But it's smooth. But here's the thing. We only gave up 2 guys. Why would I give up 4 or 5 top prospects, a reliever, and a couple relievers for Juan Soto? That's a no-go for me.
Package number 2. You'll see a trend here, one common guy. Package number 2 is light compared to that. It's Dustin May, Tony Gonsolin, Gavin Lux, Miguel Vargas, that'll hurt, and James Outman.
Okay. No. Dustin May's an absolute no. Here, let's go back and check out what he said. Let's put it here.
One guy. Package number 2 is light compared to that. It's Dustin May, Tony Gonsolin.
Okay, Tony Gonsolin, one of our best pitchers. Are you effing kidding? I mean, I could tell he's putting on his Washington Nationals hat if he were a Nationals fan and if he were a manager. But no, you want to give up basically a starting pitcher that's amazing for us? Yeah, Andrew Friedman's gonna go. Okay, let me give you one of the best starting pitchers in our team, in the game, and one of the best relievers in the league on our team. You gotta be effing crazy.
Gavin Lux, Miguel.
I know that Gavin Lux was talked about in the beginning because he's not putting up his numbers. How many times has Gavin Lux saved a game? That first game against the Rockies, boom, base hit. He's gotten runs. He's gotten hits. He's defensively proven himself. That's an absolute effing no.
Miguel Vargas, that'll hurt, and James Outman.
Okay.
And
I agree with those last 3.
Mike hang up the phone, but what it does is it gives Mike Rizzo 2 cost-controlled big league starters right in your rotation who have shown they have what it takes. They don't need time like Josiah Gray to figure it out up there. They have success. Gavin Lux has a lot of upside, and he's come on as of late. Miguel Vargas, I'm extremely high on Miguel Vargas, and James Outman's just like you said, he's on the 40-man, and
yeah,
it just seems light. It's light, but that's the next package, and that gives you a mix of controlled guys at the big league level that are ready to step in. It works if they want to change their timeline in Washington. That's one that could work.
Yeah. No,
I would start there.
I like this as a second package because exactly like you say, Andrew Friedman, if he calls Mike Rizzo, it's like, give me your timeline. Like, are you trying to win in 3 years or are you trying to win in 7 or 8 years? Because if the answer's in 7 or 8, like, hey, we're in a full teardown and rebuild, then you're going to want all the prospects. But if you're like, hey, we'd like to win in about 3 years, and you've already got Josiah Gray, Keibert Ruiz, the Dodgers' top 2 prospects from a year ago. And, I mean, if you mix in the package that you just said, Dustin May, Tony Gonsolin, Gavin Lux, Miguel Vargas, and James Outman. I mean, you're basically like Outman is I would say probably pretty close to being ready, especially if we're talking about a rebuilding team. He could probably start for you in the 2023 season, potentially this season. I think you're looking at a guy like Gavin Lux that if you're the Nationals and you're buying lottery tickets, I mean, that's a high upside guy who I know Dodger fans are down on, but he is still incredibly young. Like we were joking the other day, I think he's 23 years old. He's like the same age, but he's a guy that, we were talking about Ryan Pepio and Michael Grove making their debuts, and I was like, Gavin Lux might be younger than both those guys. He's right with them. Yeah. So he there. And then you've got Gonsolin, who, look.
Again, I'm just going to say, I just don't agree with getting. Look, you want to get rid of Miguel Vargas and James Outman. Okay, fine. I think as he said, James Outman is ready more than Miguel Vargas. But and yes, but at the same time, I think that those two would be my go. I wouldn't get rid of Gavin Lux, who's getting so hot for the team. I also wouldn't get rid of Dustin May, who coming back, I think he's going to struggle a little bit. I know he's been throwing in all of that, but give him till next year, and he's going to fight for that starting spot. Unless the Dodgers are so desperate for a starting spot right now that they're going to go, okay, you know what, Dustin May, we're going to have to do that to you. I think they're going to put him in a reliever's role to get him ready and get that arm ready, get that arm exercised. However, when it comes to that, the Tony Gonsolin, again, I would say no. When do the Dodgers want to win, right? Because, yeah, Friedman's going to say, well, give me your timeline for winning the World Series. Nats are close to winning it again, I think. However, I think if you're gonna ask that question, when do the Dodgers want to win? If Dodgers want to win this year or next year, guess what? The Dodgers are going to have to keep high prospect and top-tier guys on the major roster, like Gonsolin, Lux, and Dustin May, and Bruce Dark-Gradwell, and all those guys. And Tony
I've been
Gonsolin.
driving the Tony Gonsolin bandwagon for a while here. He's living up to the hype of what I thought he was. You're talking about a guy that I think is a average number 3 starter, above average number 4 starter, maybe better. Dustin May kind of living in that probably a number 2 starter type. So I think if you're the Nationals and you say we could get a number 2 starter, a number 3 starter, a starting second baseman in Gavin Lux who maybe can do some utility stuff in the outfield, a starting outfielder in James Outman. You pair that with Josiah Gray, who gives you 3 former Dodger prospect pitchers, Keibert Ruiz behind the plate. That's sort of the microwave rebuild. I'm with you. It feels a little light. It feels like you've probably got to include one other prospect in a package like that, or maybe it's another major league ready guy like a Gratterall or a Vesia. Those are just names. I mean, Evan Phillips is under team control for like 4 more years. Yeah. So, I'm that package interests me as a Nationals fan because it tells me that at least we have a chance of winning in the next 3 or 4 years. But I agree with you. I think the Nationals would need a little more than that.
Yeah, and you forgot about Miguel Vargas.
That's right.
Slot him at the corner, and that's his bat to ball skills are amazing.
Yeah,
and he's proved at each level that he's adapted and he's hit. Yeah. So there's just a lot to like. There's just it's why Dodgers Farm is always highly regarded because they get these guys, they fix them if they need fixing, and they just produce. They're in an environment that's competitive, and all these guys are advancing, and it's just who they are. That's what they do.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the last one, my last package is really fun. This is a fun one.
Yeah. Okay, hit me with it.
All righty. So we have Bobby Miller. Okay. Number 2 prospect, Ryan Pepio, Diego Cartaya, Gavin Lux, and possibly the guy who might have the best stuff in farm is Nick Nastrini out of UCLA, and Jose Ramos, which includes just a grab bag out future outfielder.
Okay.
Probably kick over to right field, and that one for me is all prospects with the addition of Gavin Lux. And that's the one that if I am Mike Rizzo, and just like you said, your timeline, you call him, you have a longer timeline, that's the one I would ask for.
Okay. So recap that one. Give me just the names.
So I'll go in prospect, ranking. Diego Cartaya, Bobby, Ryan Pepio, Nick Nastrini, and Jose Ramos.
Okay. Yeah.
With Gavin Lux.
Yeah, and this one's interesting because it depends on like what you think about Pepio and Bobby Miller, right? Is Bobby Miller is the upside? I mean, we know he's a top 100 guy just about everywhere you look. I think he's on every top 100 list.
Yeah, I think Ryan. This
we know he can
Miller
touch high
sure.
90s, if not triple digits. He's got some mixed in stuff that he can breaking balls and stuff that he can mix in there as well. And so if you think he can be again in that, sort of like maybe Dustin May upside, but less of the injury concerns that we've already started to see crop up with Dustin May. You've got him. You've got Pepio, who again, funny enough, probably projects very similarly to a guy like Tony Gonsolin. Like the ceiling is probably the same, but with Pepio, you're getting a guy that's 3 or 4 years younger than Tony Gonsolin is.
Ryan Pepio is one of my favorites. Bobby Miller's a great prospect. I don't think that getting rid of Ryan Pepio would be a great idea. I think to me, Ryan Pepio's got great stuff. I think, yes, he is kind of like Tony Gonsolin. He is about 3 years younger. I love his velocity. I love his four seam. I love his fastball. I don't know that getting rid of him would be a good idea to me.
Again, if I'm the Nationals, I want Gavin Lux because if I'm rebuilding, let's just give the guy at bats and see if we can begin to rebuild a little bit of stock there and let him prove that he was a top 5-10 prospect there. And then Jose Ramos a little bit, and then Nastrini a little bit more of a lottery ticket. I'm not sure the Nationals would want Nastrini because it feels like the Dodgers have done something that if I'm the Nationals, I don't know if I trust myself. I don't know if I trust myself to continue that development, but I like sort of the bones of that package as well. And again, I think
I like this package a little bit more. Mistrini, again, do the Nationals have a strong farm system, the development system? I'm not sure to that point. Do they have so are they able to develop him as well as the Dodgers have? Maybe not. Are they in a rebuilding stage where their development team can give them great players like the Dodgers can? Once the player goes out, if the Dodgers need someone to fill in, they have fill-ins from the minor league, and they have fill-ins for the fill-ins in the minor league. So their development camps are absolutely amazing, and they're among the top 10 and the top 5 all the time. So there you go. Jose Ramos, okay, out of the bag. I think you could have him there too. Jose Ramos, I do like him. But if you are the Nationals and you want to kind of take a chance on him, you could do that too. Gavin Lux, he is a guy that is getting hot and even hotter every game. And you could say, if you're the Nationals, hey, we could take Gavin Lux because he's so good and he's getting better and he's proving to be a top prospect. However, again, how good are the coaches out there for him? Obviously, right, they had Trey Turner, but are they good enough to maintain that strength that Gavin Lux has? I'm not sure about that either.
I think you probably can mix in. I think it's fair to focus on the big pieces, but again, I think there's probably some fringe type pieces. Like, would they want a guy like Edwin Rios, let's say? Would they want a guy like, probably not another catcher or something, but, are there outfielders that the Dodgers have that aren't getting the playing time in the Dodgers system that they would be getting somewhere else? And so, absolutely. So, okay. So you said if you were the Nationals, the third package is kind of the bones of it is what that would be your starting point. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. It provides if you're trading Juan Soto, I don't believe you're looking to win right away.
Yeah.
I don't think you're looking for, 2 years. We're going to with, I think they have to wait until Strasburg's contract is up. And that's so much of a roadblock there.
Yeah. So
I think they're on the longer end. That's why I lean more towards the third package.
Yeah.
And that's where Mike Rizzo would be, because you're getting Juan Soto. You're giving up Juan Soto, and
yeah.
I can't believe it feels like he's been in the league 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. The way that he's playing, 23 and a half years old, guy's a killer. Guy's an amazing guy. Amazing player. I don't know about him as a guy, but as a person. But again, you're also talking about the Dodgers. Do you need Juan Soto? Possibly. I think what the Dodgers need more because what did you see in the games in Arizona? What did you see in the games with the Nationals? What did you see in the games with the Phillies except for that last one? The offense is able to explode right now. You got a whole team full of all-stars. Where you need the help is the pitching. Are you willing to but on the offense, are you willing to give up what makes your offense great for one player? What if that player, Juan Soto, goes down? Oops. You gave up Gavin Lux. What if Julio Urias is out? Now you only have Kershaw and Bueller, but you need someone to start game 3 and in the series, and Gonsolin's not there. You got rid of him. Okay, Kimbrel can start, but you put him for a couple innings. You need a pitcher to come in about the 6th inning. You got rid of Pepio. You got rid of Trinan. You got rid of Vesia. There's your problem that I don't think the Dodgers want to have to face, if I'm going to be completely honest.
Yeah. I wonder, I bet the conversation starts exactly where ours did with that first package, which is give me all of your best prospects and give me Dustin May and give me, a relief pitcher or something like a Gratterall type piece. And I bet
call back and then see what else.
Yeah, exactly. And then I think it moves in the direction of, look, at some point, as crazy as it sounds, the Dodgers would have to say no. Like, there is a package that you would say, no, we will not give up all of those things for Juan Soto. But I think it probably moves in the direction of, pick 3 or 4 pieces from a grab bag of our top 5 prospects, Dustin May, Tony Gonsolin, Gavin Lux. Like, pick 4 of those guys, and then we'll add in, then here's another pool of players, the James Outman level, the Jose Ramos, maybe a Nick Nastrini, maybe a Brusdar Gratterall, those types of pieces. And say, all right, pick 2 from that, and we'll give you 6 guys. We'll give you Juan Soto. Maybe there's a bad contract. I mean, maybe they get off the Strasburg contract in a deal like this. Yeah. But, man, it seems so crazy. It seems so crazy to even be thinking about any of this, and yet, who knows? I mean, crazier things have happened. Let me repeat the headline here. I don't think Juan Soto is getting traded. I don't think the Dodgers are going to trade for him. This is a fun exercise, a fun video, a fun conversation to have. So we appreciate everyone joining. But first, before you stop watching this video, I want you to comment below on the YouTube video.
Again, last thought from me, couple thoughts. It's not happening. I don't think so. Crazier things can happen, but still. If you're the Dodgers, when do you want to win a World Series? Why would you get rid of your top prospects? If you're Washington, if you're the Washington Nationals, you're trying to rebuild, why would you get rid of Juan Soto, your best player, possibly one of the best players in the league, aside from like Freddie Freeman, Vladdy Guerrero Jr., and all those guys? Albert Pujols, well, he's, still great, but it's just, why would you do that? Right? If you're in a rebuild phase, you want to keep what you have. You don't want to extend your rebuild by a number of years. I'm sure Duncan would have another thought here. But again, I just don't see it. And for the Dodgers, you're going to set yourself back if you're getting rid of Lux, May, Gonsolin, Gratterall, Vesia, Pepio, Gonsolin, all these guys. I just don't see it happening for either team. So, let me go see what Emily from Lawyer Reacts is saying real quick. I don't see the video there. I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go take a bit of a bathroom break. I will be right back. Okay. Oof. I'm gonna go see if Emily Baker's on before we get started. All right. Let me add this tab real quick. It's just exhausting, y'all.
You claim that on this
All right,
train
so
ride,
here's
that Ms.
Rottenborg
Heard,
cross-examining
hit you in the face, correct?
Johnny Depp.
Yes.
And left a black eye, correct?
We'll
Yes.
see how this
At least
goes.
he's not rushing.
Michelle, could you please pull up PX
His
162?
pace is not super rushed, which I appreciate. Elaine came
Yes.
out with Dr. Curry rushed. We also had testimony from Kate Moss.
Mr.
today
Depp,
as
this
well.
is the picture that your counsel
It's very
showed you both in your prior, or showed you this morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that mark under your left eye is what you claim to be a black eye caused by Ms. Heard, correct?
Seems to be there's some scratches around my nose as well.
Okay.
He's talking about here.
All right, but that it's your left eye, the one close to the chef. That's what you says your black eye, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was the picture your team chose to show you, right?
Huh. Not my job.
Let's pull up
someone
exhibit
show
1905,
you.
Michelle, please.
I'm sorry, which number was it?
This is a new exhibit, Your Honor, 1905.
Oh, new exhibits.
That's defendants.
Defendants Exhibit 1905.
Okay, thank you.
We love new exhibits.
Mm-hmm.
This is a new
Ask
exhibit, and we all
permission to
go,
publish, Your Honor.
Let's see how
Written evidence.
they're going to try and disprove that there
Any
was an
objection to
injury.
1905?
put it
And
in
by
evidence
that,
before you publish
what's going to
it, Ron
happen
Bourne.
is
With the
A
comments,
edited
we have no objection to the photograph
photo.
itself. We would ask the comments be redacted as hearsay.
Well,
Well,
I'd like to at least question the witness about the
I
comments.
have no objection to the photograph being published.
Okay, well, let's wait a minute. Mr. Depp, you see here, these are 4 pictures of you, right?
Yes,
Yeah, and below it indicate that they were taken on July 24th, 2015 in Bangkok, Thailand, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
in Bangkok, Thailand, so
Double
before the
standard,
train
woman.
ride.
Correct, before the train ride,
Just
because you
saying.
didn't get on the train ride till the 25th, is that right?
I somewhere in that area, I guess.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish this to the jury.
If it's just the photographs, we have no.
Hey,
objection.
Paul Pack and El Jefe, good to see you both in the chat.
Just have the photographs in it.
Sure. So we'll do 1905.
05, but just with redactions, it'll be fine.
Rottenborn has to pick his battles because if he hadn't had it redacted, it wouldn't be in evidence, and he needs it in evidence here.
I'm very curious to see what this is going to be. I wonder if it's another version of this photo, a photo from another day.
On the bottom, I'm just.
It's just redacted. Yeah.
Did it not get redacted? I'm gonna go to super chats. As we're waiting for Rottenborn, I'm a single full-time working mom with ADHD, raising a young child with ADHD. Would love you to do a chat on this and just get your insight. I'm happy to chat about it. And that's generally the kind of stuff, particularly in members chats, but I'm happy to do a chat on it. I'm not an expert. I only can speak from my own experience and my own experiences as an adult with ADHD, kids with ADHD, but definitely not an expert. Just want to make that clear. We're going to get to a few more since they're still redacting shit. Thank you, Emily, to you and your community for keeping this a great space to be. P.S. Your TED Talk has revolutionized my approach to future plans and goals. I love hearing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
It means a lot to me, truly.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, could you please scroll down to the bottom 2 pictures there?
Yeah, he was trying to organize his space. I definitely try to control my space when I'm feeling stressed.
Mr. Depp, in these
For sure.
pictures that were taken before you got on the train ride for your honeymoon, where you claim that Miss Heard hit you and gave you a black eye, you have the exact same shadow or sunburn or mark under your left eye.
Fair.
The exact same mark, don't you?
That's the,
Let's leave it there. It was a little too
when you
loud.
get a side light, you see the occipital bone. So that is the exact area.
Yep. And it's actually
a side light will cause that.
Yeah, well,
as
the
well.
picture's not being taken from the side, is it? It's being taken
No,
head
no,
on,
no, no,
isn't it?
no, no, no.
He's talking about
The
the
lens
light.
in front.
Yeah.
The light on the side.
Right.
Will cause that occipital bone, I believe it's called,
Mhm.
to appear sunken. And-
Just like lights on the side of a train car, correct?
Objection
Well,
calls for
You
speculation.
can take that down, Michelle.
that was in fact in the dark.
Sus-
I had a
sustain-
chef, I had people on either side of me, so
We can
I
wait for
don't
next-
see where the light fill is from the side there.
Mr. Deputy,
People
wait for
on
the
either
next
side of
question,
me.
next question.
Next
Oh,
question.
sorry.
Even the picture your team chose to show you on that train isn't accurate, is it? Let's pull up.
Objection
exhibit-
calls for
let-
speculation.
Let's pull up exhibit 1859, please.
Rottenborn is not going
1859.
slowly
Is
into
that
the
in
good night.
evidence?
No, Your Honor.
No.
They are just ready.
Mr. Depp, this is the same picture or the same, the exact same scene displayed in PX 162 that you looked at this morning, correct?
That looks like my face has been, the eyes have been photoshopped.
Oh, okay. So this post from.
What did I say? It
the
was gonna
Eastern
be
and
edited.
Oriental Express's Facebook page. You're
That's
saying
what's
that
gonna
that's
happen
Photoshopped?
with these lawyers.
Is
Let's
that from their
see.
page? I
He
wouldn't-
didn't say he
sure,
knows
why
where it's
wouldn't
from.
they?
Let's pull them up side by side, please.
He didn't say he knew where it was from. Oh, if we're getting into pulling
Your
up
Honor, I
photos
move
side
for
by
the
side.
admission of
That'll be
this
interesting.
exhibit. We can just have the pictures. We don't need the.
Any objection to the picture?
Objection, lack of foundation, lack of authentication.
I hate
Is that you in the photo,
Don't
Mr. Depp?
huff and puff, man.
It is me, but it's clearly.
Your
it's
Honor,
been-
I'd move
it's
to strike
been-
anything after that, first of all, and would ask for admission of this photograph.
All right, just a photograph?
Yep.
You're gonna,
We maintain our lack of authentication, lack of foundation.
all right, over objection, I'll allow 1859.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, could I please get you to,
You need to redact it first.
we actually have one, it's, that will admit.
I don't like
or
the
ask
huffy
you to admit
sounds
it's
either.
1858, that is just the picture.
I already have 18.
Okay, so we'll call this 1859 then.
Rottenborn has
This is-
been a
this is
good
1859.
lawyer.
Yeah, we
He
just
is
need to-
doing his job.
Okay.
The questioning is clear. But yes, the huffiness
We'll fix
bothers
that
me.
exhibit sticker on the bottom and get you that correct 1859.
18.
They also are working against the clock.
And
And that's
Michelle, what
hard
I'd
for
like to
them.
ask you to do, please, is to put the picture displayed as 1859
Digital expert is still on the list.
was admitted into evidence next to PX 162 that was shown to Mr. Depp this morning.
Okay, you can pop, those are both in evidence.
Can you try to make them the same size, please?
Can you try to make them the same size, please, Michelle?
This is the exact same picture, isn't it, Mr. Depp?
With radically different quality. And
Edited.
No, you answer my question.
I am answering
I
the
don't know, I
question.
wasn't done.
You
It's
answered my
edited.
question, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Oh boy. The whites look a lot different.
Mr. Depp, you had that, whatever mark it is, whether it's a sunburn, whether it's a shadow, whether it's the light reflecting, you had that same mark on your eye before you got on that train.
Well, it's pretty difficult to get a sunburn on a train. And in
let's
the
go to-
photographs with the child, I don't look particularly sunburned. Can we see those again?
Let's pull up exhibit
Your
one.
team
Actually, no,
will
let's
have
talk
time
about Australia.
to do
for a minute.
redirect.
Oh, good.
You testified that you've
do you
never
say, oh,
done
good?
ecstasy more than a handful of times in your life, correct?
6, 7 times.
Now, you heard Miss Heard's testimony. You've been sitting here. I know you didn't look at her. but you
Rottenborn
heard
is
her
now starting to
testimony.
rush.
And you heard her. You didn't hear her say you ingested 8 to 10 all at once.
That's what she
came
said.
down
That's
after
literally what
being
she
apart
said.
from you for some
8
time.
to 10
Rottenborn.
MDMA
8 to
pills.
10 gone from the bag.
Objection,
No.
form, compound.
Misstates facts and evidence.
I also heard Miss Heard say I reached into a bag and threw and poured a bunch of
That's what she
MDMA
said.
down my mouth.
Correct. Correct, that's right. She didn't say you poured 10 at one time, did she?
No, she said a handful.
She did.
Okay.
Which is more than 10, I believe.
Okay, the fact is, Mr. Depp, you are asking for ecstasy. You who have only done it 6 times in your life, you are asking for ecstasy and cocaine within minutes of being admitted to the hospital after suffering your finger injury, weren't you?
Objection compound.
I don't recall that I was.
Overruled.
Let's pull up
The whites on all the
Yeah, let's
shirts and
pull
stuff
up
in
the,
that picture looked
plaintiff's
so
or exhibit
different. It looked,
393,
I don't know if
please.
it was color adjusted or
You
what,
just said
but
you
the
don't
whites on the
recall you were begging
shirts
for
and
any
the
drugs.
No, I
the
don't,
jackets
but I do
looked
recall
so
being in
different.
great pain and great distress, so
Okay,
I could have asked for a teddy bear as well.
okay. So this has been admitted, Your Honor.
This is an evidence, okay?
Ooh, Rottenborn's starting to move quick.
They're trying to say.
Michelle is
Oh my
Team
God.
Heard's tech person. I don't know if she's a
And
tech
if you can
paralegal
pull
or
up the
an
text
They're,
attorney.
they're trying
Or
to
is
say,
in
oh
charge
my
of
God,
the
he
tech.
did drugs.
In this,
He did drugs,
She's
Your
been
Honor.
doing a great
Oh
job.
my
Mr.
God.
Depp,
Oh, he did drugs.
you were-
Oh,
after you suffered
abusive.
your Finger
Tech and
injury,
exhibit.
you just
Literally what they're
testified you
saying
don't
here.
recall asking for any drugs. You're texting Nathan Holmes, your personal assistant, need more Whitey stuff ASAP, brother man, and the e-business. Now, we went over this in your cross-examination, didn't we?
He didn't say he was asking for it for
If you
him.
say so, sir,
And
It's
you
improper
and Whitey
impeachment.
stuff is cocaine,
I would say.
and the e-business is ecstasy.
Um,
You already
yeah,
said
quite
so.
likely, yes.
Okay.
So I
Take that.
didn't recall that,
Thank you.
but
Can you pull up exhibit 1817?
Oh yeah, he's rushing quick.
Rottenborn is just gonna keep going,
He's gonna just go.
which is interesting.
This is
I take my time here, honestly.
a
No one said it
picture
was
that
for
you were
him.
shown this morning, Mr. Depp.
yes.
And you kind of made some illustrations on the picture and gave your account of what you see here. Mr. Depp, you testified previously that the vodka bottle that you allege cut off your finger was a handle of vodka, correct?
Yes.
You've already
the
testified to that,
second
correct?
bottle, there was a handle on it, bottle,
Right.
yes.
This bottle, whatever it is, to the extent it's glass at all, that's in the corner of this room.
To the
that's
extent
not a
it's
handle of
glass
vodka.
at all.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think you'll find that I said 2 bottles.
Double standard.
Well,
Remember,
actually,
this
what
judge is a
you
woman.
testified to
Double
this morning,
standard.
Mr. Depp, was that the bottle in the corner was the handle, and there is no other
No,
bottle
no.
in the picture, is there?
Rottenborn doesn't think he
No,
has
that's
enough
not
time
what I
left.
testified. I testified that, may I touch the screen?
Yes.
This is glass. This is glass.
Yep. And that's
Okay.
not a handle. Neither of those are handles of vodka.
It's that big. It's broken. The handles up the top on those vodka bottles, sir.
Yeah.
I mean,
And none, if you combine all that glass on the floor, that doesn't make up the amount of glass in a handle of
Calls
vodka.
for speculation,
Objection,
lack of
calls for
foundation, lacks
speculation.
personal
I'm
knowledge.
not a, you know,
When there's objection, hold on.
Right.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
There is no picture of a handle of vodka broken on that floor, is there, Mr. Depp?
no, I don't see it. I see glass under this chair here.
Okay.
He
Well,
doesn't see an actual handle.
you testified this morning that you did see it, so it's good to get that clarification.
No, he didn't.
Let's move
No, I
on.
didn't
he did
say I
not.
saw a handle.
You also testified
No,
this
no,
morning
no.
that yeah, and I want to get this, I want to make sure that we're
He
on the
didn't
same
say he
page
saw a
here.
handle. He
You
said that was the
testified
handle
earlier
bottle.
this morning that there was no phone in the bar area.
No. He said no wall-mounted phone.
I don't
No
recall a
wall-mounted
phone in the bar area.
Okay,
I
He
don't
said no
recall- I
wall-mounted
don't recall
phone
a big
earlier.
phone in the bar area where I,
okay.
no.
Let's pull up, Michelle, please, UK day 3, page 421. Mr. Depp, we've
state the
we've done this drill
testimony.
before. This is your testimony from the UK, correct?
Can I please have,
It's this. We don't have copies for everyone. It's on the screen.
Your
right
Honor,
there.
may I please? I would
Don't
like to
snark at opposing
What?
counsel.
tease
We don't have
the
copies for
testimony
everyone.
of the witness.
Bring
you
enough
can
for
have
the
my
class, Rottenborn. Speaking of bringing enough to the class,
Mr. Depp, you remember giving testimony in the UK trial?
thank you to
for
the
several
law nerd
days,
that
correct?
sent me watermelon gummy bears.
Okay, so, yeah, okay, yeah.
Yep.
I didn't know
So
they
I do
existed.
remember a telephone in
I'm
the bar
living.
area. and this
Yeah, well,
telephone you picked up was made of Bakelite.
This is my turn to do this, Mr. Depp.
I'm sorry.
On page 421,
I don't
line
think the
19,
jury's going to like
you were asked
this.
a question.
Yeah,
and
he's
this
being too
telephone
forceful.
that you picked up
He's
was made of-
being
I'm sorry,
an
I'm gonna
idiot,
Go up
a
one-
Huh?
150.
asshole.
Can you come pick me up?
Question.
fighting.
At one stage, when you were in the kitchen screaming this
I
heard, you
feel
picked
like
up
I'm
a
witnessing
wall-mounted
people fight and
telephone.
it's
Do you
uncomfortable.
remember a telephone in the kitchen? Answer. No, ma'am.
No.
I remember a
I didn't know the
telephone in bar
watermelon
area.
existed in gummy
Question,
bear form.
And this telephone that you picked up was
This
made
particular
of
flavor.
Bakelite. Do you know what I mean by that? A retro telephone, wall-mounted but retro. Answer, it was a wall-mounted telephone, but it was not Bakelite. It was a modern phone. It was plastic. Question, a phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up. Can you scroll down, please?
He's just reading it now. There's nothing to object to for this.
Question, a phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up by you, held in your right hand, and you were repeatedly smashing it against the wall in your right hand. Answer, that is possible. But I do not, if that is the case, I do not believe I spent very much time on the phone. I remember ripping the phone off the wall. That was your testimony, correct?
It seems it would be yes.
Thank you.
Nope,
Answer my
that's
question.
redirect.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, you
Redirect.
before, you've said, if I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted. You've said that before, haven't you?
When?
Have you
When? What's the context?
quote from me somewhere saying that?
It's my question to you. You've said that before, haven't you? Well, actually, let's refresh your recollection. Can you
There
pull
you
up
Be great.
the Ghost in the Machine article, please?
Possibly about paparazzis.
He needs context. That's fair. I would want my memory refreshed all day long. It was
Mr.
like,
Depp, you see the picture of you.
let him read it.
On the lower left,
Yes.
appears to be shirtless and wearing a crown, I believe. You see the
Do we get to
long
see it?
paragraph above that that starts with "in the Mark Hotel."
Ah, yes,
You see
yes,
that?
yes. I
At
do.
the bottom of that, does this refresh your recollection that you said,
a very tough witness on limited time.
"I have a lot of love inside me and a lot of anger inside me as well. If I love somebody, then I'm going to love them. If I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted." Did I read that right?
He's reading for context, which is fair.
You did read that right, yes.
Thank you. You can take that down, Michelle, please. Now, Mr. Depp, you've also
Where is it from? When is it
claimed
from?
that,
And it sounds like he's saying anger has no place here. I don't understand.
you said
the
before that
point.
if you
I'm trying
want
to follow
be
his
with
line of
women
questioning
sexually,
and I'm
she
lost.
is rightfully yours.
Oh,
Haven't you?
that's interesting.
Could you repeat that?
And you've also said that with
Could you
respect-
repeat that, please?
Yeah, that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours.
What?
That's ludicrous.
You've also said that with respect to women that you want to be with, you've remarked, "I need, I want, I take," haven't you?
Equally as ludicrous, no.
Can you pull up
And where's the
TS 883,
context?
please?
Yeah, I'm gonna need some context.
See? Even the
You
lawyer
can pull
agrees
what
with
you
me.
like. I've never said those words.
Where's the
There's not enough
context?
hubris. in
There's not a question pending, sir. The judge is gonna cut you right off.
Is it
It
evidence?
is not admitted yet.
Okay, 883.
Though it seems that Rottenborn is very excited about this.
Mr. Depp,
They better not be moving
these are
lines.
text messages from you to Stephen Deuters on February 22nd, 2017, correct?
If he asks for the metadata, I'm gonna
This-
die laughing.
No, this looks nothing like me. You might have mistaken.
Mr. Depp, we can show the full unredacted. You've looked at a number of text messages in this case, and the words "him" as the identifier, that's you, correct? In every text message we've seen in this
Show the
case.
full unredacted then. to him.
Yeah, sure. It still doesn't mean it hasn't been screwed with. That's not anything that I've ever said or written.
You want to see the whole thing unredacted?
Yeah, show
We
'em.
can look at that too.
Let's
no,
do that.
because you
Show
could have typed it up last night. No.
Yeah, I can assure you I didn't type it up last night.
Just
Mr.
answer
Depp.
the question,
Your
Mr.
Honor, I move
Depp.
for the admission of Exhibit 883.
All right, any objection?
Objection on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
All right, well, do you want to approach for a moment?
The huffing.
Yeah, the huffing and
absolutely
puffing.
kills
just
me.
shows
But
that
now
he's a
it's impeachment
brat.
because he's saying I never said that.
Your
so
Honor.
it will come in on relevance ground because it
Yeah.
seems to contradict what they're saying. But
It's
the
I would
huffing
ask for the
makes
relevance here,
me
especially
wild.
if I
And
was right
again,
for it. I know he's rushed for time. I would have given
this
the
is going
relevance,
to be
but he didn't
very
give the
interesting.
relevance.
It's cross-examination, and this is why. Do you choose to put Depp back on, knowing that stuff like this can come up? I want to see the photos again. I want to take a look at it, but the scoffing is very annoying. But if they're going down this road of photos bad, photos bad, photos bad, it's that's a two-way street. So Rottenborn's cat, no, Needlehoff's cat typed it up last night while he was Google searching. So this is, I hate putting this out into the universe, Ruby, Duty, do. If there's a hung jury, what happens next? The parties have to decide if they do this all again. I can't imagine that they would.
883 in evidence as redacted.
So it's being redacted
Mr.
and
Depp,
admitted.
you're aware that these are text messages. You can see the bottom right. where
He's
it
saying
says
that they're not
Depp,
his.
And then it has a number, 8129.
He's
Those
saying
are
they're not his.
Produced by you in this litigation. You understand that, right?
I understand that.
Okay. All right, Michelle, could you please, let's take a look at the top text first. Mr. Depp,
I mean,
on
he should be
February
tense. He's on
22nd,
cross-examination.
2017,
Tense is
you
appropriate.
texted Mr. Duders.
That's going to be the problem for the jury.
Exactly.
If this feels
Molly's pussy is rightfully mine. Should I not just bust in and remove its hinges tonight?
That's
Did I
not
read
what
that
you
right?
asked.
You read it right.
And the one beneath that, you say,
oh my,
I want to change her understanding of what it is like to be thrashed about like a pleading mackerel. And then in all caps, you write, I need.
Rottenborn is reading
I
sex into the record
Read that right?
again.
Wow.
You read it right.
Rottenborn is reading
But I did
sex
not write
again.
that.
Rottenborn is reading sex again. Oh, Elaine.
Perhaps someone
You
else
wrote
had
every
my
other
phone.
text that you produced that came from you in this litigation, didn't you?
Not necessarily. Sometimes you give your phone to people and they
Now,
text
when you
from
got
it.
off that plane
Excuse me?
from Boston,
The sex
Sorry.
thing.
when you got off the plane from Boston,
Damn
you-
it, I didn't
you
get a
knew Miss
picture of
Heard
the
was
sex.
angry with you.
Oh, I'll have to go back.
It was pretty much a given.
Objection, calls for speculation.
And you understood her to be angry, right?
Double standard. Woman.
I also
judge.
think Molly is
And
ecstasy.
And you asked Mr.
I
Duders.
think Rottenborn
double
just doesn't
standard.
realize what's happening. It's like the
Thank
throat
you.
texts.
Same
Rottenborn
person you
didn't get
texted
it.
in that last exhibit. You asked Mr. Duders to communicate with her on your behalf, correct?
I don't know what you're talking about. You'll have to explain.
You asked Mr. Duders to communicate with Miss Heard by text to speak to her about the incident, correct?
About what incident?
To speak to her about the plane flight,
The
Didn't
plane?
the Boston plane.
Rottenborn reading the
Boston
sex
plane.
into the record is literal might be my favorite thing.
So you're
Especially
saying
the
that
throat
I-
one was hilarious. The
Uh,
thrashing mackerel is something
Influenced Mr. Duders.
Molly
I
is
told him
drugs.
That he
like what the fuck?
had to write this and I had told him that he had to write that. Is that what you're
No, it wasn't uncommon for Mr. Duders to text to communicate with Miss Heard on
A
your behalf,
young
correct?
jury,
Objection, calls for
a
speculation.
young jury is not going to read these the way Rottenborn is
He was your
reading them.
personal assistant, Mr. Duders. was
He's
your
back to
personal
trying to make
assistant,
fetch
correct?
happen.
I had two personal assistants
Right.
at the time.
He was one of them, right?
Yeah, Mr. Duders was one of them. Yes, sir.
Right, and it wasn't uncommon for you to ask Mr. Duders to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
It wasn't uncommon for any of them to communicate with Miss Heard on my behalf if I were on set or unavailable or any of that.
Or if Miss Heard and you had a fight, you would sometimes have them to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
I think my crew caught on very quickly that
Just a yes or no,
would be
Mr. Depp.
necessary for them to.
No, just a yes or no. It was not uncommon after
Objection,
you and Miss
Your
Heard
Honor.
had
I'd ask that he be allowed to finish his
yes
answer.
or no.
I'd
question.
ask that Rottenborn chill.
Go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Wasn't uncommon for you to have one of your personal assistants communicate with Miss Heard after you and her had a fight.
I disagree because you're insinuating that I had them do it, and you don't know that.
After the Boston plane flight, you had Mr. Duders
He's asking you that.
communicate with Miss Heard, correct?
When I'm asked what to do, I said placate her, just placate her like we always do.
And you told him, send her whatever message you need to send to
I'm
placate her,
sorry, he's
correct?
sorry, he feels bad, yes, because any other answer, it would turn into World War III.
Okay, can you pull up exhibit 229, please?
This is very interesting, honestly. Very, very, very interesting.
Your Honor, I think you know where I'm going here, and based on Mr. Depp's testimony, I'd ask
Oh.
for the admission of Exhibit 220.
They're asking if a door's
Your
been
Honor,
opened.
can we please approach?
Sure. They're asking if a door's been opened. I don't know what door they think has been opened, but those text messages were not literal. We're back to trying to make fetch happen with hyperbole again, and trying to make it happen with hyperbole with a young jury who's going to look at it and being like, that's not literal, is just so weird. It's like when Rottenborn was trying to talk about the I have other uses for your throat. It's just
Depp,
wild.
You were pretty angry after Miss Heard got her temporary restraining order, weren't you?
Angry. I was, more than anything, I was hurt.
And you testified earlier this morning, you claimed that you somehow were responsible for her getting the role with Warner Brothers, correct? That's what you testified to this morning. You also tried to get her fired.
Did he answer?
From Aqua Man, didn't you? After the temporary restraining order.
Wait, compound.
Which question would you like me to handle?
Correct.
One question, sir. You tried to get her fired from Aqua Man after the temporary restraining order, didn't you?
Well, what is related to the story about me getting?
It just yes or no, Mr. Depp. I don't.
I don't have time for this shit.
What the story related to?
I can't please you with a yes or a no every single time.
It's a yes or no
Poor
question,
court
sir.
reporter.
You tried to get Miss Heard fired, didn't you?
Answer's no.
All right, let's pull up Exhibit
The poor court
821.
reporter. RIP, and like F in the chat for the poor stenographer with these two talking over each other, because oh my God, why are there no objections?
Is that
I
you
think
trying to
is
get her
this-
fired?
strategic choice.
This is a text message that you had with
Uh-huh.
your sister, Christy Dombrowski. She was the first witness in this case, right?
She doesn't work at Warner Brothers. You can't fire Amber.
This is a text message you had with her
Just
on
answer.
June 4th, 2016, isn't it?
They're just gonna fight.
June 12th. Yes.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 821 as redacted.
Any objection?
We would object on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
I'll overrule that objection, 821.
Rottenborn, they're marking a record. Don't
Double
huff every
standard.
time they make
Go
a
ahead.
record.
Again, she's a woman, so she has double standard as a judge.
They're letting the jury
On
see
June 4th,
how much Amber Heard is fighting.
2016, Mr. Depp, you texted your sister, I want her replaced on that WB film. Did I read that right?
You did.
Her is referring to Amber, right?
That's correct.
And WB is Warner Brothers.
And
correct?
WB already testified.
Again, correct. Yes.
And then after you sent this text to your sister, following the temporary restraining order, you reached out to Guy Silverstein to have him fire Amber, correct?
Who?
It's Greg Silverstein, I'm sorry.
Still who?
I don't recall reaching out to Greg Silverstein.
You reached out to Sue Crawl to get him to
Particularly.
fire Miss Heard, right?
I had vetted Miss Heard. And I had vetted Miss Heard.
Mr. Depp, you got your chance
Warner
to speak
Brothers
this morning.
had-
Your Honor,
Warner Brothers
Sorry.
had two franchises.
Mr. Depp, if you could just answer the question, sir. Next
Yeah.
question.
you reached out to Greg Silverstein to get him to try to get Amber fired from Aqua Man, didn't you?
I
Asked and
reached-
answered.
Excuse me?
Asked and answered.
It's a yes or no
No,
question. that you have to
nothing's been answered.
All right.
Nothing's been answered.
Yes or no, sir? You reached out to Greg Silverstein
My
to
head
try to
hurts.
get Amber fired from Aqua Man.
Second half of your question is wrong, sir.
You
I
reached out to Sue
them
Crawl.
because I vetted her.
No, Mr. Depp. You reached out to Sue
What
Crawl
you
to
like,
get
I
her
don't
to try to get her to help you get Amber fired from Aqua Man, didn't you?
No.
And you reached out to Kevin Sujihara to try to get him to help you get Amber fired from Aqua Man, didn't you?
No.
Can you pull up Exhibit 857?
Oh, chat. Rottenborn is not going to slow down. Rottenborn doesn't have time to slow down. This is just, there are moments.
Mr.
it's hard to
Depp,
listen
this is
to. The
a
focus
text
just went out
message
in the
that
court.
you sent to Christian Carino on August 15th, 2016.
Does the text
correct?
message to Christian
This is already in
Carino
evidence, correct?
Parts of it are.
have
It's not
anything
this-
to
Not this
Well,
version.
this can't be 857 then, no.
8:50. Sorry.
Your Honor, you can't do this to me.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
The judge is
Understood.
like, please, for the love
we'll
of
call it
God,
8:57.
don't fuck up the exhibits now, Rottenborn. We have 2 days left. So the judge is like, you can't admit different. The record needs to be clear, not just for
My
the jury,
apologies, Your
but the record needs to be clear for the appellate court. Which
Mr. Depp,
exhibit
you
is
sent
which?
this text to
The
Christian
redacted and the
Carino on
unredacted.
August 15th.
I most certainly did.
Okay. And in this text that you sent to Christian Carino is the person who used to be Amber's agent and then was your agent for a time, correct?
That is correct.
And in this text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
You want to put in evidence
Yeah.
first?
Move for admission of
Any
857A.
objection?
No objection.
All right, 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
I think he's worried he's going to run out of
Thank you.
time.
And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco.
Oh,
brother.
this is the one about
I'm even sorry to ask.
Elon Musk's crooked
but
dick.
She sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy.
Are you that
no
shitty
fear,
lawyer, sir?
And not an ounce of emotion or what I once thought was love for this
Different-
gold digging, low level, dime a dozen, mushy, pointless,
Different
dangling,
lawyers.
overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out.
I was surprised this
She
didn't
will
come
hit
in.
the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
This,
did.
I believe, came in the UK case. I was surprised
Now,
it hadn't come in
not
yet.
long after this.
Amber Heard's face has changed quite a lot.
Thank you.
It's
Not
a
long after
lot
this,
of a text.
you met Mr. Waldman in the late summer or fall of 2016, correct?
That text
Yeah,
would not have come
September,
in
October, somewhere
if
in there, whatever.
And he's been your attorney
he
since
hadn't
then,
taken a
correct?
stand again.
Yes, sir.
And you met with him with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
I'm sorry, again?
You and Mr. Waldman together met with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
Are you asking me a question about my attorney and I?
Yeah, that you two met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020.
Your counsel will object if it's objectionable.
Was that during the London trial?
No,
No?
no, in February.
I don't recall it, though.
Okay.
I don't.
To the extent Mr. Waldman testified that you did, you don't dispute that, correct?
I just don't recall it.
Okay. You don't disagree with Mr. Waldman's testimony that you and he met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, correct?
He's saying he
If
doesn't
that's
remember.
Mr. Waldman's testimony, then,
Well, you were here.
Okay.
You
but
heard the
I just
testimony.
didn't necessarily know who these people were,
The,
I
the,
guess.
the same month that the Daily Mail released alleged tapes between you and Amber.
Objection
Correct.
calls for speculation, lack of
Alleged-
personal knowledge.
alleged
I'll
tape.
sustain the objection. Next question.
That's why they didn't bring up
Now,
the audio more.
Mr. Depp, you
'Cause they're still
testified,
fighting
and I
over
wrote
who
it down
released it.
before lunch. You said,
Interesting.
Ms. Myers asked you something about, how does it feel to make you, or how does it feel to be here? You said, I've been living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to get the truth out. Remember saying that?
Yes.
You also said, I've spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back. Something to that effect. You remember saying that?
Yes.
And you've claimed several times in this proceeding, Mr. Depp, that this trial is your first chance to tell your story, haven't you?
Oh, are they going to get into the TRO? Is that
But
where
that's
we're
just
going?
not true,
Ooh.
is it, Mr. Depp?
Oh, dear.
That's not true.
That's,
Huh?
no, for me, it is true.
Okay, well, here's the thing.
For me,
The
that's
fact is, Mr. Depp, when Dan Wooten wrote an article that was published in The Sun calling you a wife beater,
Mhm.
you brought a lawsuit against The Sun
he
in
wants
June
to
of
say wife beater
2018,
as
correct?
much as he can in court.
Yes, I put
And that was 6 months before Miss Heard ever wrote her op-ed, correct?
I don't know.
And in the summer of 2020, there was a several-week trial in London against the Sun.
Huh.
Correct?
Ms. Heard was not a party to that trial.
Not my question, Mr. Depp. In the article that the Sun wrote that you sued over, you sued for Mr. Wooten calling you a wife beater, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question.
And in the trial that you subsequently brought,
Rottenborn's like, but he's not
you called a
answering.
lot of witnesses, right?
I don't know what a lot is. I don't know.
Many people testified on both sides of the trial, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they going to try to get into the
And
result of the
many
trial?
exhibits were introduced, correct?
Like a trial, yes.
And you, just like in this trial, you were on the stand for several days in that trial, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that trial involved the same factual issues that you are litigating here, which is whether
Calls
you
for a legal
committed
conclusion.
abuse
Illegal.
against Amber Heard.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
You brought that case against the Sun because you were angry at the Sun for calling you a wife beater, correct?
Or he felt it was slander. I mean, one of the two.
Yeah, that's
And you
probably a pretty good reason.
And you went through that trial in London, correct?
I did indeed, yes.
Mr. Depp, you've already had a chance to tell your story, haven't you?
No, there
Objection
were
asked and
great
answered.
limitations in the UK trial.
Okay.
No further questions.
All right. Redirect.
No.
Thank you.
No further questions. Redirect.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about the UK trial. Why do you feel that this is the first time that you've actually had an opportunity to tell your story and, as you said, get the load off your back?
Oh, she folded the post-it.
As the UK trial was me suing Dan Wooten and the Sun for defamation for calling me a wife beater. The UK have there are different laws, there are different ways they handle things. There are also limitations in evidence. Some things can be brought up, some things cannot be
Your Honor,
brought
as I
up.
said, it calls
Mr.
for a legal
Rottenborn.
conclusion. He's talking about limitations in evidence in the English.
Your Honor, he's talking about his experience testifying.
He is talking about his experience testifying. Rottenborn, you
Okay.
brought it up.
Yes, there is a very.
He's going to start back over again.
Everything is quite boxed in with regard to what can be said, what can be spoken about. So, Ms. Heard provided information to the Sun as their star witness, but the case was not brought against Ms. Heard. It was brought against the Sun newspaper, journal, whatever it is.
Mr. Rottenborn referenced that you were on the stand for multiple days.
4.5, I believe, yes.
Yeah. What was the nature of that examination? Or excuse me, who was conducting that examination of you?
QC Sasha Watts,
And whose attorney was that?
the Sun.
Interesting.
Can we please pull up DX 857A?
All right. It's already in evidence. So you can publish it.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was questioning you?
Oh, yes, I do.
For
Can
all
you
the
explain
huffiness
what
of
you're conveying
Rottenborn,
to Mr.
it
Carino in
was
this
a
text
good
message?
cross. He got into the things he needed to get into. This text is damaging,
I'm in
but it might be too late if the jury's
I'm
already
in
just like, who
total
cares?
shock that this is happening to me, that my entire life on the planet has been brought to the head of a pin with all this completely utterly false information. So I am, yeah, when you're accused of horrific acts and things that you have not done, when it's actually some very ugly things that are going out there into the world about you on a nonstop basis.
He was pissed. Fair.
By Ms. Heard and her team, you have a tendency as humans to get very, very irate and angry, not to the point where you go out and hurt someone, not to the point even where you assault a cabinet. But you do get irate. You do wonder why this person is doing this to me. So yeah, many things go through your head. And then you've got your family, you've got your kids, you've got your parent, my mom, thankfully, didn't get to read any of this because that would have killed her. But my father, my family, everyone that I've met, the people that have supported me, suddenly I'm scum. Why? Never had to happen. One little lie. So yes.
I was pissed.
Very angry.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 821?
And we've had so many other texts that have been hyperbolic, violent, with violent languaging.
Mr. Depp, do you
I don't
recall
know
seeing this text
if the
message
jury
when Mr. Rottenborn was asking questions?
will
Yes,
find
he
that
loves this
hugely
one, yes.
impactful at this
Yes.
point.
Would you care to explain what you're trying to convey in this text message?
And this is why there's a redirect. And she slowed the pace down intentionally. She
well-
didn't match the pace of Cross, which kind of
Warner
feels like a breath
Brothers
of fresh air.
they were about to find themselves in quite a dilemma as the person that they had just cast.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation as to what Warner Brothers knew or thought.
Didn't I meet with them?
All right. We could just wait for the
Sir.
question. I'll
Sir.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, without explaining what Warner Brothers
Might have
felt,
perceived.
why did you send this text message to your sister? And what were, excuse me, strike that. What were you trying to convey to your sister when you sent this text message?
Honestly, I felt responsibility for having gone to those people and
Vouched for her? Is that what you're
painted
saying?
such a beautiful picture.
Objection. Hearsay, Your Honor. Now he's talking about what he said to Warner Brothers.
Oh, Rottenborn, stop it with the talking objections.
Please continue.
Change seats.
So, sorry, you can continue.
I felt it was my responsibility to get the truth to Warner Brothers about what they were going to end up facing down the line, which is 2 franchises.
He felt responsible.
That would be causing problems for one another, especially as any news, any press, any media that came out about me at that time had been turned into, I was Charles Manson, I was the worst thing on earth, and they just kept coming. It was like a nonstop fire. So my responsibility, after having painted a beautiful picture of her for them, was to tell them, I think you better.
Objection, Your Honor. He's getting into what he claims he told.
He's talking about his state of mind.
He's saying what he wanted to tell them. He's not saying what he actually told them.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
State.
Mr. Depp, you
of
mentioned 2
mind.
franchise films with Warner Brothers. What 2 franchise films are you referring to?
There was Aqua Man, sorry. Aqua Man and Fantastic
There was Aqua Man.
Beasts, the one that I was in.
Oh, right, because
And why
Fantastic
did
Beasts is
you
Warner Brothers.
feel a responsibility with respect to those two franchise
I
films?
not connected that.
Warner Brothers was starting to get quite upset about some of the things that were being said about me in the press that were constant hit pieces.
That makes sense.
You know, on one level, yes, it's just acting, it's just movies, but it's business.
It's
And
relationships.
it's your word. And I had given my word to them, and I felt responsible that I had to tell them exactly what was going on, and that it was going to end up ugly.
And which of those two film franchises were you a part of?
I'm sorry?
Which of those two film franchises were you a part
There
of?
we get to Fantastic Beasts.
I was in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and I was in the Fantastic Beasts: The Crimes of Grindelwald.
He said.
Could we please pull up DX 883?
Her pacing is just such a breath of fresh air. And this is the difference when you don't have a time issue. While they're pulling up that exhibit, I'm going to see if I can get to a few super chats. So they want to compare a
Mr.
Facebook
Depp,
photo
do you
from
recall
someone else.
seeing these
Yes.
text messages during Mr. Rottenborn's examination?
I think the cross can go or be argued both ways, but I don't know if they will.
Yeah, yes.
Is that a TARDIS in the background? Yes, there's
And
several.
you didn't seem to recall
Sneaky
these
little
text
TARDISes.
messages. Is that fair?
It truly is fair. It's not.
Do you have any?
Knows. I don't know who Molly is. I don't know nothing about this.
Do you have any understanding of what you're referring to in this text message? Or these two text messages?
No. I honestly, if somebody else had borrowed my phone or something and made this text to Stephen, possibly. But I don't understand I don't have that kind of I don't have that kind of hubris or
Jack, do they seem
expectation.
different
It's quite
to you
grotesque
than the other
text.
texts?
Can we take that down, please?
Do they seem
Can we
different to you
please
than the
pull
writing in the
up
other texts?
Defendant's Exhibit 1821. Mr. Depp, do you recognize this document?
That is behind the bar, yes.
Okay.
So he was sitting on
And
the.
do
This
you
is
see
the.
Mr. Ronborn asked you some questions about whether there was a telephone
Yes,
in
now
Australia.
I see a telephone there now.
And did
I
you
really
recall that
do.
telephone being there?
I don't recall the telephone being there, but I can see it now.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820? Do you recall me showing you this text message earlier on? Or excuse me, do you recall
yes,
me
of
showing you
course.
this picture
Yes.
during your examination?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And I think I asked you whether you recall a phone being mounted on the wall in the left of this picture. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what was your answer to that?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I believe you had testified that you and Miss Heard were on the Orient Express together.
That's correct, yes.
Where had you been prior to being on the Orient Express?
We had been in Australia. And then made it over to Thailand to catch the Orient Express.
If we could bring up the Plaintiff's Exhibit 162 again.
Okay. I don't remember what any of these are. It's so many exhibits. And I'm popping over to look and see if there's any info on the Duggar sentencing.
Mr. Depp,
'cause
do you
it's
know
late
who
in the
took
day.
this picture?
Malcolm Connolly.
And despite what Mr. Rottenborn showed you about the picture of you prior to this, do you see a bruise on your face in this picture?
I see like what looks like a pretty decent shiner and a kind of a scratched up nose, yes.
And do you recall how you got the scratches and the shiner?
There was a very brief freak out that Miss Heard had in our cabin just before this dinner. I can't remember why, but there were many. I remember taking the photograph, though. I mean, I remember being there. I remember meeting the chef and all. But I mean, the quality of the photo is not great. The quality of the other photo that he showed is just
what?
Prettied up.
Mr. Depp, did you ever physically abuse Miss Heard during your relationship?
Never.
Probably her last question.
No further questions.
All right, sir, you can have a seat next to your attorneys. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your next witness.
Next witness. Please let it be the TMZ witness. Your
Didn't quite
microphone.
get that, I'm sorry.
Mr. Depp calls Morgan Tremaine.
All right, Morgan Tremaine.
TMZ witness with Camille Vasquez as the attorney. TMZ witness, TMZ witness, TMZ witness. And Depp maintains he did not send those texts. That was stressful. Cross-examination is stressful. Rottenborn did a good cross. He got in and he got into the things he needed to get into. There's not much else they could do. But now we have this TMZ witness, and I want to know the tea.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case in the penalty of the law?
I hope they ask, what if any contact have you had from TMZ? Because wow.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tremaine.
Hello,
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Morgan Cliff Tremaine.
And what do you do for a living?
I produce esports events and design video games.
Why does everyone have great voices?
And in 2016,
There's
what
lots
did you
of
do for a
voice.
living?
I worked as the
Morgan
field
Tremaine, is
assignment
he
manager
related to
at
the first
TMZ.
dude? I had to go
What
take care
is
of something, so I
TMZ?
can imagine how
TMZ
good
is
the
an entertainment news website.
Johnny
and
Depp
television
testimony
show.
was great.
I'm fascinated.
And what were your responsibilities as a field assignment manager for TMZ?
I was the go-between the news desk in the office and the reporters in the field, which you might know as paparazzi.
Oh my God, I love the black fingernails.
Approximately how many paparazzis were you in charge of?
At the time, it was about 20 in LA, a handful, maybe 3 in New York, and then 1 in DC.
And what were your responsibilities specifically as to the paparazzi?
It would be to dispatch paparazzi to various locations based on tips or just direction dictated by having a list of sort of hotspots where celebrities would be.
How much do you
And how were
spend?
those tips
Do you spend at
received?
Nobu?
They were received either through tips that we received
about
through our
Mr.
tip
Chow?
line or directly through news producers in the office.
And were tips frequently received directly from sources?
Very often the case, yeah.
And who were the type of sources that TMZ received
If
tips
Kris
from?
Jenner's name
They
comes
would
up,
receive
it's
tips
center bingo.
from, oftentimes it would be publicists, managers, agents, or B-list celebrities
They're going to ask about Laura Wasser too.
Lawyers?
and lawyers, definitely.
They're going to ask about Laura Wasser too.
How were tips verified?
Tips are verified by an extensive process. If they come in through our tip line, we have to verify who sent it, that they
I love the
that
inside
source
TMZ
is
of all of
truthful,
this.
and so they have to add their contact information, which is a field in that on that website for like name, phone number,
So nosy.
things like that.
And how long did that process typically take?
If we receive a tip through the tip line, it could take a while because that would need to be, if it was a tip, we would need to verify it. If it was media, such as photos or videos, that would need to be extensively verified to ensure that the person sending it is the copyright holder and that we would have the legal ability to air it and distribute it.
And while working for
keep getting him
TMZ,
with
were
his
you
eyes
involved in
closed.
any assignments related to Ms. Heard?
I was.
What was the first time you recall working on an assignment related to Ms. Heard?
Here we go.
I believe it was May
credibility.
27th, 2016.
That's
What was
odd.
your
May
role in that
27th.
assignment?
For that, Ms. Heard was filing a restraining order at a courthouse in downtown Los Angeles. So I
How would they
dispatched
know?
camera people to that location.
How did you know? How did you know? How did you
Under
know?
what
But how
circumstances
did you know?
would you normally send paparazzi to the courthouse?
Only if we had been informed prior. It's not by any means a celebrity hotspot. We would only
not-
ever
there weren't-
send people there if we had been tipped off that something was
There weren't
occurring and there was somebody
paparazzi
present
there regularly during
And
the
what
time I
footage
worked
was
there, and I
TMZ
worked
trying to
there
capture
in
at the LA courthouse on May
before that.
27th, 2016.
We were trying to capture Amber leaving the courthouse and an alleged bruise on the right side of her face.
Wait, but how did he
What was
know?
your team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the LA courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay and foundation.
What were they supposed to do?
Right. She's asking.
Did you hear the court? What was she supposed to?
I don't think
What was
there's
he
a
supposed to
foundational
I'll overrule the
do?
objection at this point.
Do being
Go ahead,
the
Mr.
judge's voice
Can you
speaks
state the question
volumes.
again?
What was your team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the Los Angeles courthouse on May
Do.
27th, 2016?
Being operative.
Their objective was to capture her leaving the courthouse, and then she was going to sort of stop and turn towards the camera to display the bruise on the right side of her face, the alleged bruise.
Oh.
Did your team of videographers get the
This
shot
is
of Amber
planned.
Heard?
We did.
How did you know she was
What is
there?
the difference between receiving a tip from a
Leaked
news
it.
producer and any other source?
If it's any other source, it would have to be verified by copyright. If it was anything that was received directly through a news producer, then they go through that process to verify the source.
He's
Did you
not
do anything
answering
to
who-
verify the tip on May 27th,
There you go.
2016 related to Amber Heard?
I did not,
Why not?
because it had come directly from a news producer.
So how did the news producer know?
Does that mean it had been verified?
It means that they had verified that tip and deemed that it was credible, and therefore a camera person needed to be dispatched.
After May 27th, 2016, were you
So
involved
who
in
leaked
any
it
other
to the news
assignments
producer?
related to Amber Heard?
He might not know that.
Yes.
Can you tell me about those assignments?
The next one would have been August 6th, 2016, where she was giving a deposition.
So what did you do in relation to that tip?
I dispatched camera people to a parking lot adjacent to a law office in which she would be arriving to. So we could get the footage of her arriving for the deposition.
Do you typically send paparazzis to parking lots of law offices?
No, not at all.
Did you get the shot of Ms. Heard on August 6th, 2016?
So someone is leaking to them
After August 6th, 2016,
that Amber's going to go get a deposition, that Amber's
were you
going to
involved in any other
the
stories
penthouse,
involving
but
Ms. Heard?
courthouse to
Yes,
get
it was.
the restraining
What
order.
story
Someone's
was that?
leaking it.
On the 12th, we received a video depicting Johnny Depp slamming some cabinets. that was
Oh
captured
boy,
by
here we
Ms. Heard.
go.
And what day was that?
I believe that was the August 12th.
Of 2000,
I believe that was the August 12th
The way my heart stopped.
2016?
of 2016, yes.
Can you describe to the jury how you received the video on August 12th, 2016?
Yes, the video was sent in through our email tip line, which is an email distribution that goes to all the producers and to myself as the field assignment manager, because it often included celebrity locations. It came in as I recall,
Objection, hearsay.
No.
He's just describing how it came in.
I think he's about to reveal hearsay, Your Honor.
I'll overrule for now. We'll see where it goes.
Please continue.
So I received that email and it included a link from some unknown Dropbox type public website in which it contained that
Objection, Your
video.
Honor, hearsay. He's about to describe what comes from the Dropbox website, and that's.
So far, he just said was a link from the Dropbox box. We'll see the next question. Go ahead, next question.
So you received a link. What was in that link?
In that link was the video of Johnny Depp.
Video?
smashing the cabinets.
And you
I'm
received
so
this
interested.
video in your inbox, correct?
I did.
What did you do once you received that video?
We downloaded it. We alerted the web editor who was sitting next to me at the time. We downloaded
Bro,
it, and then
video.
were instructed by the
It's just my
news
guess.
producer to do what we call slap bumpers and a bug on it, which is putting the dun 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 at the beginning and end, and then putting a
If I get copyrighted for that
translucent
music, I
watermark over it,
swear.
which indicates copyright ownership.
Don't do it too
Copyright
well. Why do you have
ownership.
copyright ownership? Why do you have
After
copyright
you
ownership?
did that, was it posted?
Why?
Draco,
was
why
posted,
did you
yes.
strike my
Where
videos?
was it posted?
It was posted to TMZ.com.
Did you do anything else related to Amber Heard on August 12, 2016?
Yes, I received a tip that Amber Heard would be arriving at LAX, and so I dispatched camera people to film that exit, or her arrival to LAX rather.
And why did you do
Exit
that?
of the airport.
I was instructed to.
Chat started calling him
How long
Draco.
does it take
I'm
to
here
post a
for it.
story after media's been received by TMZ?
After media's been received, it could take any length of time depending on who owns the copyright.
You guys, I see your stuff
How
about
does
the
TMZ obtain
texts.
copyright over
We're gonna get
images
to
and
it.
videos?
I saw the super chats.
The only way to obtain copyright over
Thank you.
media would be if we shot it ourselves, if it was sent to the tip line, source verified that it
I'm
was
waiting
from
for
the
the
original copyright owner,
calls for legal
and
conclusion.
then either
The original
purchased from that
copyright
person or given to
owner.
us. And then the third option would be if it was directly given to us by the copyright holder, like a direct source.
And how long does it take to copyright something TMZ has received through the tip line?
It can take a while because you have to
File it.
extensively verify that that person owns the copyright. And then possibly, it depends also if you can even get in contact with the person because they might not be super responsive immediately via phone or email that they provided. And then potentially you'd have to enter a negotiation with our clips and clearances department to figure out the cost of that media.
How long does it take for TMZ to obtain a copyright over something received directly from a source?
Something in the realm of 15 minutes just to do what I described before, which is putting bumpers and a bug on something. And
She's not going to
write
answer the
article and
question.
post
She's
it.
going
It's
to let
pretty
the
fast.
jury put it together with
How much
circumstantial
time had
evidence.
passed from the time you received
Get
the
it,
kitchen
Camille.
cabinet video to the time it
Do
was
this,
posted on
girl.
TMZ?
Come on, Camille.
About 15 minutes.
Damn. Let the jury
Uh-oh.
decide.
Did any other tabloids other than TMZ post
Said
this
it without
video?
saying it.
No,
Objection leading and calls for hearsay.
Did any other tabloids?
Overrule.
Mr. Tremaine, go ahead.
No, they did not.
And why not?
Because it was a TMZ exclusive.
And what does that mean?
It means the TMZ owns the copyright to it. So it can't be distributed by any other media source without backlinking to TMZ. And they wouldn't be able to upload that media without getting a copyright strike.
Verified.
Have you seen the kitchen cabinet
Yeah.
video that was played in
Verified.
this trial?
Verified.
How does that video that was played in this trial compare to the one you received on August 12, 2016?
When I had clicked the direct link that we received and watched the video in its entirety, it was much shorter than the video we had received, than the videos that's been played in this trial.
Uh-oh.
There was a bit at the beginning that was played here in which Ms. Heard is seemingly sort of setting up the camera and getting into position. And then there's a bit at the end where she's seemingly snickering and looks at the
Oh,
camera. That part was
no!
not present.
Oh!
TMZ edit the video?
No, not even a little.
Oh, they
When
edited it.
you receive something and it's edited, there's a clear indicator because there's sort of a journalistic practice that uses when there's an edit, you do what's called like a white flash transition.
Yes.
Which covers the entire screen with white.
Yep.
To very clearly indicate to everybody there was an edit here for time or whatever.
Yep.
Just to make it
Yep.
little
I'm
more
a video
compelling.
editor.
But
That's
in this
true.
case, it was not edited.
Uh-oh.
As I was staring at the machine that edited it and present for the entirety of receipt to publishing.
Present.
When was the next time
entirety.
you worked on an assignment
Oh.
related to Amber Heard?
It was, well, there was the time where we went to the airport. And then the day after that, because she had flown in for the deposition, because I think the first time didn't work out. So she was arriving again for the deposition in that same parking lot adjacent to a law office.
And what's that, August 13th, 2016?
That was August 13th, yeah.
And what was your assignment on August 13th, 2016?
Oh, this is
To
not good
dispatch
for Amber.
people to that parking lot at a specific time in order to
She
film
lied
Amber
under
Heard
oath.
arriving for the deposition.
How did you know that tip was legitimate?
It came from a news producer.
While you worked at TMZ, did you ever receive any communications from Mr. Depp or his camp?
I did not.
Oh, no.
Examination?
Yes.
Yes.
So how do you know what video was shown at this trial?
I was alerted by a friend that that TMZ was being kind of talked about in this trial, and so I had seen a clip of that.
So you watched some of this trial?
Correct.
Okay. When did you first reach out to counsel for Mr. Depp?
I believe that was 6 days ago. Whatever that
Interesting.
date would be, I'd have to do that.
All right. And then you received a subpoena, I think yesterday, in care of your attorney, Cindy Hickox, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Cindy Hickox represents Christy Dombrowski, Kate James, Robin Baum. and
Objection,
Debbie
Your
Boyd.
Honor.
Were you aware of
Calls for
that?
speculation.
Overruled.
Were you aware of that?
No.
Now, if you don't have information that's helpful to this case, then you wouldn't be a witness, correct?
That calls for,
Objection.
calls
Calls for
for speculation.
Sustained, sustained. Next question.
I'm not
All right.
aware.
Okay, you know this case is being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
That's that question.
Overruled.
Double standard,
so
woman.
I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself
At
kind of
risk?
in the target of TMZ, a very litigious organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client.
Oh, shit.
Oh! Oh, he said that!
Attorneys
He
were
said that!
aware of the TRO
I've died.
that was going to be presented on May 27th.
Bitch, don't accuse me of fucking getting 15 minutes of fame. You do the same shit! Ah!
Restate the question?
Were you aware that Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys were aware that Amber Heard was going in to see the TRO on May 27th?
I don't think I understand the question. I don't think so, no.
Okay.
It's kind of a
Do you
complicated question.
know whether Blair Burke, one of Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys, had a very close relationship with TMZ at that time?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Double standard,
Fake news.
woman. I'm
I
gonna
was
keep
not
saying
aware
it.
of that.
Okay, and when
She's
you
a woman
said
judge,
that
double
you were
standard on
dispatched
Amber Heard's
twice,
side.
once to film Amber for the
haven't
parking lot
recovered.
for the deposition, and then it didn't work out, and so you had to do it another time. How did you know it didn't work out?
Because TMZ.com posted an article saying as much.
Okay.
And
do you
I was
know-
not dispatched.
Do you know
I worked in the office.
why the deposition did not work out?
I'd have to reference the article, I forget.
So do you know?
I didn't write that story. I wasn't involved in the
Do
actual
you know
journalism of that.
which side? Do you know which side would have known or not known whether that deposition was going to work out? In other words, the people representing Mr. Depp or the people representing Ms. Heard?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. And then the video clip. You don't know who provided that, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Not testifying to
I
that.
have no further.
All right, redirect.
That was spicy. Oh.
Mr. Tremaine, why did you contact me in relation to this case?
Because you're bae.
I saw that there was
You're a queen.
discrepancy with like the video that was shown here and the video that I know I had received.
Because they
So
copyright
I
struck
had no
Emily D.
interest in
Baker.
testifying. It
and I was
I had
pissed.
reached out simply to maybe try to help with the timeline of things or help with the case in any way, just by virtue of understanding the timeline of the stories that were published and kind of how that can be unclear. But I had no idea I'd be on the stand.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, sir, you're free to go.
Thank you.
Sir, you've slayed us all. We need a
Holy
collective
shit.
witness. I can't handle another witness.
Oh, we still have Kate Moss.
All right, Brian Newmeister.
The same could be said of you taking Amber Heard as,
As
a
a
client.
client.
TikTok has just lost their mind.
Holy shit.
I'm going to die. Who is this? Newmeister? Umbridge and Draco meeting in court, you guys. Thank you, chat, for being the best.
Holy shit. I'm sorry, but
Umbridge
I
and
wish
Draco
I was on my
should be on the same
political
side, but
channel
not in
because.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state
Wow.
your full name for the record?
Please be a
It's
metadata
Norbert,
expert.
Norbert, Brian. I go by Brian. Bryan.
Proper way to spell it.
Neumeister. Neumeister.
Could you start by describing
Tell us what you
your
do. Tell us what you
educational
do.
background?
I
please?
am
My educational background, well, I graduated from Cal State University in Northridge.
taken aback by
42
that
years ago
witness.
Yes, yes.
With a degree in political science.
That video was
From then
edited
on,
by
I've
Amber
been
Heard's
working
team.
professionally in photography, totally unrelated, for the past 42 years. And that would also include videography, audio, and a few other different binary related tasks.
Where do you currently work?
Probably metadata.
I
Binary
own
related.
USA Forensic.
Yeah.
What is USA Forensic?
USA Forensic is a digital forensics company. We are boutique. We're very small. We work.
I thought he
we have
said we are
offices
Gucci.
in Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan, and in Phoenix, Arizona.
Just put it here.
We work with varying
I
types
like
of
this.
clients because to us,
I really
data
thought he
is
said we
data.
are
It takes
Gucci.
no side. So we could be ending up working for prosecution, defense, law enforcement, the Innocence Project. We have a contract with the Department of Defense. We do classified and unclassified work. We've done classified work with various agencies. We've worked with DOJ.
I like how I have the
and
microphone
I've
on my
worked in
stomach.
23
and everyone's
countries
just
as a
gonna laugh at
photographer.
this.
What's your title at USA Forensic?
CEO.
Did you also found USA Forensic?
Originally, in around 1990, it was called Skymeister. And that is because of the amount of helicopter photography time I have.
Skymeister.
About 10 years
That
ago,
sounds
we changed it
freaking
to
awesome.
USA Forensic while still doing a lot of the same tasks.
And you described, I think, some of the entities that you work with. What kind of work do you do for those entities that you mentioned?
We do audio forensics, which is clarifying audio, for example, sting operations or audio that may have been
Did an
picked up on
expert say he was going to lie under oath
or
on
any
a
other
hot
type
mic?
of recording.
Or did he say we're
Removing
lying?
background
Oh,
sounds.
Mike.
Video clarification, we do a lot of work with Axon
Your Honor, I'm just
cameras.
gonna check on relevance based on the discussion we had earlier. This experience has absolutely nothing to do with anything.
All right. Do you have an objection to him being moved in as an expert in the field?
Well, she hasn't moved yet. I'm objecting to the relevance of the testimony on the subject matter right now.
It's his background
It's his
as an
credibility.
expert.
He's
On
an
the left
expert,
office.
sir.
We do a lot of work with Axon police cameras because they don't really handle
Oh yeah, rebuttal
low lux
sassy.
levels or low light levels very well. So we clean up. We are beta testers for a program called Input Ace, which is
we
part
clean
of
up
the
photos.
Axon company used by police officers. We clarify their cameras to better see what happened at night. For example, in different scenes. We do the same with surveillance cameras, any kind of camera, cell phone cameras. We also do cell phone forensics, computer
They're trying
forensics,
to block
and
the
cell
jury from
tower
hearing all
forensics, along with
This is all coming
photographic
in.
forensics.
What types of cases do you work on?
It can be anything
Amber
from
Heard's team like,
Fortune
no,
500.
please don't let the jury hear this, Your Honor. Come on.
I hurt myself
It can be
yelling at
anything
that
from a
last
pro per, which is a person that's actually just representing themselves in a smaller case, to a lot of homicide cases, defamation.
Oh, ding, 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 ding,
Any
ding.
kind of case that requires cell phone extractions.
No, I can't
or
settle.
computer
I'm very
extractions, could be money
distracted.
laundering, could be the Department of Defense identifying a
don't
voice,
know.
that type of thing. Satellite
it's
imagery,
photos.
and basically anything with binary information.
Have you been retained as an expert before?
Oh, yes. I would say
Oh, yes.
we average about 150 to 200 cases a year.
Holy
In the
shit.
last 4 years, we've done over 600 cases.
Oh, your
And that
company.
would be in
U.S. federal courts, U.S. district courts, various state courts. It's really varied. I've done quite a few U.S. district court cases.
Have you
But do you have a
testified as an
Post-it?
expert in digital forensics before?
Do you have
Yes.
a Post-it?
And what people sometimes don't understand is only about 2% of all cases go to trial. So 98% of the time, you're actually just doing the forensic work and getting it to the parties. And as we say, data is data. It really doesn't take a side. We don't have a narrative. So very often it's just providing the data for the attorneys to work with or the parties.
Facts. We love data.
We love data here, and that's what Amber Heard's team hasn't submitted.
Regarding any work that you performed?
No, but you have to take into account that sometimes
Enjoy
there
this,
might
dude.
be curbs put on. For example, in this trial, there's
Bumpers.
certain boundaries. Or if you're working with a proper
evidence,
or with a attorney that is not very familiar with electronics. And the thing is, again, they teach Latin in law school, not binary. And binary is the universal language these days. So sometimes in the legal system,
don't teach
it's a little
digital.
bit hard to explain to attorneys what exactly we're doing. So we try to break it down and make that work.
Attorneys don't know tech.
What is digital forensics?
A lot of them don't.
Digital forensics is anything that you are using, like your television set, your cell phone, your computer, anything that runs off of binary information that has coding in it.
How long have you worked in digital forensics?
Well, I actually started off in analog, so it's been 40 some odd years. I started off
in
as a
analog?
cameraman. My first cameras were film cameras. When I was a kid, my dad was a director of sales and sales service
I know how to
administration
develop
for the
my
NBC
own
television
film.
network on the West Coast.
Just
So I
saying.
grew up around television cameras. My first cameras were cameras people might not have heard of, Leica, Hasselblad.
Oh, we've heard
cameras
of
like
Leica
that.
and
I trained with
Hasselblad.
some of the best photographers around. at
We're
the
nerds
time,
here.
William Wallner, Niall Latham, really excellent photographers.
I also
And
really like photography.
I started shooting videotape from helicopters, and I logged about 14,700 hours of video. And at that time, oddly enough, since we were the only helicopter, a television helicopter, we were the only helicopter in Phoenix. At the time, the sheriff's department did not have a helicopter. The
Did
police
you record
department
the
did not
OJ
have a
chase?
helicopter, nor did
Please bring it
Aerovac.
all around.
So we ended up doubling up, being a news crew as well as an air rescue crew.
Air rescue.
So
too?
as far as
Oh,
forensics,
yeah.
analog probably from 1980 to 1990, and digital from 1990.
Oh, I love photography.
How'd you get started in it?
Really by osmosis. I started in the production field. I usually don't do that much TV work anymore. I did do.
Nerds, feel
I
free
did
to
shoot part of
photog
an
nerd in the
episode,
chat.
a
Enjoy.
program called Planet Earth for the BBC last year. I don't normally do television.
He did Planet
anymore.
Earth?
It's just 99% forensics. But I got started because very often as working in
Do
a
you miss it?
helicopter, we'd be asked to work for a police department in a rescue or a chase or whatever the situation might be.
Was there a
And
white
since I'd
Bronco?
be videotaping it, they would ask me to break it down frame by frame and analyzing it using what's called a time-based corrector in the day. And so word got out that I could do unusual things because I'm pretty good with machines. And
There's a nerd. We need him. Help.
It just ended up, more and more people started calling, and it just became a full-time job.
Have you received any professional certifications in forensics?
Are you
Yes.
board certified?
But again, most hackers and people who do interesting work don't have any certifications.
Have you
because
been
the
to DEF CON?
certification is usually like a week-long course. I've been doing this stuff 42 years.
Sir, where's
my
the book on
partner,
your life
Matt
story?
Erickson, he's actually a
Objection, Your Honor, to the partner who's not testifying.
Stop it. We're
There's
interested.
limitations on relevance.
Shut up and sit down. We want to know.
Mr. Newmeister, can you just describe which professional certifications you have received?
We want to know.
for cell phones, Oxygen, which is a program similar to Celebrite. But these are programs that are used by law enforcement and by private parties to extract data from cell phones that has been deleted or
he said Celebrite,
which is critical in a lot of cases, deleted data, or just to what we call image a cell phone. In other words, get every bit of data that's possible on a cell phone. And again, every cell phone is different. The next would be in cell tower forensics.
Are you a member of any professional associations in your field?
Yes, the IEEE, which is the International Engineering Society, and the reason I belong to that is about 40% of the world's white papers on electronics are published through IEEE. So they have a huge database on anything from microwave technology to telephone transmission technology. Anything that I might work with, they might have a white paper on it. Also, with the Audio Engineering Society, AES, I'm a member of that. I lecture to AES. There's a few others, but again, they're just mainly to have a repository of information.
We're going to have a chat with Snubs about
Have you received
all
any
of
honors
this.
or awards?
Yes, I've received
Just know,
about 80 honors and awards.
Shannon,
I have.
we're going to have to talk.
For videography, I've got a total of 12 Emmy Award statues, but I've been the principal in 39 Emmy Awards, which means I've written music for the program, and the program has won the Emmy Award for music, but it was given to the production company, which happens a lot. I won for best editing. I won for best ace editing, which is computer editing. Best sound. I've won.
This dude is
done the
effing
music
fucking awesome.
to
I'm
a
sorry.
piece that
I
won
can't help
Gold
it. This
Lion
dude's a
at the Cannes
nerd
Film Festival.
and he does technology like
What
I
is
do.
happening?
I'm like losing my mind on how
Calgary
awesome
Film
this
Festival.
is.
I've got a lot of awards from Associated Press and different companies from doing documentaries and news.
Have you published
This
any
is
works,
awesome.
in the field of digital forensics?
Yes, and they're mostly articles, about a half dozen of them or so.
We'll have
We
to look. I don't
have
know.
much time, and I don't usually do it, but it was basically on most of my work deals around clarifying or authenticating. So it was basically the things I published were on clarification of digital files.
Have you appeared on TV as an expert in digital forensics?
Yes,
Where?
CBS, NBC, ABC, BBC,
All the C's.
All the C's.
Discovery Channel,
All the networks.
a number of different things.
Any particular examples of things that you've spoken on TV about?
Boston bombings, how the frame averaging was done on that, sort of things like that. Again, we get calls a lot,
Wow.
but I don't speak specifically about
This dude is
cases.
awesome.
I just speak about technology.
Have you given any public lectures in the field of digital forensics?
Yes, we get asked quite often, but due to our schedule, it's a little rough. We do what's called Inns of Court. We speak in front of private investigator groups. We do attorneys continuing legal education.
I'll take those
Just,
CLEs.
Audio
Sign me
Engineering
the fuck up.
Society, just,
I'm here.
We try to do a few a year, and that's about what our schedules will allow.
All the
given our
CLEs I've taken on tech have sucked.
time.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to attend.
I'd pay for those
As
CLEs.
an expert in the field of digital forensics.
Are you speaking at any
objection?
conferences?
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
so
Can you be at
moved.
the ones in Vegas? I like to go there. Can we just
Mr.
do?
Mr. Turning
can we
to
do
the work
that?
you've done in this case.
Oh my
what
god, I
have you
love
done?
Snubs. I need to have her on.
I was asked to
I love her.
analyze the photographs of reported injuries.
I'm nerd
to
hyped.
Ms. Heard.
Oh, let's
What was the
go.
purpose of that analysis?
Injuries to Miss
authenticate
Heard.
photos, or to review and see if they were altered in any way.
What did you
Oh
analyze
yeah.
to reach your opinions?
Well, I analyzed groups of photos that were submitted by Ms. Heard's legal team.
What work did you do to analyze those photographs?
Well, normally you start off by looking at what's called the EXIF data. The EXIF data is the binary data that's encoded into a photograph. It
We've
tells
gone
you,
over
for
this on my
example,
other channel. Get the memo.
if the flash fired, what the operating software version was of the cell phone or camera that shot a photo, what type of lens was used, what the f-stop was. There's literally about
I
1,000
feel
lines
like
of
my next
code
rabbit
in
hole
the
is
EXIF
looking
data
at
on a
all the work of
JPEG
all these
photo.
experts because
So
I'm
we would start
fascinated.
with an EXIF editor or an EXIF viewer.
Anything else you looked
Fascinated.
at?
Yes, when we're dealing with
Were you given all of the data?
RGB cameras, which are red, green, and blue channel cameras, which would be a cell phone or a basic home camera. They're based on RGB channels. We would do four types of scopes. We would do a vector scope. We do a luminance scope. We do a waveform scope, and then what's called an RGB parade. And those scopes
He's not having to look
analyze
down at
different
his
things.
notes and read either.
The
He's actually
vector scope
actually remembering
analyzes
everything.
where the different types of colors are headed in. For example, it's broken up into reds, magenta, different areas on a scope. We would take a look at that to see if there's anything out of the normal for the type of camera being used. In other words, would there be above a certain percentage of chroma? And chroma means color saturation.
Objection, Your Honor. Outside the scope, we can approach.
All right,
Like,
want to approach?
It's not
What's
outside the scope. It's not
I
outside
wanna
the
know
scope.
more. Stop. Objection
is-
to your objection. We are
This
curious.
is actually
At this point, we
going
are just
over
here
how
trying to
he
recover
went over
from everything that happened with TMZ. It
trying
was so
to
fast.
go
and
over
trying
how
to
he
figure
went
out,
through your data,
A,
bitch.
what we're going to learn. But he was asked to evaluate the photos from Heard's team.
And that's why they're
I wonder if the
scared.
jury perked
That's
up as
why
much
these
as we
are
did, 'cause all
scared.
of us were like, tell us. So I'm very interested. I don't know why chroma's outside the scope. I wonder if they're going to say it was outside the scope.
It's color
of,
saturation.
Disclosure.
It's a part
perhaps,
of
like how
video
much,
editing. It's a part of photo editing.
How much
it's a part of
was disclosed that he was going to talk about
breaking down
and whether
the
he's
photos,
going beyond that.
taking
I don't
them
know if that's what
apart,
they're trying to get
and getting
at,
all the
but
exif
we will
data and
see.
all the color schemes and
it's
all
gonna
of
be
that.
really interesting. You guys are saying yes, he might see what happened with the contrast in the same photo. I've still not recovered from this morning. I mean, just deceased. Question: could it be that he won't get sued because Amber slipped during her deposition in Camille's Cross when she mentioned the TRO? Can he be held accountable if Amber was the one who confirmed first? He was very careful in his testimony, and the jury can make the reasonable conclusion, right? You're allowed to use circumstantial evidence. He said, this is how long it takes. We're back on the TMZ witness. This is how long it takes to put something up if we have to verify copyright. Quite a lot of time. If we have it from a direct source, it takes about 15 minutes. How long from the time you got this video to the time it went up did it take? 15 minutes. He didn't say Amber Heard turned it over. But could the jury reasonably conclude that? Yes. So I don't think he will get in trouble because I think he was very cautious. He did not disclose the source.
Based on the analysis you performed in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Pardon?
Based on the analysis you've done in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Yes.
What are they?
Well, three basic ones. One is quite a number of the photos have been through a photo, at least one, possibly two.
objection, Your Honor. Foundation, which photos is he referring to? We have to go through this one by one.
One's in evidence. Mr. Neumeister, in terms of the photos that you looked at and that you formed opinions about, do you understand if they've been submitted as evidence in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And
She's
what
just gonna
conclusions have you formed about
rebound.
those?
Same objection, Your Honor. That doesn't cure the issue of the objection. We have to go through this. Which photos is she talking about? Which one's in evidence? What exhibit numbers? That's the basis of the
We're
objection.
talking generally about opinions right now, Your Honor.
Yes,
and
we
we're gonna
are.
Get into some specifics.
Bro, you sound a little panicked.
Specifics. Okay.
It's like when they were trying to object, when Depp's team was trying to object to Heard's expert. It's like, why are you objecting at this point? It's not a good look. So she's going to just be like, it doesn't cure the issue. Yeah, they're just repeating the words back. She should have said, what, if any, opinions do you have?
Mr. Neumeister, have you prepared a demonstrative that aids in your testimony with respect to any of the photos that you looked at in this case?
Yes.
Go back to the opinions. We
I'd
didn't
like
get there.
Pull up
Wait.
plaintiff's
Close the loop. Close the
1303.
loop.
Your Honor, if I might
Yeah,
approach.
we're not going to
He
get to
didn't
those
talk about his
opinions
opinions
because
yet.
they're fucking scared.
Wait, don't forget to ask
He
about his
sounded
opinions.
so panicked.
Somebody
Ah,
give
Your
him-
Honor, he's about to review. He's about to review how we edited the photos.
Object, we can approach to discuss
Okay,
it.
you want to approach?
Stop approaching.
They're just scared.
Also, we're
they're
at
scared
176,000
shitless
here.
because
Thank
now
you.
there's
Go ahead
someone
and
that
do
can
your
hold
thing.
them
Like you
to
subscribe
account
things.
and
I'm just gonna
actually
remind you
show.
that if you
Yeah,
would like
no,
to be in the text
they
group
actually
to stay up to date on what I'm
photo
doing,
edited their shit.
videos,
Here's how
merch,
they
quick
did it.
bits, all the
Here's the
things,
contrast.
all the lots of
They are
things.
scared
Text
out of
messaging
their
rates
goddamn
for
minds because they
text
know
messaging
that
rates,
they're
but for
about to
you,
be
I don't charge for you to be a part of the text group. And if you
whipped
wanna follow me on
into
the socials at
shape.
Emily
They're
Baker,
about to be
We were not done
freaking
talking about
screwed.
everything that happened with the TMZ witness, but the TMZ witness did not specifically state who the source was. He stated the timing of the events. The jury can make a conclusion. It can be argued. It laid enough for them to get to it, I think, because I was like, oh, damn. So it seems to me that because it didn't take them long to verify that source, that they had that information. Also, the fact that Amber Heard was supposed to stop outside the courthouse and turn so a cheek could be photographed
Tom,
was
can we
telling.
pull up Defendant's Exhibit 178, which has been admitted into evidence?
Thanks, Tom. Question, if
Mr.
the Molly
Neumeister,
texts aren't literal, why did he
is
say he
this-
didn't write them?
Does this photo appear to be one that you have
We're gonna-
analyzed as part of your analysis?
We're going to have to talk about the texts.
There were many versions of this.
They were
photo.
incoming, not outgoing.
I would say there were dozens of different versions with different chromatic values.
Dozens of
different
versions of
file
this?
sizes, different physical sizes. Some had been through Photos 1 or Photos 3, which are photo editing software programs.
Hey, Needlehoff, you
Your
asked for
Honor, at
this.
time, I'd like to show Mr. Neumeister's demonstrative plaintiff's exhibit.
Needlehoff, you asked for this. You asked for us to go photo by
object again, Your
photo
Honor,
by
because
photo,
the
so we're going to go.
We're gonna do it, bitch.
Photo
This is what
by
you
photo
wanted.
by
Yeah, I mean, the
photo.
photographs and evidence, none of the photographs he wishes to show the jury are in evidence.
1303 is in evidence over objection. I'm not in evidence, I'm sorry, as a demonstrative. Just as a demonstrative. I'm sorry. Could we go to publishing this, please?
Ooh, demonstratives.
And Mr. Neumeister, what does this demonstrative show about the photos that you analyzed?
Well, they appear to be similar. However, if you look below at the file sizes, one on the left is 712 kilobytes. The one in the middle is 489 kilobytes. And the one on the right is 524 kilobytes. Now, what's unusual about that is these photos will not digitally fingerprint with each other. They won't hash. In other words, forensically,
They
don't
won't
match.
hash?
But the thing is, you could say, well, it was sent through email, maybe it's a different size. The file sizes, for example, would be possibly, you can select the file size, you send a photo, but there's no way to authenticate any photo that was presented in the way the evidence was collected.
And so what conclusions do you draw from that?
Well, this is just three of many of the same type of photos that are all different sizes and have different chromatic, which means color.
Objection, Your Honor. We just had a ruling on this.
All right, sustain objection. Mr. Neumeister,
Woman,
stick to
double
your points
standard.
that relate
Fuck you,
specifically
Judge
to what
A.
he analyzed
Fuck
about
you.
the EXIF data, please.
Fucking woman.
All three of these
He's
photos
not allowed
had
to
to
talk
go through
about
some type of transformation to change sizes.
The jury is going to
We
pick
can
up
take
all
that
what he's
one
saying is the
down.
problem. And they're trying to prevent that from happening, which is
You
their job to do.
mentioned, Photos 1.5 and Photos 3.0 earlier, I believe.
Photos.
What is that?
Photos 3 and Photos 1.5 are editing programs that Macintosh or Apple put out with their product. It's for editing photos. In other words, you would put a photo in and you would change the colors, or you would crop it, or you would clarify it by enhancing, for example, the sharpening.
Pinch zoom.
Or you could darken it. But when you save a photo through an editing program, you leave a mark on the EXIF data.
And what is the EXIF data?
The EXIF data is the data that is embedded in a photograph that tells you
That's
a
asked
lot
and
about the
answered.
photograph. And again, in the early days when we were using film cameras, you would write down the f-stop, which is the light setting. You would write the type of lens you use, the time of day, the type of film stock, the type of filters you're using.
So you know.
Now with digital cameras, that's done electronically, and there's about 1,000 lines of code, of which 50 are probably important, that tell you what the camera was doing.
So what's the significance of EXIF data in your photo analysis?
Well, in this situation, I can see that normally where the operating system of the camera would be, which means the version that the operating system the phone is running on, it would normally say something like, I'll just throw out an arbitrary number, 9.1.3 operating system for iOS, which is Apple's iPhone operating system. Instead of saying that, it says software Photos 3.0 or Photos 1.0. That means that the photo had to be rendered, which means composited together in an editing program.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that shows some of your analysis of some of the EXIF data of the photos in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, can we pull up 1304, please?
This is
We're
not
on a
good for Amber's team.
All right, so they're approaching about a photo. They're going to go through and through and through these photos. He's like, let's go one by one. He's like,
Permission
fine,
to publish
let's go
as a
one by one.
demonstrative, Your Honor.
Let's go
Any-
one by one
any
through the
objection?
demonstratives. Thank you
Any
so
objection, Mr.
much.
Chairman?
You wanted this.
So it's just to publish it
Oh,
as
we'll
a
take it.
demonstrative.
I don't know why Elaine does that.
No
Sometimes
objections demonstrative.
on
All right,
cross,
thank
the
you. We'll
question
publish it as
sometimes
1304.
matters more. Hello, Jen Gerard.
Just as a demonstrative.
On cross, sometimes the question
And Mr.
matters
Neumeister,
more.
are these images in this demonstrative excerpts from the report you prepared in this case?
Yes, yeah.
And what do they show?
On this particular photo and on all of them, it shows the first few lines of EXIF data, the ones that would be most important for this photograph. So, for example, things you would see, the very top line would be the make of
The jury
phone.
doesn't.
It's an
The jury
Apple
does not get the
iPhone
demonstratives.
6. And
They're
then the
just an
resolution is
example.
72 pixels per inch, 72:1.
That's a good question. Thank you.
And instead, where it says software on a normal iPhone photo, it would, instead of saying photos 3, it would say the software version, for example, 9.3.1. And then you've got the date and the time of the photo below that, which is really easy to change in an EXIF editor. And below that, you have things like the like the flash. You've got the exposure type, how long the exposure was. So what you just highlighted there again was the date and time. So that's universal time code minus whatever area you're in the world.
Anything else you want to show us with this demonstrative?
Yeah, just below that, if you look, there's some things that would say, for example, a directly photographed image. That is not going to be necessarily accurate once it's been through an editor. It will always pretty much say that. So when you're looking at scene type or auto exposure, these are things that that really don't matter all that much. What would matter is, for example, if you're taking notes, the focal length would be important. The pattern of metering, things like that to a photographer would be important. And again, this is just a few lines, and the reason I put these in there was just to explain a bit what EXIF data is. The actual thing I'm trying to point out is the fact that instead of an operating system, it shows the
that it's
the
edited
editing program that
through
was
the
used on this
software.
photo.
So they changed the time,
Are there
took
additional
away the
photos that you did this
software.
analysis for?
Yes, many.
Many.
Can we scroll to the next page?
Let's go ahead and go over them. He wants one by one. Let's go.
Is there anything about this photo that you noted as part of your analysis, Mr. Neumeister?
Yes, again, it's you know, right there, you've got photos 3.0 on that particular photo. And I think, you know, we pretty much covered what the stuff is, but again, you see the photos 3.0.
So they're coming out of editing programs, not directly out of the camera.
And again, this could not come out of an iPhone this way. This would go into a computer, be edited and rendered through the photo photo editor. And this would then be embedded in the EXIF data.
Uh-oh. And
Do you
that's
want to
true,
take this demonstration?
because when I
Yes.
do my video
Walk us
editing
through
through
the
Final
next page.
Cut, it says 19 by
Same
60 in
thing.
size.
You've got up here in the
You
top,
know,
you've
whatever,
got the
two
photos
dot, whatever it
3.0, and
is,
this is,
and it won't say it came from an
throughout a lot of
iPhone.
the
It'll say it came
photos
from my video
that are,
editor.
in evidence or versions.
In Final
of the
Cut, it
photos
could
in
tell me,
evidence
hey,
were
this came
gone
from an iPhone or
through
whatever.
Photos 3.0,
But this,
photos 1.5, an earlier version.
it's basically saying they rendered the
The
shit
jury
out of
sees
this.
the demonstratives. The jury sees the demonstratives as we do, but they do not get
And
them
what about
back
this
in
one?
the room.
Same thing, photos 3.0.
I imagine
And
that they are
again,
sitting
in
up
the
and
photo,
taking notes.
Editing app, you can do an awful lot of things. So when you see photos 3.0, first of all, you know it's not anywhere near an original. There's going to be compression
Not anywhere near an
artifacts
original.
because it's a JPEG file.
There's going to be
All
compression.
right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question. Can we move on?
Woman,
to the
double
next page
standard.
of This demonstrative, please.
There are some tight
And
rulings on this.
again,
It
same
seems
thing.
interesting.
You've got the photos app.
Okay. And I believe there's one final photo in this demonstrative. What about this one?
Again, if you look up there, it says photos 3.0 on that particular photo.
All right, we can take that one down. Your Honor, I have a little bit left. I don't know if you wanted to. All right, you want to take our afternoon? Let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess. Just do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. Thank you.
All right. And I see you guys are saying that the Josh Duggar sentence is in. So as we take a break, I will go look at that real quick. I will go look at that real quick.
Wow.
I had thought that Duggar would get anywhere between 8 and 12 years. It looks like he has received about 12.5 years. Not surprised by that. So I will go and just look at the reporter that I've been following on that case real quick.
Let's come back at 4 o'clock. All right.
But all right, so we've got about 20 minutes. I'm going to answer some questions. Wise chat, you guys caught that on those text messages from Johnny Depp, and I'm going to go pull them up on Twitter, that those text messages were incoming, not outgoing, and that is going to be necessary. Not that I'm going to say I was right on the Duggar sentencing, but I was totally fucking right on the Duggar sentencing. Like I'm a lawyer or something with almost 17 years of experience who did criminal law. Just saying, I don't normally speculate on those sorts of things, but when it comes to sentencing, it's much harder with who will win and who will not win. But when you get down to a sentence, there's much more of a formula for that. So we're going to go over to Twitter real quick from Anna Darling. Breaking Judge Timothy Brooks has sentenced Josh Duggar to 151 months in prison, about 12.5 years, for the receipt of the CP. So that absolutely tracks. That absolutely tracks. The minimum, and then we will go back to this real quick. We will get back to Depp Heard. The minimum on this case was 5. The maximum is 20. This is just about right where I thought a federal sentencing would be. Federal sentencings tend to be a little bit lower. So, you know. All right, let us go. Let us go into the text messages because let me go find those real quick. They are on, I had sent them on my, I had put them up on Twitter. I see Viva Fry's like aggregate knowledge of the internet. I saw someone else mention this, but I went to check the playback of your video and the Molly texts were indeed incoming instead of outgoing. And that's why we scanned post it because it's hard to catch stuff in the moment. Direction incoming. Direction incoming. Incoming, right, exactly. These are incoming. It's interesting that nobody caught it in the moment. I don't know. And so participant him, but that might be, who is this incoming to then? Is this incoming from Stephen Deuters? Because Depp said that doesn't even sound like me. That's very interesting. I wonder if that will come up at closing. So there we go. I don't know if it's because of the way the texts are saved. I don't know if it's significant. We will see. So let me go and anyway. All right. We got to Duggar sentencing. We got to these photos. Let's go answer some questions while the court is on a break. You guys, thank you so much. I think we're going to, at some point, we're going to zoom past 538 on the road to 550, which is wild. So wild. All right, let us get to questions. My brain is, there's so many, so much has happened. We're going to just try to get to questions. Detective Seeds, I love your content, hoping to collab soon, and I'm excited to share with you. I was just monetized today on YouTube. Congratulations. It's a big moment. YouTube can take time to monetize, so congratulations on that, and thank you. If an attorney is asking questions that are not allowed or going against the rules and the opposing team doesn't object, does the judge intervene? I mean, generally the questions can call for an improper answer, but if the other side doesn't object, then it's not really against any of the rules. So unless it's, I guess there's always a situation where something is completely outside the appropriate boundaries, but that would be the rare and unusual case. But no, the judge generally doesn't intervene unless the other side just hasn't caught it and it's like violating rules of ethics or professional conduct or something. But that would be an odd circumstance for just a question. EW said, she said under testimony, one was taken in the morning and one at night. It's very interesting. Do I think it's enough? And as I said earlier today, and we'll keep saying, when it comes to perjury questions, I will get to them later. I know that there is an eagerness to find that. I think this is impeachment. It's impeachment. She's saying she didn't say two different things under oath at this point. It's under oath. they're saying that can't be under oath. But proving that that means she lied is much different. Was the time incorrect too? That's what it's looking like. For TMZ guy, how was he allowed to be a witness when he said he watched a clip of the trial? He's a rebuttal witness. He said he watched the video. She's like, so you saw some of the trial? And he's like, I saw the video because TMZ was being mentioned. But that only goes to seeing the video. None of the other witness testimony could change this witness's testimony because he's testifying to something that has not come up in this trial at all, where other witnesses, including Gina Deuters, were testifying about events that other witnesses were testifying to. And with rebuttal witnesses, it's very hard to avoid if you don't know you're going to be called as a witness. So the screen grab from the text says incoming. And that's, thank you, that we just covered. Our objections counted as time. They can be against the party that loses the objection. I saw someone else mention this, but oh, thank you. So these are the ones we got that that were a screenshot was taken of. Thank you from Viva Fry. Thank you. Is there a reason that the attorneys constantly rotate around the table? Is there a strategy for this? Yes, there is. It's the one that's at the mic closest to being able to get up the bench. The attorney that is the one who is objecting or active with that witness is the one sitting at the back corner closest to the podium, able to see the court and able to hit the mic. So that's why. That's what matters. So that's why. Question, is there a difference demonstrative versus evidence? There is a difference. The difference is the demonstratives are examples and they don't go back to the jury because in that case, the things that are said is the testimony. The testimony is the testimony. But evidence, the photos and stuff go back to the jury and they can review because it's the evidence. So that's what the difference with demonstratives is. Could Depp's team call for impeachment of each of Amber Heard's witness right before closing? So they are impeaching the witnesses with these rebuttal witnesses. They are trying to show that they're bringing receipts saying they said it was this, we're saying it's this. So that's what's happening right now. Could they do it to every single witness if they have time and the witnesses to do so? But they need the witnesses to do so. Lisa and Glenn said a mass thank you, Emily. Without you, I would not have been able to watch this. You're such a beautiful person. Thank you. I can't wait to see where we will go next. Your community here is such a beautiful, safe place. Thank you, Lisa. I love the Law Nerd community. Christy says, is it just me or does all the huffing make you think of it? Do you mean a spoiled, rotten teenage child? Like Ben King said, huffing is how a child responds when they don't get their way. The huffing is very odd for me. It's very frustrating to me. I've heard counsel say, Your Honor. I've heard counsel say, but Your Honor. I've heard counsel say, you know, it's offered for this. Normally it's objection, legal grounds, and then legal grounds. Objection, hearsay. Your Honor, not hearsay, state of mind. Your Honor, not hearsay, not offer for the truth. You normally get legal grounds, legal grounds. What you don't normally get is, Your Honor, I don't think it's hearsay. And that's what we've gotten a lot this trial. And it's been odd. It's been odd. Legally, is it a problem if he did try to get her fired? Or is it just to make him look angry for the TRO? He said he didn't try to get her fired. And it goes to her damages because she wasn't fired. So it goes to a couple different things. Damages being one of them. Him being jealous and overbearing being one of them. And him being impeached by saying he didn't try to do that and them saying, but yes, you did. But him going to his sister, I think, is a bit different than talking to WB. And
yeah, let me just mention this. So in this trial, Amber Heard is trying to say, those that are watching, that, you know, maybe you're not, this is not what you would watch and you're expecting a live stream about sports. But those things that involve, well, so she's trying to say that basically, oh my God, he got me fired from Aqua Man. I've suffered damages. I've done this. I've done that. And in yesterday's live stream, you know what? I will post that live stream because it got 85 views right now. Yeah. Sorry. And make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe to this channel and the other channel, baby. Yeah. If you want politics and all kinds of things like this trial. We'll cover other trials. Oscar Montiel said it was a good thing, and I think it is. It's getting a lot of people viewing. But essentially, yesterday we had expert witness after expert witness after expert witness for Johnny Depp say, well, she couldn't have had damages because like for example, one of Heard's witnesses was Catherine Arnold, and Catherine Arnold said, "Oh well, you know, she could get 50 to 100% going from this movie to that movie from of her salary increased." And Mark Richards said, with the law expert for Johnny Depp in entertainment, said, "No, that's not true because you'd normally go up at least a little bit, maybe double, maybe whatever it is, and the company, the studio has to exercise that contract. If they exercise it, then you get a couple options. They might say, all right, listen, you, Amber Heard, we'll hire you again for $2 million, $2.5 million, $3 million. And it also depends on different circumstances. Like, is it going to be a whole series? Are they going to recast that character? Not just you, but are they even going to bring Mira back to Aqua Man? Or is Mira gone? Is Jason Momoa going to have another character, supporting actress? Or they could say, look, we want to recast, we want to recast this character. And that's the big thing right there. And so there were no losses. And then she said, oh, well, you know, she wasn't getting those big endorsement deals. Well, and they're trying to tie it to these statements made by a guy named Adam Waldman, who was Depp's attorney, who released an audio of Amber Heard saying, look, I didn't punch you, I hit you, okay, Johnny? You're fine. I'm sorry my hand didn't do this, but I didn't deck you. At least I hit you. Ladies and gentlemen, if that was a man, if the shoe were on the other foot, and Ben Chu did a great job talking about that, we wouldn't be here right now. Johnny Depp would be in jail, okay? The man would be in jail. But she said, so the expert, Richard Mark, said, well, she had 16 months before the Adam Waldman statements were released. Oh, I'm just tired. She had no endorsement deals. She had no big contracts. She had no big movies. Her longest series was 8 episodes. So again, there were no damages. And again, if Johnny Depp didn't try to get her fired and she wasn't fired, well, guess what? There are no damages here. No economic damages, especially when she was paid $2 million for her services. And Warner Brothers said that in a statement, and then publicly, Johnny Depp called Walter Hamada, and Walter Hamada admitted that. And they also admitted, again, if this was on my Get the Memo channel, I wouldn't be doing any of this because, everyone already knows. But I have to explain it all because it's a sports channel and I've never done it here. Basically, they also said that, hey, there was no chemistry between Amber Heard and Jason Momoa, who plays Aqua Man. They admitted that on the stand, and that was crazy.
And I had completely forgotten WB was Fantastic Beasts, and they tied it back around. I was like, I think they have an order of witnesses. I think their order of witnesses is part of the story that they're telling. When we talk about a case like a roadmap or a puzzle, they want to put the pieces in so that the picture is being exposed to the jury in the way they want. So they are using these puzzle pieces to help the jury see their side of the story in a well-crafted case. That doesn't always go according to plan. Witnesses have problems, unavailability, scheduling, but they are really trying to build these witnesses on each other to show that picture to the jury. And I think there's a strategic choice for where to put Depp to make sure that he is not buried under experts. And also, we just had Depp cross-examined, and the idea that photos can be faked is already in the minds of the jury. So it's a perfect time to bring in the expert who's going to talk about photos being faked, because that's just been discussed. So could the obvious hostility and Rottenborn backfire with the jury? It absolutely could, and we will see if the jury talks about it. I have been seeing reports on social that there was a motion to seal the jury's information. I got a bunch of ats on it, which I appreciate. I love it. Lawnard's best legal research assistants ever. I saw a bunch of ats about it. It's not uncommon that juror information is sealed, particularly in a high-profile case, for a year after the case, meaning that the attorneys and media can't go find the jurors. That doesn't mean that the jurors can't choose to talk. So it's not uncommon. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Can they remove photos from evidence? Negative, Ghost Rider. Those are in evidence. Evidence. Emily sent you an epic screenshot on your Twitter about the 15 minutes of fame reaction. Minsky, assuming that your Twitter is the same, is it D? Let me go see if it's a DM. I'll look and see if it's a DM, and then I'm going to look at see if it's an @ and I'm not going to pull up my screen and DMs. Let's see. I will look for that real quick. Where is my Twitter is full, but I will try to go find the TMZ clapback. Hold on. No, we just need a side by side about the DUI guy and I having the same reaction. Look at James from court. All of us right now. That's fantastic. Oh wait, here's a clip. Hold on.
Televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
I can ask that question.
Oh, ruled.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in the target of TMZ.
I just
a
love
very
this so
litigious organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
A little argumentative, don't you think?
Oh, hardly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
Now,
I find that to be purely logical. Thank you. A little argumentative. Objection argumentative. Then they talked it through. Then objection argumentative. I'm still not over. I'm still not recovered. I'm still not recovered. I'm still not recovered. For those of you asking if that's from court today, yes, that was the TMZ witness from earlier this afternoon. I'm still not done. I'm still not done. I'm going to have to watch that clip. I mean, TikTok's going to love this clip the most. I have to watch this a few more times because that was a boom goes the dynamite moment. And I lost my mind and then I didn't hear the end of what he said. But Ben Chu's face, I didn't see. We're going to play it one more time because I didn't see Ben's face on that. And I was looking at a little, because it was objection argumentative. And then she said a little argumentative.
This is being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
I can ask that question.
Oh, ruled.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in the target of TMZ, a very litigious organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
A little argumentative, don't you think?
Oh, hardly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
Now,
Chu trying to remain professional in court is giving. I'm hearing court. Darn it. How did time go so fast? I sent you your reaction. Okay. I'll go find it after court for sure. Ben Chu's face. He's trying to stay professional in court.
I lost my mind
trying
with
not
that
to signal to the
because
jury.
holy
He's just-
shit, that was awesome. Because Elaine needed
Can
to be
civil
told
cases be
off.
considered precedent
Like,
setting? Holly bringing us
God
back
damn.
to the ground and
we're gonna get this
clouds
photo
of
guy
a
coming.
sassy
On the
witness.
photo guy.
Thank you.
Hold on a second.
We've circled it back around. We're just
Hold on a
checking in
second.
on the road to 550. Yes, but precedent.
All right. So on this guy, the photo guy, Brian Meister, or whatever his name is. Look, listen. There's a reason that they are objecting to him. There's a reason. We gotta go one by one by one. We don't want this. Your Honor, I gotta object to the color saturation. I got the chroma. Your Honor, I gotta object here. Look, he's about to prove that the reason that they're showing images, the reason that they're showing that Johnny Depp doesn't have images, the reason Johnny Depp said, look, that looks fake, that looks edited, that's really radically different than this photo, is because it is! And the guy is showing, yeah, this is being put through a photo editor, and you would know because the operating system would be shown on the EXIF data, and the EXIF data is showing that it's a 3.0, 3.1, 5.6, whatever the data is, and it would normally, you can change the time, you can change the date, you can change a lot of things, and he went over that, and listen, that's perfect.
And there are cases that run
So
cases because there's an issue.
We'll just leave it here, leave it there. But so they're scared out of their goddamn minds because they know holy shit, this can happen, and they could ruin us here.
May we approach for just one moment? Okay.
Goody. We've now approached.
Now they're approaching.
I wonder if they're
I
going
don't
to
know
try
why.
to talk again about what they're allowed to get into with this expert, or just seek further clarification. But so
I think they
yes,
should be
civil
able to
cases
get
can
into
be precedent
everything
setting.
because this
They
is
can
professional.
redefine the torts and the way things work.
So
This case has already seemingly changed things in
if you notice something, I'll put this
Slap
up for a
law
little.
in Virginia
put it down a
has
little bit.
changed after
Okay,
this
thanks.
case. It might
All
be
right, there you go.
coincidental.
So if you
yes, it
if
can
you were
be-
watching on Get the
do I
Memo
see this
yesterday on the
case as one
political
of those
podcast,
cases? No, this
you
case is
know
setting more of a social
that
precedent
they were
for
objecting to
how
experts,
you
but they
litigate
weren't
and
objecting as
hypothesis
heavily as like
litigation
right
in
now,
the age of
because
social
right
media,
now
websites,
he's about to
et cetera,
disrupt their
et
case and basically
that umbrella guy found a quote
explode
that
it
Jamie could
and
remember. It's from
say
17 years ago. It's on his
yeah, these things are
Okay. I mean, I'm
fully
sure that both
edited
did find out
and they're wrong and they're not the originals and Amber's team did it to try and prove their own case even though it's falsifying evidence, and that's crazy, and that's why all of these guys are afraid. So I'm just a little curious to see what they're going to be able to ask now, because the judge is a woman, and I'll explain my point again because we're on break. It's not that she's a woman and there's a double standard. It's that she's a woman judge and is on Amber Heard's side, and that's why there's a double standard here. A lot of people are going to say, oh, there's no double standard. No, there's a double standard. Look, those objections, even this lawyer here is saying, no, it's not beyond the scope. It's not this, it's not that. I'm not the only one saying it.
Mr. Neumeister, do you have another demonstrative prepared that shows
The
a
jury
photo
might
with
find that
exit
too.
data reflecting that it was saved in Photos 3?
Correct. Photos 3, yes.
Your Honor, we have a video of these photos, and we're happy to play it once so that counsel can review.
Oh, there's a
If that's
video.
Oh.
demonstrative? Yes, girl.
Camille's going after it.
Demonstratives. So much. They are saving all of their time for this witness. I don't know how you cross this in the time they have left, because I imagine TikTok on the clock is a huge concern here. Team Depp has absolutely played the end game in this case, especially with regard to trial strategy and time. And that's been really interesting. Wait, this is not Needlehoff. This is the new dude that was here today. He must be the tech one. They're like, hey, you might be a millennial. Can you please do the tech? The amount of times I was brought in to do the tech in my job, not just in my job, but when I worked in Congress for a summer and stuff like that. I was often, as all interns everywhere, but I was often brought in the early 90s to do the tech, to fix the copying machines, all the things. I was part of the Lindsay Lohan preliminary hearing because I was helping with the tech, and the DA that did all those cases, and I were in a murder case together at the same time. But yeah, getting to be the tech person in
So
law
now this is going to be a
like
video.
into all the cool shit.
I am excited
Because
to
lawyers
see
are
what video is
totally
edited.
bad with the law, and not the law. Lawyers are bad with the tech.
I bet you it's all of them. I
especially
bet
the more
you,
senior lawyers. There's a lot of lawyers that are like,
they
"I like
edited
the
a
law, I
crap
don't
load
wanna
of
deal
and
with
not
tech at
only
all." So
and
for those of
and
you
guys,
that have a
when
tech
you edit a
background and are
video,
interested in
you don't
law,
have
there
to
is
necessarily edit the
so
sound. You
much,
don't have to edit anything.
need for
You could
you.
edit the lighting. You could the chroma.
All
You
right,
could.
let's get to a few more
the
questions
lens,
during
you-
another
like,
long sidebar.
Whatever
I'm
you
gonna see if we
want.
can do a side by side.
And also,
Let's-
like
oh,
I
no,
did
we're
a
back from
video
sidebar.
a
No need
week
for a side
ago
by side.
where I was just showing individual
That
clips.
quote was from
And they
1995.
did an approach.
I was still in high
and
school in
it took
1995, and I'm old
forever,
AF.
like probably 2 minutes, maybe a minute and a half, 2 minutes.
Nice to see
and I cut
Draco
it down to
finally
like
fighting for justice.
5-10 seconds.
I mean, my cats are named Fred and George,
could
and they're
do that.
twin ginger cats. So we have a deep Harry Potter connection.
You know, they're editing this.
The Molly texts are
to just
incoming.
be
I saw
big
that. I wonder
liars,
if it
and
will
that's what
come
this guy is
up.
showing.
I wonder if it will come up. Oh my God, I interned in Madeline Albright's office during undergrad, and they really didn't understand tech, even though it was late 90s basic tech. Me.
I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
So I love it. I love all the conversations. I don't. What's the significance of the phone? I think this was from earlier. It's
All right, we took care of that, Your Honor.
how the photos
May
came
we
in and
publish,
out.
or would you like to see it? Okay.
And what's demonstrative is this going to be then?
This is plaintiff's 1305, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
I understand that's the point of redirect. I don't know why those are highlighting. Sorry. Rascal said, I'm a research assistant in Turkey. If the jury decides one part is right, who decides the amount of money? The jury. The jury, one party. The jury decides the amount. Yes, JD can get an amount. Either side can get an amount other than what they ask for based on the jury's determination within some
All right.
boundaries.
So 13, marked as plaintiff's 1305 and used as demonstrative, you can publish to the jury.
Right. 90s friends. I see all of you. I see you.
Mr. Newmeister, we're going to go ahead and play the demonstrative that you prepared. And then after the jury's had a chance to see it, if you want to explain to them what the demonstrative shows, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am.
I did see this. I did. Kind of like the 8 to 12 years we talked about. I can't wait to see the demonstrative. What's going to happen? Oh, they're running it through iOS and Photos 3. Can we do that again?
Mr. Newmeister, what was depicted in that video?
The same photo treated two different ways. One was marked with the original with the operating system from an iPhone, which is iOS 9.3.1 on that particular photo. The one this is 9.3.1, there's a graphic below indicating it. The second photo is marked Photos 3, and it looks quite a bit different.
And
I'd say.
Tom, could we pull up defendant 708?
Yeah, I think Runkle did a video on this. I'm going to have to link Runkle of the Bailey's video. Runkle did a video on this.
Mr. Newmeister, does the image in defendant 708 appear to be similar, same photo as what was depicted in your demonstrative?
It's the Photos 3.0 edit version.
Thank you. We can take that one
The
down.
Photos 3.0 edit version.
Mr. Newmeister, have you also formed an opinion about defendants exhibits 712 and 713?
Correct.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that shows
what?
I can show you if you'd like, Your Honor.
This is going to be some slow going. And for the jury too, it's going to be slow going. But this
Okay,
is
I'm back.
This is exactly why you save these witnesses for the end. You want them closer in time and more in the jury's mind. So they are trying to narrow this down. This is the most I think we've seen them talk the entire time. I don't know if that's I'm unbothered or what. And also, I don't know if this lawyer ever said their name, because this is Roddenborn, this is Needlehoff, this is Umbridge, but I still don't know who this is. Maybe when he gets up and does cross.
All right. Could we pull up plaintiff's exhibit 1306, Tom?
Tom, like I said before, can we just
And
do
Your
that?
Honor, this is another video that
more
can
videos.
you pause that, please. This
Okay,
is another
here
video
we
that
go.
we prepared. It's not published yet, so I'm happy to play it once through. So that
All right. I guess they're playing it through for the defense to view before the jury views it, which is appropriate. I'm sure the photographer is zooming in and taking pictures. Let's see. Why can't Amber Heard's team find the mic? I don't know. I think they get excited.
Sorry, Your Honor. What exhibits are these that are in this video? It doesn't say. I don't know.
yeah, I tried to get my question out a moment ago. Defendant 712 and 713, Your Honor.
Yeah, you objected to it. So we were trying to establish that, and then you objected, and we ended up at sidebar counsel. Runkle saw this coming.
And if we could go ahead and play that, please. Tom?
Come on, Tom.
Are they overlaying them?
And Mr. Newmeister, what's your, what do we see here in this demonstrative?
So they're the same picture?
There's exhibit 712, I believe you have. I'm not sure the dates number, 712 and 713. They're two separate exhibits, except it's the exact same photograph that's been
That
one's been
wasn't the
edited, one
testimony.
hasn't, or I can't say that one hasn't, but the colors have been modified in an editor.
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope of your ruling, talking about colors, it keeps happening.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Double
Mr.
standard.
Newmaster,
Woman.
did you form an opinion in this case about the authenticity of the photos that you reviewed of Ms. Heard?
Well, first of all, nobody can identify the authenticity of the photos, of any of the photos, marked photos 3, photos 1, or just marked with the operating system number. And the reason is the manner of collection. So
there we go.
These came from an iTunes backup. Now, what is an iTunes backup?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm sorry. You're beyond the scope of your ruling. EXIF metadata. This keeps happening.
Your Honor, may I approach on this one?
EXIF metadata, this keeps happening. There is a ruling here, and I don't know exactly what it was that is deeply constraining this expert, which is interesting, but there are issues with metadata in this case. We know that from prior motions in this case, but it is good for Team Heard. The more they can constrain this witness, the better off they are. This is probably the most jovial we've seen this side the entire time. He's signaling to the jury. So this keeps happening is not so much for the judge, in my opinion. I think this is signaling to the jury, Your Honor, this keeps happening. This keeps happening. And this keeps happening signals to the jury they're doing something wrong. So it's part an annoyance and possibly part of strategy.
So, Mr. Newmeister, without going into the specifics, what's your opinion about the authenticity of the photos you received from Ms. Heard?
Based on the way they were collected, there would be
Objection, Your Honor. We just ruled on this.
I framed my question, I thought, Your Honor, to avoid the issue that you're concerned about. Mr. Newmeister, what's your opinion about the authenticity here?
There's no way for any forensic expert to validate any of these photos.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
There's no way to validate these photos. If they open the door on cross, that'll be interesting.
Your only degree is in political science, correct?
42 years ago, correct.
Wait.
And you have no degree whatsoever from any academic institution in computer science, correct?
This is the direction you decided to go on cross, my guy?
You have no certifications in computer forensics, correct?
That's correct.
Oh, boy. When you can't attack the facts, attack the credibility. All right. You're not board certified either, are you? This is
from the opinions you've testified today.
Oh,
You
wow.
relied on no data except for the embedded EXIF metadata to support those opinions, correct?
Incorrect.
What other data did you rely
gonna
on
open
for
the
the
door.
opinions you've testified to today?
I was trying to explain
Yep.
that you kept it.
What other data did you rely on for the actual opinions you've been able to testify to today besides EXIF metadata?
The type of extraction that was performed? You're asking the question.
For the
of
actual
that-
opinions you testified to.
That is what I would
he
use.
relied
I would
on.
also use vector scopes.
Objection, Your Honor. That was not
It's your
responsive to my question, Your
question.
Honor.
If you want to approach.
It's absolutely responsive to your question. You asked, what else did you rely on? And he's literally telling you what the fuck else he relied on. Oh, boy. And if I am Depp's team at this point, I'm like, you're asking him what he relied on and then objecting when he's telling you what he relied on. This was not the way to approach this.
Sir, you can answer that question.
Yes, you can.
Pardon?
Answer
You
that
can answer the
question.
question.
He asked it. He
Can you
stepped,
restate the question?
step in your own poop. He doesn't want to.
I don't recall
Read
the
it
question,
back.
Your Honor. We can move on.
No,
Your Honor,
read
maybe
it
we
back.
could have the court reporter read it back.
Yes.
They could redirect.
No. Read it back.
What was the question, Judy?
Now he's trying to avoid it because he lost the ruling. Ha!
I believe the question was, what methodology did I use to make my findings?
Judy's voice has changed.
Sorry.
Is that correct, Judy? Okay.
And then she had to write down, y'all. You have to deal with the grumpy that you stepped in, my guy. Yes.
That's fine. Okay.
So when you're analyzing video or photo, in this
Objection to video.
I was
Your
just
Honor,
trying
that's beyond
to
the
get
scope.
my mic to work. That
you asked
he
the
asked
question.
the fucking
All right,
question,
Just answer the questions.
and he. I lost the ruling. I don't really want to
analyzing
answer. I
photo.
don't want to repeat it because
A
yeah.
digital photo, you look at the EXIF data, you use a vector scope.
Terrible way of asking
You
a
can use
question,
hand-tone chart
dumbass.
if that's
You open the
available.
He
door.
opened the
Should be
door
done,
and he is
but that's a
pissed.
whole different
He's
deal.
so mad.
Go into that, you'll object to it. So you'd also use a waveform scope. You would use an RGB parade. You can use a histogram, though in this case, it's not really all that relevant.
You are not offering any opinions that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Heard, correct?
I'm just stating the fact that photographs were modified.
But so you are not offering any opinion that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Heard, correct?
That's correct.
Who else would have done it? Is the conclusion.
Can you please pull up Exhibit 170A?
I would have stopped there. I would have stopped there.
Is that defendants 170?
Defendants 170, yes, Your Honor.
I think I would have stopped. there. It might have
So
because
you offer testimony regarding this photograph.
he
during
opened the
direct
door.
examination, right, Mr.
Redirect
Newmaster?
the,
That's a yes or no, sir.
on redirect. They should be able to get into it
On
more.
a photograph like that, I don't exactly remember the photograph. There's so many different versions of this photograph, but yes, I talked about that particular photograph.
But do you recall being deposed in this matter?
There are so
Yes.
many different
You
versions.
were under oath?
Yes,
And that was on April 6, 2022?
I believe.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring enough copies for everybody?
Thank you.
Wow. 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 Wow.
I don't think that I would continue questioning this guy.
Wow.
I really honestly wouldn't, because
I'm still shook that he opened his own door. He was like,
yeah, exactly.
He fought so hard to keep it closed.
He
And I was
fucking
like,
creeped it open, and then as soon as he
76.
starts talking,
I'll
he
talk about that
objects,
in-
and
when
then
I
he
say
loses
pages,
the
those are
ruling,
little pages in the 4
and he's
boxes,
still
not
going.
pages.
I would have ended right there to
That's
not dig
actually
a
a very
bigger
helpful
hole.
clarification. We still don't
You
know what the
see
name
page
is.
76,
Thanks.
line 3. You were asked on April 6th, anywhere in your April 1st, 2022 expert disclosure, do you offer any opinions regarding the authenticity or lack of authenticity of the specific photograph produced as ALH
That's
7101?
a different
Response, can I refer to my
question.
report to see if that specific number is in the report? Yes. Response, not that specific photo. I just grabbed 3 out of the batch. Do you see that?
Yes.
That sounds like there's also
Can you
missing
please pull up Exhibit
context.
517 or Defendants 517?
Thank you.
Okay.
Seems like he's not
those were
like
Rick.
he's not
That's
giving
exciting.
other info
All right.
that's needed for that.
You are not offering any opinions regarding this specific photograph, right, Mr. Newmeister?
That's correct. My testimony's been limited here.
Interesting. And the jury just heard that.
And you are not offering any opinion that any photograph
have
was
questions now?
visually doctored by
I've got
Amber,
questions.
correct?
Not by, I can't put the person.
At the
who
keyboard.
Might have done it.
Well, you're not offering an opinion that a photo was visually doctored by anybody, are you?
I'd have to see each photo. There's no way to authenticate any of these photos based on what I received.
Well, you opened the door, dude. Sorry.
Oh my.
So you testified about Photos 3. Do you recall that
He
testimony?
shaded this dude about his education, and now
Photos
he's
3
trying
is
to
a
tango
photo
with
editing
him.
and photo sorting application, correct?
It's a photo editor and photo sorter, as are a number of editors.
So when you reference Photos 3.0, you never did any independent strike that, Your Honor.
Technically, it's
So
withdrawn, counsel.
when the software of a photograph in the EXIF metadata says Photos 3.0, that could be just saying that the photo was saved in Photos 3.0, correct?
Unless you looked at a scope of the photos, that would tell you that the parameters of the photo do not meet that of the cell
As
phone that
I
it was
did
taken on.
here.
But the notation Photos 3.0
As
in the
I
software
did
EXIF
here.
metadata, that does not in and of itself mean that the photo was edited in Photos 3.0, correct?
It means that you've recompressed the photo and it will not hash or digitally fingerprint with the original photo.
But it does not mean in and of itself that it was visually edited in any way in Photos 3.0, correct?
Again, it's not the same photo because you're using lossy compression once you save it. So you have changed the
He
photo.
attacked this dude's credibility and now wants to play, and that's what's going badly here. This is why you catch more flies with honey, man. You don't go
So
in
if you
that
could please
hot
turn
on an
to
expert
page 233
who,
of that
you know,
transcript.
may or may not have more experience than the years you have.
Than the years that
just
you've fucking been
not a
alive
good idea.
and trying to
See,
state his
question, when it
education.
says
You're
exit
not
software
good
for
enough.
page
And
yeah,
now
staring down the
he's
lawyer's
getting his
also
ass
not a
handed
good
to
idea.
him.
234. That's just saying it was saved in Photos 3.0, right? Response.
I don't
saved
love
in
Depp staring down the
3.0.
lawyer
That's
either.
correct. Question. That notation in and of itself does not mean that the photo was edited in 3.0, right? Answer. That's correct. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
A file has not changed visually just because it has been processed through Photos 3.0, correct?
That's incorrect.
Can you look at page 128 of your
Incorrect.
deposition, please?
Sure, let's go page by page.
All right, let's go then. You really want to break it down like that?
This is going to be so interesting.
Bottom, line 20. Question, you see, question, but the file changed visually just because it is.
Oh, I love
it has been
cross-exam. It's always
processed through
fiery.
Photos 3.0.
Love.
Answer. You know, obviously I understand what you're asking. From a technical point, yes, because of the compression. You get down to scopes and artifacts, yes, it has changed. Was it intentionally changed? We don't know. In other words, did somebody save it in there and just save the photo? We don't know. Did I read that correctly?
That's
correct.
different than what you just
that was my question.
asked.
Yes.
When you ask a question and then try to impeach with a different fucking question,
So with
it
the
doesn't
EXIF
work
metadata
like
software,
that.
It doesn't-
field lists
it doesn't
software
stick.
iOS.
You
have
just
no
fucking
reason to
asked
dispute
two.
that,
You
correct?
went
Incorrect.
over two different
Wasn't
questions.
data? That's what you
Do you
testified
not know how to
to,
do
right?
your
It's
this
very
law firm
simple to
sucks,
modify
man.
EXIF data.
Wow.
It's- I mean,
Did you
can do
find
it on your
any
cell
evidence
phone.
in this case of actual modification of EXIF metadata?
You can't authenticate any of these photos because of the way they were.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Newmeister. Did
Yes,
you
it
find
was.
any
Yes, it
evidence
was.
of any modification of EXIF metadata of any
They opened
photograph
the
in this
door.
case?
You didn't listen to my answer. My answer is there is no way to know because of the way the files were presented.
So you found, but you found no actual evidence,
Said.
correct?
That no one could.
I'm not
either
asking
way.
if anyone else could, Mr. Newmeister. I'm asking, did you yourself find you
Asked
you
and
found
answered.
no evidence of any modification of EXIF metadata of any photograph in this
He's
case?
just trying
correct?
to keep him from
Now, I
saying the real
understand
truth.
trying to control the narrative, but there's no way to answer that scientifically because given the evidence we were given, there is no way to positively or negatively answer that. It's not a question that can be answered.
It
Because
is a question, Mr. Newmeister. The question is, did you
No,
yourself?
he said it's not a question
No,
that can
you
be
can't
answered.
found no
answer that
affirmative
question.
evidence of any modification.
How's he gonna answer
Asked
the
and answered.
question?
Software,
Bring the
EXIF
asked and answered.
metadata
Bring
of
the asked
any
and answered.
photograph in this case,
Bring
correct?
the objection.
You
Come
found
on,
no actual
objection.
evidence of that, did you?
Objection.
Objection.
Let's go.
Asked and answered.
no
Let's
one could
go.
tell either way because.
Not
of the
asking
way-
about anyone else, Mr. Newmeister. I'm
Let's
asking about you.
go. Bring the
Asked and
objection.
answered.
Did you found no evidence of that, did you?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
There you
He's
go.
not answered what he found, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Woman,
There's
double
not a way to
standard.
answer that
Fuck
the way
you.
you're asking the question. You
Fucking
have to
judge.
state it in-
Stupid
you're
bitch
trying
ass.
to control
Your Honor,
the
he's not
narrative.
responding to the
All right, could
question.
you just answer yes or no, sir, to the question?
I can't.
It's not a yes or no question.
Did you, yes or no, you found no evidence of EXIF metadata modification of any photograph?
I'd fire
in this
back.
case,
Did you?
correct?
The limit does not
That's-
exist.
Incorrect.
The limit does not exist. The limit does not exist. Amber Heard's
It
due
is
to
your
struggling with this
opinion
witness,
that
though.
the metadata of all photographs
This witness is not
of
answering
reported
either.
injuries that Ms. Heard has identified as her trial exhibits do not indicate that the photographs went through a photo editing application, correct?
Well, first of all, that's not a yes or no question because a lot of the exhibits that you have put up, they're not photographs. They're screen grabs and they've been changed from a Apple format, which is JPEG, JPEG, to a JPG Microsoft format. So
Yep.
you have actually changed the exemplars. You've changed the data yourselves. We actually
Oh,
ran
shit.
EXIF data on some of your own.
You
examples that you've entered in
opened the door
evidence.
and walked
They are
into
not
that
photos
one.
From an iPhone. Those were edited in on a PC.
I'm going to hand up a page from your disclosure.
This
He just
I'm gonna
walked
have to go
into
back
that.
and look at my look at the motion for sanctions.
Literally.
I'm imagining this is the guy from the motion for sanctions. It was losing his mind over the evidence not being turned over the way the court ordered it to be turned over. But this lawyer said, you don't have any education outside of a degree in political science 40 years ago, and that just took everything left. You don't have to come that way. You don't have to approach someone that way.
Nope.
But
Just
they
ask him based on
did.
the evidence,
And
based
now,
on the data.
this is where we're at. This is where we're
He's
at.
walking into it.
A judge cannot overturn a jury's verdict except in limited circumstances, which I can expand on, but it's very, 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 very rare. It generally, once you survive that motion to dismiss.
So
or
do you
motion
see
to
on
strike-
page 8 of your disclosure, Mr. Neumeister, it states, quote, the metadata of all of the photographs of purported injuries that Ms. Heard has identified as her trial exhibits do not indicate that the photographs went through a photo editing application. Did I read that correct?
That's correct.
No
But
further,
we're talking
no further
exit
questions,
data.
Your Honor.
All right.
No further questions, Your Honor. Yeah, they're going to fix it.
Mr. Neumeister.
Yes.
They opened
A
up a
moment ago,
door.
Mr. Murphy was asking you some questions about your opinion about the trial exhibits that Ms. Heard has offered in this matter.
Yep, sure.
Yep, you
and he
opened
asked you
it.
about your opinion that they don't indicate.
You
that those
walked
were
into
photo
this.
editing applications.
Now they're asking the
What can you
question.
tell us about that?
Well, first of all, on this last exhibit, it says metadata, not EXIF data. So that's two different
Yep.
things altogether. We're talking EXIF data. And on the report, I put metadata because I was requested to cover meta and EXIF data. So it's taken out of context. The EXIF data is the data
Don't try to school
based
this dude.
that's embedded in the photo.
Don't try and
Metadata
mess with
can
an
be
expert.
file data
That's
about
the worst
file
thing you can
itself.
do.
Two different
And they're
things.
learning their lesson right
So-
here, right now.
The way the data was collected, it was an iTunes backup is a backup.
Objection, Your Honor. Backups outside the scope of Your Honor's ruling.
You
beyond exit metadata.
opened
You
the
opened the
door.
door.
Overruled objection.
Thank you. Your Honor.
Yep.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yep.
An iTunes backup is only a backup of things that are on an iPhone that have not been deleted. It does not have the critical operating system. It doesn't have any of the files that would validate the path of a photograph in that phone. It does not have a lot of the log files. It does not have the Knowledge C database, which talks about usage of the phone and the patterns of how data was handled. All it is the photos you decided to save, not the photos
she's
you
excited.
deleted. So it's a very
I'd be
limited
excited if I was
database.
her.
Without the system registry or without the system operating system, there's no way to tell because it's very easy to modify a photo on a phone
Yes.
and have it just read iOS 9.3.1.
Yes, it is. Damn, that's
But
an
with
old
the
operating
actual
system.
phone,
Holy.
if you were able to get a hold of the actual phone, and in 95% of all cases we work, we have the actual phones. It doesn't matter if the phones are 10 years old or 20 years old, or not 20 years old, but 10 years old. The
Not
reason
20
is
years
if
old.
people have something they want to keep as evidence, they don't throw out their phones. They don't recycle their phones. They save their phones. So people
That's right.
ask how we're doing phones on 13-year-old cases because people do not throw out evidence. They keep the phone.
People
So
do
in a
not
situation
throw
like
out evidence.
this,
They
there
don't
are
throw
no
out the
forensic
evidence.
extractions.
And Amber Heard
In
knew
fact,
she
the
was going to do this.
extractions we were
She knew
providing
she was going to get
were
him. She knew
backups
she was going to
of
report him for abuse.
backups
And she kept
of
the evidence.
iTunes, just exports. So it's
He
third
opened the door
generation,
for all of
and there
this.
is no way to verify the file paths and the history of any single photo that we've looked at.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You can have a seat in the
Wow.
court. You're free to go.
Thank you very much.
All right, your next witness.
Wow.
He opened the door for that, trying to be clever. Not clever enough.
We call Beverly Leonard by video link.
I need the TV. All right, just give us a moment to get the TV up.
Wow.
They opened the
People do
goddamn
not
door.
Throw out
They
evidence. I don't know
literally
what just happened to the feed.
Walked into that.
But we're gonna go see if we can figure that out.
Literally.
That
They
was a
did it
very,
to themselves.
Very interesting moment in court. I've got to pull up another
No,
feed.
I asked you, did you
Damn
do
it, what
No,
have you
nope,
done?
you need to answer the question. Nope, you need to answer the nope, you
Hold
need
on.
to. And then he got ruled
Danger,
against.
danger. Oh my god, my
You know,
head
I
just
kinda don't
exploded.
remember the question. I mean,
that
maybe
was
if
that was
if I won the
quite
ruling, yeah,
a
I would
lot.
remember it. But yeah,
that was quite
wow.
a lot of information. See, they're trying to get that video link back up. I hear it. What in the world is going on? Okay, we need a different feed. I can't believe that evidence. He opened the door on cross-examination. We're going to have to go watch back.
Can you just
through.
count to 5 for me so I can get you on the big screen in the courtroom?
Right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right. That's close. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
Well, start talking. We'll see you. Try the first question.
Good afternoon, Ms. Leonard.
Good afternoon.
All right, Ms. Leonard, if you could speak a little louder for me and try to count to 5 one more time. I'm just trying to get you on the TV screen.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, the lessons we've learned in COVID, correct? Okay. All right, your first question.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Ms. Leonard.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Beverly R. Leonard.
Where are you testifying from?
I'm testifying from my home in Arizona.
Are you familiar with the defendant in this matter, Amber Heard?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with her?
I met her in 2009 at SeaTac International Airport.
Oh.
Oh!
Oh.
What happened when you met Ms. Heard in 2009?
The airport incident.
I was in the baggage claim area.
Uh-oh.
I observed her with a traveling companion, and they got into an altercation where Ms. Heard had grabbed her traveling companion and pulled something from her neck. At that point, I got up and went over to try to break up what appeared to be a fight.
Oh,
and
no!
I called my colleagues to help me, and I stepped in between them and separated them.
Amber Heard lied. She said this wasn't true. This is awesome.
Injuries or escalation.
How would you describe the interaction between Ms. Heard and her traveling companion?
Ms. Heard was aggressive towards her traveling companion.
Oops.
And she had reached up and grabbed her arm and pulled a necklace off of her. And then I observed her having it in her hand. She seemed to be not very steady on her feet. Her eyes were blurry and watery, and I could smell alcohol.
Oh, she was drinking.
What was Ms. Heard's traveling companion's reaction to being...
But if Johnny Depp was drinking, that's the problem.
I'll sustain the objection.
On relevance? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Highly relevant.
What did Ms. Heard's traveling companion do?
She raised her hands in what appeared to be a defensive manner.
Someone from
But other
SeaTac.
than that, she was pretty stoic and didn't really respond much. Her stature was 2 or 3 inches taller than Ms. Heard, so
I didn't know that.
She didn't really need to have to defend herself.
I didn't know that.
Oh, man.
How would you
ladies and
describe Ms.
gentlemen.
Heard's demeanor when you stepped in between
Wow.
Ms. Heard and her traveling companion?
She was somewhat dismissive. She just said, we're just having an argument. We're fine. We're fine. Because I was asking if they were okay. Are you okay? Is there anything wrong? What's going on?
Yeah, because you don't want people
Objection hearsay. Just objection hearsay to what she's saying.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Woman, double standard.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on
What,
Ms.
if
Heard's
any?
traveling companion?
She had abrasion on the side of her neck where the necklace was, like a rope burn from the chain as it was removed.
Interesting.
How did you come to testify in this trial?
I became aware of this situation, specifically this trial, because I was sent an email anonymously. I don't even know who it came from, asking.
Objection hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
But it's why. It's not to prove the truth. The judge has been doing that the whole time.
How would you generally describe Ms. Heard's behavior on the occasion you met her in 2009?
Objection, Your Honor. I already asked and answered the specifics.
Not sustain the objection. Next question.
Woman, double standard. Someone should
Did
beat
Ms.
this
Heard's
judge the
sexual
fuck up.
orientation have any impact on how you conducted
Objection.
yourself?
I'll sustain the objection.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any cross-examination?
Yes.
What the fuck?
Okay. Cross-examination.
Don't open any doors.
When did you
Camille, object as hard as you
She's
can.
trying to-
contact counsel for Mr. Depp?
Late last night.
Oh
Late
my.
last night. Okay. And this happened in 2009, correct?
Yes,
13 years ago, correct?
yes.
And you know that this trial is being televised, right?
Oh, is this
Really?
going to be her question?
Yes.
And so you know
For
that
every
if you
witness?
have something that might be significant to say, that way you can get on television, right?
People don't care about being on TV, Elaine. We have YouTube.
No, I had no desire to be on television.
People wanna be on TV, they
I
can be.
actually waited for a call and wondered why I hadn't been contacted.
All right. But you you reached out and contacted them last night, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Thank you. I have no further
All
questions.
right. Any redirect?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Leonard. You're free to sign off. Thank you.
All right.
Interesting. Heard
All right,
said
your
that there was
next
no
witness.
physical encounter at the airport, and that's why that witness.
Your Honor, may
came
we
in.
approach?
Sure.
All right. I wonder who the next witness is, but they are approaching. It looks like about it. Yeah, Elaine's just running around saying everybody wants their 15 minutes of fame. That's her go-to right now. Nobody wants to be on TV at this point, and if they really wanted to be on TV, couldn't you just be on YouTube or TikTok or Instagram? Or,
Exactly.
there's
People
a
know how
wide
to get their
variety of
15
options.
minutes
This
of fame.
trial is not it.
Easy.
Which is just wow. So that came in because Amber Heard denied that incident in SeaTac. Could Heard have said,
That's
yes, there was an
exactly
incident.
true.
It was blown out of proportion. It was a verbal
said
argument.
that's not true.
Could
The
that
cops
maybe have still
weren't
come into
called.
impeach?
There was
Maybe
no
would-
domestic
would it have?
abuse.
Maybe
She
not.
said that,
But now we
she
have a
opened the door,
witness
and
from
a witness-
SeaTac
exactly.
Airport who was an
She
employee
just
there
said,
at that time.
the witness
who
just said,
witnessed
"I saw it all."
What's been called an assault between Amber Heard and either her girlfriend, fiance, or wife at the time. I don't know the status of their relationship at the time, but oh my goodness, we didn't know if we would see somebody coming in to prove that, and they did. So when they cross-examined Amber Heard on that, they did not know if there would be a witness to back it up, or if it would, I imagine they didn't have the arresting officer from SeaTac to be able to say that this is why they arrested Amber Heard or what they witnessed. But we did know the incident at SeaTac was witnessed, and the witnessed incident at SeaTac is now in front of the jury. What, if any, 15 minutes of fame is Elaine clinging to at this point? I don't know. I don't know if that was the officer. I mean, it could have been. They didn't say. I guess it could have been, that could have been the officer from SeaTac. They didn't identify themselves that way. They said they were working at SeaTac. It could have been. She did say she went and got her partner. She was the arresting officer. They didn't clarify that, but okay. The arresting officer. So, all right, let us continue on. So was the actual officer? They never clarified that. I wonder if it was, again, I wonder if the jury's not going to know that for sure. And I wonder if there was a ruling on not being allowed to say that because it would indicate that there was an arrest. So that's possible, but she didn't. She said she was working there. She said she was baggage claim. She might have been at baggage claim. Right. I might have just conflated the two. It's been a long day. So, but yep. So this again, I will have to go back and look at exactly what she said, but it was very, very, it was fast. She definitely didn't say she was an officer. If Miss Heard does not pay the price, I lose hope in American law. Well, there's not much of a price to pay. It's a defamation suit. So libel, not libel. Not that I have not already. Side eye. Not a good job, ma'am, for the intellectual analysis. Note, good job, ma'am, for the you're welcome. Reading is hard at the end of the day, but thank you. And we will see. Again, defamation suits are hard to win. Let's see. I just saw, love how Amber Heard owned gold with metadata disclosures. Yep, because he talked about EXIF and talked about EXIF entirely, and then they started bringing in the metadata. So,
Ladies and gentlemen, we're still on track to have closing arguments on Friday morning. But the plaintiff only has one more witness in rebuttal. And then since we have a counterclaim, the defense has a chance to have rebuttal for their counterclaim. And so you'll hear the remaining witnesses tomorrow on that. So since we don't have anything further today, I'm going to go ahead and release you at this point. Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research. And we'll see you back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
It sounds like Heard will have a few rebuttal witnesses. I am very interested to see who their rebuttal witnesses will be. I'm surprised that we're done for the day. Let's see what the judge has to say, and let's see the time check. That's what I'm most interested in right now. And I don't know how much time Heard will have left for rebuttal witnesses. What, if any, time does Team Heard have left? I didn't know she got rebuttal witnesses. Nope.
All right. And then for the record, charge the plaintiff the remaining time till 5:30. The plaintiff has 7 hours and 8 minutes left as of this moment. And the defendant has 1 hour and 16 minutes left, right? So we're on the same page. Okay, and jury instructions.
1 hour and 16 minutes left. And these
Yes, Your Honor. So here's,
these guys have
we just
7
received
hours?
Their comments around noon today, but we've had someone not in the court
Okay.
looking at those, and I think has narrowed down the areas of disagreement, and either is sending or has sent to Sammy an email that sets forth the few remaining issues of disagreement. But
Okay.
largely, I think we're mostly there, but I haven't had a chance to read what they sent.
Mostly. Okay, so I have everything. So I don't have everything quite yet. Then.
It's not finalized.
Okay, but I will get it sometime this evening.
There,
We have an hour now. You can stay in the
We could do it
courtroom and
now.
work it out. How about that?
we're happy to address
about
those. I
that?
think
Let's-
we need an opportunity to see what we sent them our comments 2 days ago. We just
He's
got it
still huffing.
I
3 hours
understand,
ago,
but we have some extra time right now, so nobody leaves until I get my jury instructions. How's that?
That's fair.
I like that.
I
Okay.
like that too, Judge. I like the
And the verdict
sass.
form also. And then if I could read Sammy's handwriting and tell you exactly what he's saying. Sammy, what are you saying here?
Under
Oh, yes,
advisement.
we got the three jury instructions that are under advisement, so we'll address those tomorrow as well, okay? And we'll work on Sammy's penmanship. All right, anything else?
So to be clear, is Your Honor wants to hear the.
She ordered you to
disputes
stay,
right now or
Rottenborn.
tomorrow?
We could, I mean, I don't think you know what the disputes are yet.
Right.
So I'll hear the disputes tomorrow. Well, yeah, we could do those at some point tomorrow. Sounds like we're gonna have some extra
We'll have
time tomorrow. So we'll take care of those tomorrow,
thank
but I
God.
want everything today. I want to know what those disputes are and have what you have clean.
And
already.
that's what I'm saying. I think that by 5, you will get
Okay.
what the disputes are.
Okay, for everything, right? Okay, so just stay here until
For
we get
both.
all that,
Yeah.
for everything. Okay,
Sure.
great. Anything else then?
No,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
we'll
Thank
see you in the morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh,
The judge is like, and I'm
Okay,
out.
that's it.
I really like the way, I like the judge's demeanor. I like the way she's been working with everyone. I just really, really enjoy, I really enjoyed this judge. So it's just, I really, really enjoy her. Judge just pulled the bell doesn't dismiss you. I do. And I'm here for it. She really did. I'm going to try to leave this court feed on as long as it stays in the courtroom. And then we will pull into another one if it stays, because now we're going to get to see, hopefully, the lawyers interact a little bit. So wow. Why was it cut short today? There is only one more witness for Team Depp. I imagine that that's the forensic. There was a forensic doc of some sort, an MD of some sort that was on the witness list that I remember being published. I wonder if that's the only witness left, but
no.
there is one witness
I remember
left,
Kate
and
Moss is left.
With one witness left, then there's going to be more time tomorrow. It sounds like Amber Heard's team will get rebuttal witnesses. They have an hour and 16 minutes left. I don't know how much they're going to bring. I love that
we
they
need
are
Kate
approaching the
Moss to
stenographer
come
now.
in. Kate
But
Moss
everybody's been ordered to
needs
stay,
to come in,
which is interesting. I wonder if until
and
Depp
debunk
leaves
that
the courtroom
staircase
with his
incident.
team and
We
Heard leaves
need
the
that
courtroom with
debunked because
her team. If you're going to
oh man, if we
see
could get that,
the gallery start to clear out.
delicious.
There are a couple people on the list, including apparently the flight attendant. There are a few people on the list that have not been called yet. So it sounds like we're going to get to it tomorrow. Where is Kate Moss? She was there this morning. Are you wearing an earpiece? Yes. Those are my in-ears so I can hear the court feed and not echo back at y'all. And I have like a piercing back here in this ear and piercing here and then glasses.
So she was there this
And
morning.
the over-the-ear
Let me see if I can
headphones
find that
were squishing my
testimony. We'll
piercings.
watch that
So
shit. Hold on.
I took Nick Ricada's suggestion and got in-ears. So that is what I'm wearing. Also, with the in-ears, the law nerds that have been here a long time know that I get very distracted by noise. So these also have some sound canceling element, and I appreciate that. We're going to do some questions. Is it over? No. It's over for well, it's not even over for today for the lawyers. The lawyers still have to sort out jury instructions. I still don't know bro's name because he never said it on the record, but also. So we're done for today. The time charged to not finish, and it is 4:45 on the East. So that means they got charged about 45 minutes of time since they didn't fill the day. I imagine that was a strategic choice to do their next witness tomorrow. It might have been a scheduling choice. They have the 45 minutes extra. So Depp's team is charged for the 45 minutes of court time. The court's like, and then ordered the parties to stay and sort out the jury instructions, which is interesting. I would have died if Elaine asked Kate Moss, you're only here for the 15 minutes of fame, aren't you? Wouldn't that have been a moment? Are judges allowed to do interviews after the case? There are rules of judicial ethics, and there are things that they will and won't talk about. So could the judge talk about the case? Maybe. I imagine if we see Judge A talking about this case, it might be in the context, and this is just me talking about the things that I could see possible. Anything is possible, but the things I would see is reasonable. Talking about being the judge on a high media case, on a televised case, dealing with celebrities in the courtroom, like the practical nuts and bolts of running this courtroom, not necessarily, I thought this witness was believable, I thought that witness is lying. That would be, I think, beyond the bounds of judicial ethics to comment on a case in that way. And after retirement, I can't see this judge turning around and commenting on it much more, but the ins and outs, having cameras in the courtroom, social media playing a role in the case,
an idiot.
the difficulties of social media playing
Because
a role in the
before
case, I could
Depp
absolutely see the judge either talking on that, speaking at that to different conferences.
It was
and
Dr.
things like
Curry,
that. It's very
then
interesting.
Depp, but apparently Kate Moss went before that.
Are you sure you're not
and
being fed lines via the
I
earpiece?
couldn't be
No.
there.
If I was being fed lines, I would hope they would be better
of
lines.
YouTube's shit. I can't believe
But I'm not. It's one of the things we used to talk about in voir dire.
So it might have been after
when
Johnny
I was a
Depp
DA,
that she testified. I don't remember.
Talked
I don't
about
remember
it a
the
bit,
order.
you know. Just
However,
the way that you see trial, and we're done. I'm gonna go see if there's another feed that still has stuff. When you realize that we're not
I
lawyers
really
like on
wanna
TV
watch
because
this.
people wanted trial to be
We
like it
will
was.
watch that.
on
I have the
TV.
video.
Right, all of the shit feeds are done. So, boo.
Oh, shit.
Boo. I want to see what's going on in court, and all the feeds are down. So we would talk about it because people thought trial might play out the way it did on television because we didn't have as many televised trials as we do now, for sure. And so we would be like, look, we don't have, a team. And that was something we would ask about quite a lot. I think it would be different now. Why is didn't you not a leading question? It depends on what follows after didn't you. And on cross-examination, those are all supposed to be leading. So most of those are coming from cross-examination. So I just saw somebody doing a quick sub check. I saw it in the chat. I tried to bring it up. And every time I do, the chat's jumping. With 100 and like over 80 of us here, I understand. I realize court's over, so that's going to drop. But there we are. We are at 5:31. So wait, I saw a question about jury instructions. Where is it? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I'm trying to grab my question. I got it. I pinned it down. What are jury instructions? First, in last week's Emily Show podcast, I went through 2 of the jury instructions that will likely be included. Second, jury instructions are what the jury uses to determine how to proceed on the case, how to decide, we've all the things are happening. We are on the Zoom. All the things are happening. So jury instructions are telling the jury how to decide the case, giving the jury the law and breaking it down bit by bit. This is how you have to decide this. This is how you have to decide that. And telling the jury how they decide, what they need to decide, what the elements are and things like that. So on last week's podcast, and there's a video on the channel and then the audio, I break down 2 of the jury instructions, but it is a long list. We should hear them live. The court should read the jury instructions and read all of the jury instructions either before or after closing. So we will see that. But thank you guys. We are almost there. We're going to keep it going. Would the jury pick up on Depp's obvious Darvo strategy? His main argument is she is crazy and making everything up, cast out every which way. They might. I don't know what DARVO is, but they might think that that's exactly what's going on. It's like, no, this is it, because he said sitting here was like insanity. And if the jury finds parts of Amber Heard's testimony credible, believable, I think there are definitely parts of Amber Heard's testimony that were credible and believable, then the jury might be like, well, everything's not true. ET is still up. All right, let me go find that real quick because I want to see inside the courtroom. So thank you, chat, for being the best research assistants on the internet. Heard. Let's see, live now. They were live. They said they're live. It's saying you're live. It looks like you're live. All right, let me go see if there's another ET. Did I do something wonky and pull up? Oh, yep, I did. I pulled up. Maybe did I pull up the wrong ET? Maybe. I don't see. Well, live stream ended 1 minute ago. So I'm not seeing any feeds from court that are still up, including Law and Crime. So there we go. All right, I'm going to answer some more questions. What will happen if there's a hung jury? Everyone will be very unsatisfied, and the court, well, not the court, the parties, the plaintiff and the defendant, will have to decide if they want to try to pursue this again. If they want to pursue the counterclaim for Amber Heard, if they want to pursue the lawsuit for Johnny Depp, they have to decide if they want to pursue it to another trial. And this was a lot of money, and I don't know what that answer would be. Like, I don't know what that answer would be. Court TV, ET's court feed is now down, sadly. So thank you. People don't throw away evidence. This is why industries like banking and mortgage follow dates where they can legally destroy records to avoid that problem. Yes, and it's an interesting thing because he's talking in his experience of doing cases like this, that people keep old phones and people keep where the evidence is. I mean, how many of you watched like Gabby Hanna pull back into old phones with text messages when she was doing a multi-part video series? We saw it. You guys are like, ET can go to ET Canada. Okay, can we count on, will Canada save us at this point? ET Canada is still live, but the screen is dark. I see that it's still live, but I don't see anything happening. And that is a problem. So, yeah, even though it says they're still live, I don't see a feed in court. I'll leave this up. And if it comes back, then we will talk about it. Oh, DARVO stands for deny, attack, and reverse victim and offender. I mean, the jury might think that that's what's going on. They're going to have to decide because both parties are alleging that about the other one. Question: why has Bird Law not been cited yet? But seriously, why are lawyers doing jury instructions? That's their job. Wouldn't that be something the judge would do? No. The judge does the final ruling on jury instructions. The judge has made ruling on jury instructions, and the judge has asked the lawyers to get together and finish the jury instructions. So no. That is why the lawyers are doing the jury instructions. The amount of time I spent doing jury instructions in my life. Does rebuttal testimony go against remaining time? Yes, it does. Everything that happens until closing goes up to remaining time. So let me go one more place. You guys are telling me some are still live. So I'm going to go and see if I can find one. And if you see one, Miguelina, just pop it in to the chat. I'm going to go look over at live and see what's still live. Question, can both defamation cases be found upheld? I'm going with found liable. But no, I don't think they can. And this is why I don't think they can. And this is my perspective on why I don't think they can. If you find that Johnny Depp defamed Amber Heard, then I don't think you can, by calling her a liar and a hoaxer and these things, I don't think you can also find that Amber Heard defamed Johnny Depp when she made the op-ed. I don't think those two things are consistent. I think they can say no to the other, but I don't think they can find both to be liable for defamation against the other. So that's what I think. So no, Court TV is still live, but they are replaying stuff from earlier. So that is where I'm at, not seeing anything in the court. Let's see. So we have looked for live court feeds, and that's where we are. If the photos aren't edited, then why run them through an editing software app? I think that's a question for the jury and asking, because they're saying the photos didn't come directly from the camera, the phone or the camera. And so that's the problem. Do I think Tassa Van Ray could be the rebuttal witness from Amber Heard? I think it's possible. That would have to be quick, but I think it's absolutely possible. Absolutely possible.
I think it needs to happen because
New law. Why can't we ever
Amber
see
Heard,
the jury? Are they protected from video
need
media?
To say,
yes, they are
no,
protected. Their identities protected.
She has
and the court
abused
granted a
people
motion
before,
to seal their identity
and if you can
for a
get
year
Tassa
after
Van
trial.
Rie, then
yes.
boom.
So that's why we don't see them on camera. I think it could impact the case having the jury on, on TV every single day. I think there could absolutely be an impact there, and I think that would be a very odd.
One last clip for the people. I'm live. I'm live. And then you just stayed there. So let me set this clip up while I get it. Amber Heard said on the stairs, said on the stand that Johnny pushed her down the stairs. And that has been disproven over and over and over. But not only that, she said, I instantly thought of Kate Moss and the stairs. So, there was a story that Depp, as you heard, as I played it on this stream way earlier in the day, that Depp told the story that they were in Jamaica. He was in the bungalow. He walked out of the bungalow. It just started pouring like crazy, and that happens. That's kind of how the weather works. Kate Moss opens the door, walks out the door, down the stairs of the podium of the bungalow, and she falls, hits her lower back, and she's crying. Johnny Depp goes to grab her. I'm not sure why they didn't get married. Honestly, I feel like he should have married her. But this is what gets even better. Amber Heard said that there was a rumor that she'd heard a rumor that Kate Moss was pushed down the stairs by Johnny Depp. And if you go back to 2005, 2004, and 2005, or 1990s, nobody says, hey, Johnny pushed her down the stairs. This is where it's going to get even better. So, all right. Let me go ahead and grab this real quick, because I'm about to show you what Kate Moss has said. Amber Heard opened the door. I hate how this jumps. She opened the door for Johnny Depp's team to now bring Kate Moss in to testify on his behalf. Are you guys ready like I am? 'Cause I'm ready to play this for you. Are you ready? Let me put the volume up on this. Alright, let's get it here. Here we go. Let's leave it here. Alright. Are you ready for Kate Moss to debunk Amber Heard? I am! Let's go. Let's get it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, please be seated. Next witness.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Depp calls Kate Moss to the stand.
Let's
She
do
will be
this.
appearing on your screen.
All right, ma'am, can you hear me? Yes, can you count to 5 for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thank you, ma'am. If you can
Man,
raise
she
your right
is so
hand.
beautiful. She is
Do
pretty.
you swear affirm to tell the truth
Oh
under
my
penalty of law?
God, Kate Moss is gorgeous.
I do.
Thank you.
Oh,
Good morning,
here we
Ms.
go.
Moss, or I should say, good afternoon, your time. My name is Ben Chu from the firm of Brown Rudnick. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Kate Moss.
Ms. Moss, where do you reside?
London, England.
From where are you testifying today, Ms. Moss?
Gloucestershire, England.
Ms. Moss, do you
She
know
sounds
Johnny
old
Depp?
for some reason.
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Depp?
I had a relationship with him.
Did there come a time when you and Mr. Depp had a romantic relationship?
Yes.
For how long, Ms. Moss,
This is key.
were you and Mr. Depp a romantic couple?
From 1993 to 1994 to 1998.
Ms. Moss, did there come a time when you, while you and Mr. Depp were a couple, that the two of you took a vacation together to the Golden Eye Resort in Jamaica?
Yes.
What, if anything, happened when
What, if
you were
any-
in Jamaica with Mr. Depp?
We were leaving the room and Johnny left the room before I did, and there had been a rainstorm, and as I left the room, I slid down the stairs and I hurt my back.
How did you?
And
I apologize, Ms. Moss. Please continue.
and I screamed because I was in because I didn't know what had happened to me and I was in pain, and he came running back to help me and carried me to my room and got me medical attention.
Did Mr.
Huh.
Depp push you in any way down the stairs?
No,
During the course of your relationship,
Whoa.
did he ever push you down any stairs?
no, he never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any stairs.
Wow.
Ms. Moss, have you ever before today testified in any kind of court proceeding?
No, I have never.
Why did you decide to testify today?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right,
That's beyond the scope of what we just talked about.
all right, I'll sustain the objection.
Woman,
Thank you, Ms.
double
Moss.
standard.
We have nothing further at this time. We greatly appreciate your taking the time to testify.
All right, any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you, Ms. Moss.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, she was there because Amber Heard told a lie and said that Kate Moss was pushed down the stairs. Of course she was gonna appear there. Of course. This was absolutely brutal for Amber. Holy mother effing God. This is literally Kate Moss debunking Amber Heard, wrecking her. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited about this. I am not only stunned, but I'm excited. I absolutely love this, and I do think it kind of went a little above the scope, but beyond the scope, but I would have loved to hear that answer because of Amber. So she didn't fall down the stairs. I'm sorry. She didn't get pushed down the stairs. She never got pushed by Johnny. Ever. Let's see here. I'm trying to find a comment. Sweet, simple, and clear explanation. Total opposite of Heard's version. Absolutely. It was just, I came out, I slid down the stairs, I fell on my back, I was in pain, I was crying because I was in pain. He came over, he carried me back into my room, and he got me medical attention. Boom, short, sweet, simple. How is Johnny Depp going to push her down the stairs if he's coming to her from down the stairs, up the stairs? All right. Another commenter said, no, why did Amber Heard bring Kate Moss in? She was so used to lying, she didn't think this would happen. Yes, that's how. Let me read it correctly. She didn't think this would bite her. Absolutely. Tom, you are absolutely correct. She never, ever thought they would bring her, but she opened the door. She opened the damn door, and that's what happens. That's what happens when you open the door Kate Moss would have never appeared. Amber Heard made it worse on herself. All right, let's see. Here's a one. I guess Johnny felt for her at the end or regretted for leaving her. Not sure. His emotional smile at the end, though. Yeah, I think Kate Moss still is half in love with Johnny Depp. And she has said that he's the one that got away. I don't know how he went out with Vanessa Paradis. I mean, Vanessa Paradis is an amazing woman. I don't doubt her. I think she's awesome. But Kate Moss is just a beauty and a great and just an amazing, smart, kind, honest person. And I'm not just saying that because she's testifying for Johnny Depp, but this is incredible. So I think that maybe they still have love for each other. And you saw, Emily made a great point. He said, oh, Kate Moss. In a more fond and loving, caring version than with Amber Heard. He says, Miss Heard. And only said, Amber Heard. When he really has to identify her. Is there another comment I can read? Oh. Here we go. Amber should have never mentioned Kate's name. Look what happened. The rolling eyes emoji. Kate answered truthfully, as we can all tell. Absolutely. Absolutely. Amber screwed herself. All right. Never heard her voice before. Very soothing. LOL. As are most of Johnny's witnesses. That is one thing where, I mean, Dr. Curry is absolutely sweet, kind, beautiful, smart, everything, and very soothing. Richard Marx, he's older, but he's calm when he talks. Michael Spindler, I wasn't that interested in his voice or whatever. But I mean, and now Kate Moss, very soothing, very calm, just there to tell the truth. Amber Heard's witnesses, just a wreck, garbage, all of them, bullshit witnesses. I just want to show you, I'm not the only one who thinks this. Depp's smile of redemption in the end is priceless. Yes, absolutely. Because someone else just backed him up. When your ex-girlfriends come and your ex-wife can come in and say, yeah, I don't think that they'll have Vanessa Paradis because she wasn't mentioned. Although that would be even more detrimental to Amber Heard. When your ex-wives and girlfriends like Winona Ryder, Vanessa Paradis, and Kate Moss are supporting you, okay. Let's see if there's another one. Yeah, okay, so that one. Let's see. The truth is finally out. Yes, that's true. So nobody has commented on how amazing she still looks? Absolutely. I commented. That's the first thing I said. All right. There's just something about Kate Moss's accent. It's like ASMR. Maybe. I don't know. All right. Let me see. Can I find another video? All right. Hold on a second. I have an idea. I want to know why I can't. You know what? Let's get out of this. Let's just go to YouTube. I'm gonna try and look for another video here. Let's see. Oh, now this one. So we're gonna review this part here. Hold on. All right. So Elaine opened the door for a nice roast. And what I mean is, the guy from TMZ will do this. Let's see. Hold on a second. So, Elaine talked about, she tried to go after him about, oh, you're just coming for your 15 minutes of fame. So, let's go ahead and share this. And we're going to go back to the YouTube tab. All right. All right, ready? I'm ready.
You wouldn't be a witness, correct?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained. Sustained. Next question.
I'm not aware.
Okay, you know this case is being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
I can ask that question.
Ruled.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in the target of TMZ, a very litigious organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
argumentative, don't you think?
Wholeheartedly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Depp's attorneys were well aware of the TRO that was going to be?
Okay. I gotta stop it there. Oh, can I rewind that? How do I rewind this? Let me see. Can I? Can I?
And I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
A little argumentative, don't you think?
Wholeheartedly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
Now,
Thank you. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That shit was awesome. All right. How do I get to the videos? Let's go back. I want to see what it does. Let's see. I'm trying to. Let's see. I don't really. Hold on. Let's see. Well, actually, let me do a search here. Johnny Depp trial. Let's see. Let's see. How do I? Let's see. This. No. Stop that. Stop it. Stop. Never activated this. All right, so here's one that I absolutely
Has no
love.
bearing on this case and is thus not germane to this litigation. Therefore, I'll deny the non-party HM production.
I'll explain it as soon as I get it ready. All right. Let's go here, here. Stop share. Gonna go here. Why does it jump? All right, last video, and then I gotta go. All right, so. Okay. So, to set this one up, this is, so TMZ got denied to file a motion to protect Amber Heard because that's what they were there for, claiming, oh, privilege or whatever, and they used the wrong laws because I explained this in the stream, but they basically said, no, you have to, He wasn't compelled to come. There was no subpoena. He voluntarily came. Otherwise, then you might have a case then, right? But you don't right now. So here's Ben Chu being very snarky.
Has no bearing on this case and is thus not germane to this litigation.
Well, I'm not going to show you the snarky comment, but here's him apologizing for it.
Therefore, I'll deny the non-party HM Productions motion to intervene.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, I've known Mr. Tobin for several years. I meant no snarkiness toward him.
Well, you're just a snarky guy. Yeah, actually,
here's my favorite part.
Your Honor, I am concerned that we preserve the issue fully. And so,
for the record, yes,
for the
sir.
record. And so I would ask, may I have the opportunity to object when Mr. Tremaine is questioned by question?
No, sir, you're not a party to this case. However, I will note for your record your objection to his complete testimony.
Yeah, that was even funnier because he's like, can I just act like one of the lawyers on their team? There was a comment of why is he sitting on Heard's side? Why would he sit on Johnny Depp's side? Johnny Depp's the one that called. Had it been the other way around, yeah, right. So that is it for me for tonight. For today, I am going to. Oh, hold on. Let me go here. All right, I am going to go off. I've got some things to get done here at the studio and at home. How long was this? We're gonna go 7 hours. So I know that this was. By the time I get done, it'll be at 7 hours. I know that this was on the sports channel. YouTube has locked me out of my other account. I will attempt to appeal it. I'll attempt. But I just wanted to do that. This was a fun day for trial. Hilarious as always. Lots of fun. All right, we're at 7 hours. So, it was a lot of fun. I hope you guys liked it. Make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe to the channel. Press the post notification bell so you never miss another one of these videos. And I'm sorry it's not sports. We will get back to normal sports and your regularly scheduled programming later on. All right, thanks.